Chapter 224. Next day. Lin Fan pulled the horse and looked at the nine-headed bug beneath his feet. He caressed it lovingly. Recently, the nine-headed bug's body became bigger and it became more terrifying. However, in front of Lin Fan, it was really tame, like an obedient puppy. Be good, stay here and take care of the house. Lin Fan caressed Nine Demon's head and said. Go. Z took the packed bag and said worriedly, Young master, when you are outside, you must take care of your body. If you face danger, don't go head-on. If you can avoid it, then avoid it. Don't worry, your young master is amazing. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu said, Young master Lin, let me accompany you. He felt that if Lin Fan went out, he would definitely cause trouble. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't believe that Lin Fan wouldn't cause trouble. Lin Fan said, No need, just stay on Martial Path Mountain. If people come to find trouble, at least there will be experts to help. If you leave with me, then who will attack? Feng Poliu knew that Lin Fan was right. He didn't expect that apart from causing trouble, he could think so much. Young Master Lin, if that's the case, then I won't be going out with you. But please listen to a few words of advice. If you meet a group of disciples outside, it's best not to have any interaction with them. If there's a conflict, I still hope that you can kill them as quickly as possible. We can't expose the location of Martial Path Mountain, otherwise, we won't just face a few people but an entire sect. With Martial Path Mountain's current strength, we won't be able to fight them. Feng Poliu's words came from the bottom of his heart. It was also his experience after spending so much time in the pugilistic world. He believed that young Master Lin wouldn't say it. That was because young Master Lin didn't say the location of Martial Path Mountain. If he really said it, then it wasn't confidence but stupidity. Lin Fan carried the bag and waved his hands, understood, let's go. Wait for me to return. He rode away. Zhang Tianshan said, Haze, wasn't it good in the past, why did you suddenly want to head out? Feng Poliu said, he is growing. One has to say that the Yin Demon battle made him understand a lot. He finally saw through it. Young Master Lin wanted to become strong because the Yin Demons attacked the city. They were just too weak. If it wasn't for the Yin Demons having a weakness, then all of them here wouldn't have survived. Not only would they die, but numerous Jiang City civilians would die in the mouths of the Yin Demons. Zhang Tianshan prayed in his heart. Brother Lin, it isn't that I don't want to help you take care of your son, but I can't. Young master, be careful. Go. Z looked at the disappearing back view and prayed in his heart. He hoped that young master would be safe and nothing bad would happen to him. A bunch of horses galloped. 9 bug gang attacked. Their target was Jiang City. The gang leader's rage made them feel the aura of death approaching. If they didn't hurry up and investigate clearly, with gang leader's temper, they wouldn't be able to live. Don't think that just because they are hall masters, the gang leader will show mercy. To the gang leader, hall masters are no different from ordinary gang members. Zhou He, we are in trouble because of you. You said that you would investigate Jiang City. So why did you drag us over? A fierce-looking male raged. Zhou He was the one who suggested to the gang leader to investigate from Jiang City. I can't handle this matter alone. Do you guys think that sect master will let you off just because you're not involved? You guys had better stop dreaming and search properly. As long as you can find some clues, we'll be able to escape from danger. Otherwise, a single thought from sect master and we'll all have to die. Zhou He said. 9 bug gang's internal strength seemed really united. Actually, it was just a plate of loose sand. The truly amazing one was still the gang leader. As for the hall masters, they were just not weak and were roped in by the gang leader. They all had the gang leader's bugs in their bodies. There was no need for anyone to do anything if they were disobedient. Just a thought from the gang leader would be enough to kill them without a burial place. That might be the case, but you are vicious. We will remember you. They looked towards Zhou He with no emotions at all. They were even a little furious. Suddenly, a horse charged towards them. They were stunned, but they didn't care. At such a time, they didn't have time to waste with others. Lin Fan brushed past them and then stopped. He turned his head and said, "Oi, are you all heading to Jiang City?" Zhou He and the others pulled the reins and turned their heads to look at Lin Fan. "Who are you?" "Oh, I came from Jiang City. Looking at you all, there seems to be something going on," Lin Fan said. He felt that their clothing was familiar and they didn't look like good people. Although one couldn't judge a book by its cover, sometimes one's appearance and one's situation didn't clash too much. Zhou He took out a portrait and tossed it to Lin Fan. "Please take a look. Do you recognize this person?" "Okay, I like to help people the most." Lin Fan opened the portrait. At first glance, he felt that the person was familiar. When he took another look, he felt like he was being vilified. Was the portrait as handsome as him? Even if he drew, he had to pay more attention. Just look at the eyes, were they so small? Also this nose bridge, his nose bridge was quite high, but why was it a little low in the portrait? Zhou He and the others had never seen Lin Fan before. It was very difficult to recognize the real person from just a portrait, unless the portrait was very lifelike. But how could it be lifelike? 9-Bug Gang wasn't good at doing things. How could the members of the gang be talented? How is it? Do you recognize him? Zhou He asked. Lin Fan looked at it for a long while and then nodded his head, and, "Not only do I recognize him, I am really familiar with him. Your portrait is a little problematic, but I still recognize him. He is called Lin Fan, right?" "Right." Zhou He and the others looked at one another and joy appeared on their faces. They didn't expect that a casual question would allow them to find out what they wanted to know but didn't have much hope for. They didn't come to Jiang City to search for Lin Fan but to investigate the mystery of the treasure and also how those people died in Jiang City. Who knew that they would find out about the most important thing? Lin Fan was 9-Bug Gang's biggest enemy. He wiped out the Yunlu City division and 9-Bug Gang had to get rid of him. "Where is he?" Zhou He asked eagerly. They brought many people, 3 Peak Master Hall heads, for initial Grandmaster Hall heads. Lin Fan thought about it and said, "If there are no accidents, the person you are looking for should be me." Uproar. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 222. "Kid, are you playing with us? You will have to pay with your life." Zhou He hollered in rage. He didn't treat Lin Fan's words seriously. To him, was there something wrong with the kid's head? Lin Fan was shocked. What did he mean by those words? When did I play with people? Everything he said was the truth. "I didn't, why don't you believe me?" Lin Fan said. His head hurt. Did people think that he was bragging when he spoke the truth? If that was the case, that would really make one feel helpless. Zhou He and the others didn't believe Lin Fan because no one would admit it. As long as one wasn't blind, one could tell that they came aggressively and weren't joking. "Forget it, no matter what I say, you won't believe me. Then, I will do it myself." Lin Fan rose into the air and pressed down on one person. "You are asking to die." The person who was chosen was furious and slapped towards Lin Fan. Pang! There was a loud explosion. Lin Fan's single leg landed on the other party's body. The horse that the other party was riding on couldn't take the force and exploded instantly. That strike was just too intense, at least to them it was. Thick dust rose into the air. Very quickly, the dust dissipated. Lin Fan stood there, his feet stepping on a head. That person's body was smashed into the ground, leaving only his head outside. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. "I told you that it was me, so why don't you believe me? Do you think that I don't have the ability to wipe out your division?" Lin Fan said calmly, not bothering about them at all. At this moment, when they heard that the division was wiped out, all of their eyes opened wide and believed what he said. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Not bad. Lin Fan smiled. As long as he came out to search, then he would definitely find a way to improve. You. He was shocked. Who knew that Lin Fan would attack just like that? He didn't even have a chance to react. Take him down and bring him back. Instantly. A terrifying aura exploded out from their bodies. Thick internal strength boiled. They were all experts from 9-Bug Gang. Even the weakest was Peak Master Realm. They didn't believe that they couldn't take him down if they worked together. Lin Fan looked calmly at them. Even if the thick internal strength from their bodies blew on his clothes, he didn't feel nervous at all. If it was before, I really couldn't do anything to you. But now that you sent yourselves to me, I have no reason not to take you all in. The moment he said this, Lin Fan laughed out loud. His body swelled, the strongest strength of a dual cultivator exploded out. I will use the fastest speed to deal with all of you, but I won't kill you. Pang! He disappeared from the spot. Demon Ape Fist shook as he hammered down furiously. He could even fight a peak Great Grandmaster to the end. The strongest among them was only an early Great Grandmaster. What could they use to fight him? Hung Long. He didn't use internal strength, just the strength of his physique. One fist caused one of them to spit out blood. Not long later, Lin Fan retracted his technique and looked at the experts who were spitting out blood on the ground. He smiled. As expected, you didn't last for long. He trashed all of them and tied their wrists with ropes. Lin Fan got on the horse and grabbed a rope. He smiled, let's go, let's ride the horse and enjoy the prosperity of the world. I will bring all of you for a walk. Ride. The horse galloped. Those 9-Bug Gang hall heads who were hammered half to death by Lin Fan cried out, their bodies rubbing against the ground. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, how annoying. Chapter 225. He thought that 9-Bug Gang wouldn't come to Jiang City, but who knew that they would? Looking at their strength. Actually, they weren't weak. One Green Master Realm and one Grandmaster Realm. It was obvious that they were the higher-ups of 9-Bug Gang. Truthfully, they didn't underestimate Jiang City. In the past, not to mention Grandmaster, even Master Realm, even initial stage, could be swept over. Now that 9-Bug Gang sent so many experts, were they underestimating Jiang City? Not at all. What a waste. Lin Fan didn't have much ambition and just liked to stay in a small place. He was strong and could head to a bigger place, but he didn't and just stayed in Jiang City. Therefore, unknowingly, Lin Fan had pulled up the strength of the entire Jiang City. Zhou He's face was ashen white. The friction with the ground caused his clothes to tear and many wounds to appear. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. Zhou He, you bastard, you harmed us. The hall heads that followed Zhou He hollered in rage. Although they would be threatened by the gang leader in the headquarters, it was better than here. Their cultivation was trashed. Now, their wrists were tied and they were dragged on the ground. They didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Zhou He gritted his teeth, what does it have to do with me? It is our responsibility to work for the gang. Who can we blame? He was cursing in his heart. At the same time, he was terrified of Lin Fan's strength. How was he so strong? When he left the headquarters, he was afraid that he would face an expert, which was why he brought so many hall heads over just in case. Who knew that he would be suppressed right away? He didn't even have a chance to fight back at all. Damn! How despicable! Nonsense! The people that followed Zhou He had raped his entire family 10,000 times. If not for him wanting to perform, to show off in front of the gang leader, How would he end up on the ground? Not good. Suddenly, there was a protruding stone in front that was really eye-catching. With the current situation, if he knocked into it, the outcome would be catastrophic. Lin Fan, who was riding on his steed, did not care about these things at all. The four hooves of the steed simply strode over. Zhou He's expression was solemn. He flipped and pressed down on another person. He kicked the person beneath him away to give him space. Damn, pang. It was the sound of chickens flying and eggs breaking. Just like an egg falling onto a heated iron plate, the yolk and egg white splattered out, making a sizzling sound. It was cooked, the protruding rock hit his body, and then the tip directly hit his crotch. That kind of feeling was really sour. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't be able to imagine how sour it was. Blood-curdling screams were heard. Zhou He, I want your life. The hall master's face was flushed with blood and his veins were about to burst. He didn't expect Zhou He to kick him away at that moment. None of them had any cultivation, so they were not much stronger than ordinary people. Zhou He did not take his words to heart at all. At a time like this, whether or not they could survive was a problem. So what if the egg was broken? As long as I can live, I don't mind returning an egg to you. What did that count for? How pretentious. Lin Fan turned around to take a look. He seemed to have heard a scream just now. But he wasn't too sure. After looking at them, he didn't find anything wrong with them. From the way they rolled their eyes, it seemed like they were being dragged very comfortably. This was the first time he came out alone. He was a little nervous, like he was going to a foreign place. Who knew what he would meet or what he would face? To Lin Fan, he didn't know where he was going. He just had no goal, but his goal was clear, which was to become stronger. He didn't rely on pills or cultivation to become strong but rage points. He didn't think about where to go, so he could only take it step by step. Maybe in just a short while he would have an idea. The sky turned dark. Along the way, apart from passing a city, he didn't meet any other people. It seems like I have to spend the night in the forest. He was Peak Master Realm now, and he could even fight Peak Grandmaster Realm. If he was slightly weaker, he would be able to grind him to death. Thus, he didn't fear anything outside. As long as he was careful and didn't ask to die, he would be fine. Lin Fan walked in front of those 9 bug gang higher-ups, only to see them all laying on the ground and not moving at all. Each of them were covered in blood, and who knew whether or not they died after being dragged for a day. Are they dead? Lin Fan asked. Whether or not they died didn't have much to do with him. But since he brought them here, naturally, he had to take a look. No one replied. It was like they were all dead. Lin Fan didn't care about them and started a fire. He refreshed his stats and the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique spread out. With his current cultivation, the range of his internal strength was huge. A wild boar was moving around at night. Internal strength covered it, and the wild boar was instantly controlled, striking towards Lin Fan. I am not dead. Zhou He opened his eyes with much difficulty. He didn't dare to move. He lost his cultivation and was dragged for a day. It was already a miracle that he was able to live until now. No, maybe this wasn't a miracle, but he used the people around him as meat pads, pressing on them to reduce the pain from the friction on the ground. Their bodies were broken, and one could see the white bones in their flesh and blood. Pang pang. Suddenly, something weird happened. There seemed to be something surging over from all around. Zhou He didn't dare to move. Even though he was curious about what it was, the current situation was too dangerous. That terrifying fellow was right there, and he had to survive. He had to return to the headquarters and tell the gang leader what had happened here. The sound of tearing and tearing reached his ears. He took a quick look, and was immediately frightened out of his wits. Countless tiny bugs gathered together, forming a dark mass that covered those corpses. They were tearing at them. Not long later, bugs crawled onto his body. The pain of being bitten made him feel like he was about to collapse. Ah! He got up and shouted miserably, "Who the hell are you? How can you control bugs?" As expected, there are still people alive. Lin Fan was really calm. "Don't blame me for being impolite. The main thing is that your identity isn't good. I have a huge grudge with your 9-bug gang. Oh right, before I die, let me tell you that everything that happened to your 9-bug gang was done by me." Ah! I am not willing. Bugs covered Zhou He and entered his body through his nose and mouth. Not long later, there were no corpses, not even a piece of bone. They were all bitten clean. Lin Fan carried the wild boar and shook his head. So what if he was unwilling? Since he came to Marshall Path Mountain, then he had to be mentally prepared. He skinned and sliced the meat, roasting it on the fire. One had to say, bug controlling technique was a really useful technique. It felt like it was controlling bugs, but he realized that not only bugs, but he could even control animals. Maybe it was split into 5 types. Ho, scale, mao, feather, kuan. The 5 types of bugs. The bug controlling technique had the strongest move, which was to merge the controlled bugs with one's body to form a terrifying aura. But he had never tried it before. The main thing was that he felt disgusted. Not long later, a fragrance wafted into his nose. He had a delicious meal and then jumped onto a branch. He rested his back on it, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. He listened to the bugs around and slowly fell asleep. He hoped that when his strength increased, he would have the ability to fly. That was the ability of a god. Everyone looked forward to it. In the future, when he headed out, he wouldn't need to ride a horse. The sky was bright. Lin Fan rode on the horse and saw a small stream in the distance. There were stones on both sides. He came to the front, the lake water was clear and he could see fish and prawns swimming in it. She took out the toiletries from her bag and washed her face with water. The only problem with coming here was that he didn't have a toothbrush and toothpaste. That made him feel really annoyed. Even if he was peak master, he was unable to make his body completely pure. But he believed that as long as he continued to improve, he would definitely reach that realm. Several days later, Lin Fan was really far from Marshall Path Mountain. The route he took wasn't far from 9-bug gang. If he rushed for a few more days, he would be able to reach 9-bug gang. Actually, he didn't know why he chose this route. Maybe it was because of his heart. Official path. People passed around. There were many normal people and some martial artists who weren't normal people. Lin Fan didn't have anything special about him, so naturally, he didn't attract attention. Ahead was Cage City, which was a little far from Fuzhou. 9-bug gang didn't open a division here as there was no need. City Gate. Someone took a portrait and compared it to the people passing by. Lin Fan rode over. Stop. The person at the door stopped Lin Fan and then compared him to the portrait. He frowned. Why do you look so similar to the person in the portrait? Lin Fan smiled calmly. Friend, look closely. Is he as handsome as me? Are his eyes as big as mine? Is his nose as tall as mine? What I hate the most is being humiliated by others. If you are sure that you are humiliating me, then my saber will have to ask you what you mean. The person in charge was shocked by Lin Fan's words. Since the inspection started, he had never met such an arrogant person. They were just outer members of 9-bug gang. They received orders to bring the portraits to check on people entering and exiting the city. Who knew that they would be insulted by him? 9-bug gang is doing things, what do you want to do? That person reacted, his face flushed red as he scolded. Lin Fan said, 9-bug gang? Kiki, you are just checking portraits and you actually dare to offend me. Good, I have remembered you. I want to see whether or not 9-bug gang wants to offend me or protect you. Young master, it is a misunderstanding. How can the person in the portrait be more handsome than you? Please enter. Another member, who looked very slick, immediately stopped the person next to him and kept signaling him with his eyes. Lin Fan took a look and directly entered the city. When the cunning person saw Lin Fan enter, he said directly, "Are you dumb? Can you be more knowledgeable? Does that person look like the person in the portrait? How many people have you seen who offended us and dared to come back? I felt that he wasn't a normal person. Luckily, I stopped you, otherwise, you would be in trouble." "No, I just feel like he looks like him." That person felt wronged, he really did look like him. "You. Forget it, you just need to remember that he doesn't look like him," the cunning person said. Such a person had no future, his brain wasn't sharp. Ever since he left Jiang City, he hadn't had a good meal. He tipped the waiter and waved for him to serve good wine and dishes. "I'll stay here for the night and have a good rest. I'll leave early tomorrow morning." Lin Fan thought to himself. There was no future in this kind of place. As this place was close to Fuzhou 9 Bug Gang, no sects placed their sects here. As a result, he couldn't even find something to do. The best way was to fight to the death with 9 Bug Gang, but it was too dangerous to head to the headquarters. He couldn't guess how strong the 9 Bug Gang leader was, but to be able to occupy a state, he definitely wasn't weak. Therefore, he had to bear with it for now. Soon, many delicacies were placed on the table, and the aroma wafted over, whetting his appetite. "Hayes, if I stayed in Yu City, I would have such days, and I wouldn't have to travel so much." Lin Fan ate and thought about it. He thought that after coming to this foreign world and being born in a rich family, he would be able to have everything he wanted. However, after enjoying it for a period of time, such days were gone. Just as he was thinking about all this, a few guests came to the second floor. They all carried weapons and gave off an extraordinary aura. It was obvious that they were people with high cultivation. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he entered the second floor, he looked around, and a bright light shone. He retracted it and sat in the corner under the waiter's lead. The bunch of them sat down and ordered some good things. They didn't speak, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Fan's cultivation wasn't low, and his ears were really sharp. He acted like he was eating, but he was actually listening in. Compared to these normal rich family young masters who had no cultivation, he wanted to listen to the conversations of these experts. As expected. Not long later, the white-shirt teen couldn't help but say, "Senior uncle, what is that thing?" Sword Palace Elder Su was actually killed in one move, that is just too terrifying. Yes, senior uncle, no matter what, Sword Palace Elder Su is a peak Grandmaster realm expert. No matter how strong he is, he shouldn't be able to kill him instantly. Lin Fan listened carefully and frowned slightly. Sword Palace? He recalled that many days ago when he left Fuzhou, he met people from Sword Palace. Feng Poliu even said, why would people from Sword Palace appear here? At that time, no one cared. Now that he heard these words, he felt that something bad had happened. A peak Grandmaster was instantly killed in one move. What kind of cultivation did the person who killed him have? Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. If that was the case, then with his strength, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. He would even be in danger. Black Mountain. After hearing so much, Lin Fan only heard the words Black Mountain regarding the location. The rest was really blurry. At the same time, he sensed a huge internal strength from the blade. A gust of cold wind blew over. It shocked Su Song so much that a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. In the depths of his heart, he had a bad feeling. "Brother, what do you want?" Su Song's throat moved and he felt a little nervous. He just came out to date and didn't offend anyone. Moreover, this was the first time he came to Cage City and he didn't have any enemies. "What did you want to do when you pinched my blade with 2 fingers?" Lin Fan smiled and asked. Su Song's brows rose. What was going on? Was he trying to act cool and kicking an iron board? Or was today the day he fell? No. He definitely couldn't die here. As a person who loved people, the world needed his love, so how could he fall here? Brother, I didn't pinch your blade with 2 fingers because I wanted to do something. When you placed it on my neck, I felt a sense of righteousness that I hadn't felt in a long time. It made me think back to when I was young, so I couldn't help but touch it. I didn't have any other intentions. Su Song said. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed. These words made people feel ashamed of themselves. Respect, it was really respect. His bootlicking skills were amazing. Suddenly, Lin Fan wanted to recite a poem. Searching for him in the crowd, he was already at the place where the lights were dim. Su Song was shocked. The word hee hee suddenly gave him a bad feeling. Brother, let's talk about it. I will try my best to cooperate and won't do anything sneaky. Su Song was terrified. He was young but strong. He didn't even need to fight to know that. That was the aura of an expert. Till now, he didn't understand. This was the first time he came to Cage City. He didn't offend anyone and didn't do anything, so how did he get targeted? As for robbing him, that was impossible. Experts didn't need to rob. But Su Song was confident in his looks. He felt like something was wrong. What would happen if he were to rape her? To save his life, did he have to listen to him? Chapter 227. Very good, I like people who are willing to cooperate. Don't worry, I have no grievances with you. As long as you answer me honestly, I won't harm your life. But if you aren't, then don't blame me. Lin Fan whispered into Su Song's ear. Su Song felt hot air charge at his ear. His body shook and he nearly dropped his pants. He leaned against the wall and told Lin Fan to end it quickly so that he could leave. Pooey. How could he have such disgusting thoughts? He was a man, so how could he pander to him just to save his life? That was an insult to him. Now that Lin Fan wanted him to answer his questions, he was a little afraid. Since Lin Fan stopped him, he definitely knew who he was. What if he asked about some secrets that he couldn't say? What else could he do? He definitely couldn't say it. As a disciple of a sect, he had to prioritize the interests of the sect. How could he abandon the sect just because he felt threatened? This was a shameful thing. The sect was his home, and the elders of the sect were his parents. They cared for him meticulously, so he absolutely could not do such a beastly thing. However, if the seniors found out that his life was threatened, they would understand and forgive him. After all, he treated them as his parents and they treated him as their son. If a kid did something wrong, his parents would definitely forgive him. In just a short moment, Su Song was convinced by his own thoughts. Let me ask you, what is Black Mountain? Lin Fan asked. He was a little curious about this. During the day, he found it weird and if he didn't ask, he wouldn't be able to suppress his curiosity. Su Song was stunned like he didn't expect that to be the question. To him, it should have been something serious or important. Lin Fan frowned, why? You don't want to say? His tone changed and was a little unfriendly. Su Song was really sensitive to the change in tone. He felt the blade on his neck get closer and he panicked, he is a mountain. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. He wrapped his arm in front of him and patted his chest, kid, this is your last chance. If you treat me like a fool, then your head will be separated from your body and you won't be able to reattach it. Think about it carefully. Wow! Su Song was about to cry. What now? You clearly asked what the Black Mountain was. I said the Black Mountain was a mountain. Is there a problem with my answer? How cooperative. Whatever you ask, I'll answer. I've never said much, and I won't rush to answer. How cooperative, how cooperative. But now, I'm actually saying these things. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Even if you want to kidnap me, you can't go so far. Of course, these were just the thoughts in his mind. In order to appease the other party's emotions, he couldn't show a trace of dissatisfaction. Big brother, wait a moment. I'll tell you everything from the beginning. You'll know the situation at Black Mountain, said Su Song hurriedly. Lin Fan said, speak. Su Song sucked in a deep breath. I am Su Song, Xianshu College's 4th-generation disciple, initial grade 12. I followed senior uncle and senior brothers to complete a mission. When we passed Fuzhou, I heard that there was a situation at Black Mountain, so I followed them over. Black Mountain is 1,000 kilometers away from here. It is a mountain on the ocean. It is huge and one can't see the end. Due to our strength, we didn't go too deep. But a sword palace elder went in and was instantly killed by a terrifying thing. We were so frightened that we left right away and didn't dare to go in. That is the exact situation, I don't know anything else. Oh right, my senior master is initial grandmaster. Out of my senior brothers, only one is middle master. The rest are around the same level as me. Big brother, I swear to the heavens that this is all I know. Until now, I still don't know what's inside Black Mountain. Why did it attract so many people? If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning, okay? Su Song felt like he had lost face. No matter what, he was a 4th-generation disciple of Xianshu College. Even if he couldn't compare to the disciples in front of him, he was an outstanding youth and was loved by the seniors. Now that someone placed a knife on his neck, he didn't even dare to be stubborn and gave up just like that. He nearly revealed everything about the sect. Pa! Lin Fan directly knocked Su Song out. He believed that what this fellow said was true. There were many people in Black Mountain. The news that was revealed made him have some ideas. If he went there, maybe he would be able to make a name for himself. The next day, Su Song felt that the surroundings were really noisy and buzzed, making it tough for him to fall asleep. Suddenly, his body shook and he opened his eyes. The sunlight was a little blinding and he noticed that many people had appeared around. They were pointing at him and laughing. He lowered his head and exclaimed. He was actually naked, his clothes were tossed to the side. His snow-white body was seen by the commoners. Oh my God. Going against your words, I said it last night, why did you still play with me? Su Song grabbed his clothes and put them on before charging out of the crowd. He felt really wronged. A crystal-clear teardrop fell from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to go back and tell senior uncle that he was kidnapped last night and he even defiled him. No, he couldn't let others know about this, otherwise, he would lose all his face. The moment he returned, he noticed that senior uncle and the others were waiting for him. Where did junior brother Su go? Why did you come back so late? A senior brother asked. Su Song wanted to complain, but he held it in. It's nothing. Last night, a girl got lost. I sent her home, so I was delayed. Senior uncle looked at Su Song and didn't see any problems. Okay, let's go back and report the Black Mountain matter. Black Mountain was near 9 Bug Gang. Xianshu College felt that this gang was really shameless. However, Insect Valley was just too strong. Even if they closed the valley, they had to pay attention to it. That terrifying being in Black Mountain definitely exceeded Grandmaster Realm, reaching God Essence Realm when internal strength turned into true essence. That realm was just too terrifying, it was a qualitative change. Based on what he knew, who knew how many peak Grandmaster Realm experts were stuck there and died in regret? After all, to reach Grandmaster Realm, which one didn't need decades? Even at his age, he was only at initial Grandmaster. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the peak? The path of cultivation was filled with dangers. At that moment, Master, I brought the horse for you. Look, it is so energetic. The servant led the horse over. Not bad, this is for you. Lin Fan was satisfied. He tossed some silver to the servant and then walked into the distance. The servant got the silver and was delighted. He shouted, "Master, have a safe trip." Su Song felt that the voice was familiar. He looked into the distance. Last night, he didn't see what he looked like. Anyway, he was really young, but he remembered the voice. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and gave a deep smile towards Su Song. That smile caused Su Song's body to shake. It was him, it was definitely him. But he didn't dare to say it. To him, this was an unforgettable insult, one that he wouldn't be able to forget for the rest of his life. Senior uncle said, "Su Song, do you know him?" "No." Su Song shook his head, he definitely didn't. "I will pass by Fuzhou and head to Black Mountain. I will do some things at the outskirts of Fuzhou, maybe I will gain some rewards." Lin Fan rode on the horse and thought about it. How annoying. The 9-bug gang leader gave him a little too much pressure. If he was a little stronger, how would he be so annoyed? He couldn't blame others. He could only blame himself for being weak. Riding the horse was boring, so he looked at the small support system. Rage points, 42999. These rage points were still okay, he didn't work hard for nothing. Those 9-bug gang hall heads were really good. Next time, he wouldn't just kill them, but he would earn a huge amount from them. Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture was only grade 10, it directly rose to grade 12. Improve. Consumed 6,000 rage points. Consumed 7,000 rage points. Instantly. Lin Fan, who was sitting on the horse, had a shocking change in his body. A thick black mist spread out from his body, and looking from afar, he looked like a demon. Maybe he was the only person in the world who rode a horse and broke through his heart cultivation. Although there were many strong people, Lin Fan was probably the only one who was truly strong. The horse sensed this terrifying aura and was shocked. It raised its front hooves high and neighed to express the rage in its heart. "Paw!" Lin Fan struck its head, "Run properly, stop making a fuss like you have never seen the world." The horse cried out in grievance. "I am just a horse, I have never seen the world." Suddenly, Lin Fan scratched his head and thought about an important question. He always felt that he was smart, but he actually forgot about such an important thing. He knew the bug controlling technique, so why couldn't he buff the horse with special internal strength? Maybe there would be a shocking change. Refresh. A thick gray internal strength merged into the horse's body. Instantly, the horse changed. The gray internal strength seemed to be changing the structure of the horse's body. Poochie. A muffled sound of swelling could be heard. The 4 legs of the fine horse abruptly became several times thicker, and were densely covered with black veins that looked like earthworms. 3 sharp toes extended from the hooves of the horse, firmly grasping the ground, becoming even more agile and heavy. Its body swelled up, its eyes turned gray, and its teeth became sharp like saw teeth. Hong! Its speed became faster, at least 2 to 3 times faster than before. At the same time, it gave off a cold and violent aura. Lin Fan was shocked. Usually, he didn't study the bug controlling technique, but now, he realized that as expected from the secret technique of Insect Valley. He could even sense that Insect Valley was a place that even the Imperial Dynasty didn't want to offend. After all, the bug controlling technique was really overpowered. He believed that Insect Valley, which was already closed, definitely had strong experts. He could control numerous bugs that were buffed by special internal strength, so how many could those experts control? Even the Imperial Dynasty's army would be swallowed by these endless bugs. Overpowered, it was really overpowered. However, he believed that he was the most overpowered one. As long as he had time to raise his cultivation, when he reached the peak, he would definitely be able to fight a country alone. Chapter 228. He found his own path and worked hard to become the strongest. When the day came when no one in the world could threaten him, he would return to U City to inherit the family fortune and live a happy life as a rich young master. This was what he was thinking about. This was his goal before he came to this foreign world. With the internal strength and physique strength I have now, it shouldn't be a problem to reach Grandmaster, right? Lin Fan thought about it. He wasn't sure, but he was confident and felt that it shouldn't be a problem. With his current rage points, he couldn't cultivate both internally and externally, so he could only choose one. To protect his life, he would raise his physique. Stable, he basically didn't need to think about it. He would definitely raise it to protect his life. Improve. His physique started to increase. 1 point required 2,000 rage points, which was double that of Master Realm. However, it was normal. After all, this was Grandmaster Realm, there was a huge difference between it and Master Realm. It should be more expensive. Physique, 400, initial Grandmaster, When one raised physique to Grandmaster, the situation in one's body slowly changed. This was a change in physique and not internal strength. Physique raising was a remolding of one's body. Kong. The mutated steed seemed to be under some kind of pressure and actually stopped. Lin Fan lowered his head, his forehead was covered in sweat. The sweat came too suddenly. But he was used to it. It wasn't because his physique wasn't strong enough but because his body was changing. Gulyalu. Lin Fan clenched his fists, green veins appeared on the back of his hands and then spread outwards. As his clothes blocked his vision, he couldn't see what was going on. However, he could sense that the ripples were much stronger than before. His blood was boiling, or rather his cells were swiftly splitting. After a long while, the burning sensation in his body disappeared. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Comfortable, it was really comfortable. Maybe to anyone, the feeling after one's strength increased was the best feeling. Why aren't you running? Lin Fan patted the mutated horse's head and rushed it. I am the one improving, not you. Quick, what are you waiting for? The mutated horse galloped away, the wind hit his face. This speed was really quick. Even if Master Realm experts wanted to chase, they wouldn't even be able to eat dust. Based on the current situation, what I lack are great Grandmaster level secret manuals. I have to think of a way to get some. He was no longer a noob in martial arts. Even with the help of the small support system, he was still exploring or inquiring about martial arts. The dual cultivation of internal and external cultivation was his strongest trump card. In Feng Poliu's words, there were many geniuses in the world, but there were very few who could reach Master Realm. Even those super sects didn't have many, or maybe none at all. Moreover, Lin Fan had a trump card. As long as he had enough rage, he could raise all his cultivation techniques to the highest realm, which was returning to true, turning complicated into simple and chasing after the root of the cultivation technique. Sometimes, he was really worried. The thrill of cultivation was very low, and there was only a little thrill when breaking through. To put it bluntly, what did this look like? It was like when a man was in that situation. It was a little vulgar, and he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. In any case, it was like that. The next night, the speed of the mutant steed was extremely fast. The journey that originally needed 3 days was completed in 1 day. He didn't enter Fuzhou as the checks at the city gates were very strict. The people in Fuzhou were definitely not as dumb as those in Long City. With how similar the portrait was to him, even if they weren't sure, they would definitely take him down. After all, this was Fuzhou, their territory, so how could he be so easily fooled? That was what Lin Fan thought. If it was different from what he thought, then he had no choice. He would just treat it as him thinking too much. But he definitely wouldn't take the risk. On a cliff in Fuzhou, below was the river. In the distance, a giant ship was so eye-catching. It was too huge, really too huge. I want to wipe out a power. Even if I don't have the ability, as long as I pass by, I will feel uncomfortable if I don't bring you trouble. Lin Fan looked at the giant ship and then at the river surface. He could sense that there were many bugs hidden in the river. Special internal strength spread out from his legs and spread out in a fan shape. It slowly covered the river surface and controlled the bugs in the water. The river shook slightly. He had already formed a connection with those bugs. With his special internal strength, the bugs mutated and became more aggressive. Go, let me bring all of you to have some fun. On the giant ship. The gang members were patrolling. Although this was 9-Bug Gang headquarters and no one dared to cause trouble here, who knew whether or not there would be people with problems in the head who would come and cause trouble or disturb gang leaders' rest. At the back of the ship, the gang members were secretly chatting. Many things have happened recently. The gang leader's temper has become even more irritable. A few of our brothers died during the day today. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let others hear you. This is a critical moment. No one dares to appear around gang leader. It's too dangerous. I heard that the beautiful concubine who accompanied gang leader this morning was sent by another faction to assassinate gang leader. Later, gang leader found out and threw her into the bug pit. See? Terrifying. To them, gang leader was really disgusting and cruel. But they had no choice, no one dared to fight back. Moreover, they couldn't bear to leave this place. 9-Bug Gang was just too famous. They might be small, but no one dared to offend them. They could do whatever they wanted, and they were really majestic. Just as they were chatting, the back of the giant ship was covered by numerous bugs. The gang members were chatting and didn't notice the bugs beneath their feet at all. Did you hear any strange sounds? One of the gang members asked. Did I? Suddenly, they exchanged glances with one another. There really was a sound, and there seemed to be something. Their expressions were filled with shock as they lowered their heads. When they saw the dense and terrifying bug ocean that revealed their sharp teeth, their eyes opened wide. They didn't even make a sound before they were swallowed by the bug ocean. The pitch-black night made it hard for one to imagine what kind of danger was hidden in the darkness. 9-Bug Gang was a huge gang and was good at playing with bugs. Unfortunately, to normal gang members, they didn't know how to control bugs. That was because it was too far away for them. Within the cabin, there were many rooms for the gang members to stay in. Many of them were resting. Some of the gang members were drinking and gambling. Nighttime was their leisure time. The only regret was that they couldn't bring women to the headquarters. This was the rule, and if anyone went against it, they would have to pay a heavy price. Only the gang leader could have fun every night. As for them, they had to solve it themselves. Within a cabin, a bunch of people gathered in front of a table and drank. All of their faces were red and they were drunk. Come, brothers, let's drink. Let's go, we have to drink to our heart's content. The bug ocean surged in from the crack of the door. Before they could react, they were swallowed. To these normal gang members, this was something they couldn't block. In another cabin, the gang members were already asleep. The arrival of the bugs didn't wake them up. The bugs climbed onto their beds and slowly climbed up along their ankles. It was itchy. The gang member felt an itch on his butt, so he scratched it. But the moment he scratched, he realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes, and when he saw the scene on and under the bed, he screamed in terror. The moment he opened his mouth, numerous bugs surged in. His throat swelled up and then ripped open. Black fresh blood seeped out. Why can't I meet my true love? In the most luxurious cabin, the gang leader was really worried. He grabbed the fat on his body. To him, the fat had a weird sense of beauty. But he could sense the disgust others felt towards him. That feeling was really annoying. In the morning, he killed another concubine. That was the one who liked his fat. Who knew that she was sent by someone else? The things that she had done with him were not done willingly, but with a motive. This made him really sad. As he was too fat, his eyes became a slit. Just like that, 2 streams of tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. My concubine, so what if someone sent you? As long as you treat me sincerely, how can I bear to kill you? But why did you say that my fat is so ugly? The moment he said that, the gang leader flipped the blanket in front of him. Beneath it was a hole. The hole was as big as his body. There was movement as numerous bugs carried a corpse up. This corpse was his concubine. At this moment, there were all sorts of terrifying bugs wrapped around her body like they had merged into one with her. The gang leader stretched out his arm. His arm was made up of circles of meat. He opened his fingers and grabbed the concubine. To be with me forever is the last love I have for you. The gang leader opened his mouth, and 2 thick, black worms emerged from his mouth. Then, they directly rolled up the corpse and slowly sent it back into his mouth. How annoying. The gang leader lowered his head and his expression was a little dark and sunken. Suddenly, he raised his head like he sensed movement outside. Who is it, Hung Long? A strong sound wave exploded out and covered the entire ship. It directly cut off the connection between Lin Fan and the bugs. Those bugs all exploded and blood stained the ground. Pang! The gang leader jumped up, smashing the roof and landing on the deck. His giant body was like a small mountain. Who is it? This is the aura of the bug controlling technique. Who is it? Feng Poliu, you actually spread the bug controlling technique out. You deserve to die, you really deserve to die. The gang leader's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked into the distance like he was searching for the person who controlled the bugs. Suddenly, he lowered his head and noticed a portrait in front of him. The person on it was Lin Fan. Lin Fan purposely made the bugs send it over. He was afraid that no one would know who did it. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. The gang members in the distance all knelt on the ground when they saw that mountain-like body. They shivered and didn't dare to raise their heads. This isn't senior brother's aura, Ingzhou muttered. At the same time, he was thinking about who could control so many bugs. He definitely wasn't simple. They made the Black Mountain sound so scary. If there weren't that many people going, they wouldn't be able to do business. Lin Fan wanted to confirm whether or not Black Mountain was there. It seemed like it was, but the ferry was a little slow. Who knew how long it would take? Young hero, are you going to Black Mountain? 1 tael of silver for a round trip, a boatman asked. Looking at the youngster's appearance and attire, he seemed to be quite good. He should be a rich person. No need. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan opened his fingers and absorbed internal strength. A tree in the distance shattered and its head and tail were sliced off. He hollered and tossed it forwards. Then, he leaped up, stepped on the wood, stood up straight, and put his hands behind his back. He allowed the wind to blow against him, but he didn't panic at all. This kid is amazing. The boatman exclaimed. He had never seen someone go to Black Mountain like that. However, was there a mistake? Even if they ferried the boat, it would take them an hour to reach Black Mountain. The kid stepped on the wood and wasn't afraid of falling off. Lin Fan was a dual cultivator and the speed of the wood he threw was really quick. In the blink of an eye, it was 100 meters away. A long while passed. He finally understood why there were boats ferrying passengers. Black Mountain was still far away. Normal experts used internal strength to walk on the water. It was fine for a short distance, but it was impossible to maintain that for a long time. Maybe before they reached their goal, their internal strength would dry up and they would fall into the lake. The speed of the wood slowed down and it lost its momentum. Lin Fan grabbed the wood and fell along with it. When he fell into the river, a surging internal strength spread to his legs. Hung long. A circular hole appeared in the river. He raised his hands and tossed the wood out once more. He then jumped and the lake surface exploded. It wasn't that no one had thought of such a method. But there were very few who could do it. Night fell. I am here. Lin Fan saw the black mountain that stood on the river surface. The sky was too dark and he couldn't see the entire black mountain. But at least he couldn't see the border. Pang! He landed on the ground. The edge of the river was corroded by the water and the ground should have been soft. But when he stepped on it, he realized that it was really hard. Interesting. Around him was a shallow pool and in front of him was a thick forest. It's this kind of place again. Can't we have an endless view? He hated forests as he didn't know what was hidden within. The dark environment was filled with all sorts of dangers. Not only were there terrifying existences, but there were also many bugs and beasts. Xianshu College said that a Sword Palace Peak Grandmaster Realm Elder was killed in one move. So, there was definitely a terrifying existence hidden in the depths. He had to be safe and low profile. He couldn't be too arrogant, if not the outcome would be catastrophic. He really didn't dare to say that he could leave safely. He walked inside, but for the time being, he just looked around the periphery. Or searched for those people who came to Black Mountain. There were definitely people who knew what was in Black Mountain or there was something good hidden within. If there were no benefits, then why would so many people come? There are signs of a bonfire here. Someone stayed here before. Lin Fan looked at the pile of black wood that was extinguished. There was no heat at all and he looked around warily. He didn't even continue in and he already faced signs of human activity. It seemed like he had to be careful. Lin Fan jumped up and landed on a branch. The special internal strength of the bug controlling technique spread out. The surrounding bugs shook as the internal strength entered their bodies and started to mutate. It is better to be careful. Lin Fan was a little nervous. It wasn't that he was a coward but that he didn't know whether or not he would face a terrifying expert. If he really faced one, then it would be a tragedy. Numerous bugs lay on the ground and in the air. As long as someone stepped into his range, he would know right away. At midnight, Lin Fan laid on the tree to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There was movement not far away. The bugs were stepped on. Someone really came. He didn't make any noise and didn't use bugs to swallow them. Before he understood the situation, he had to be low profile. In the distance, 3 people could be seen in the darkness. Their footsteps were messy and they were panicking. The 3 of them didn't attack Lin Fan but came to the shore like they were searching for a boat. Where is the boat? He said he would wait for us. One of them said in despair. Before they came, they told the boatman to wait for them here. But now there was no boat at all. It seems like the boatman ran. Another person said. How could it be like this? We had a deal back then, but he ran away halfway. Damn it, damn it. The 3 of them panicked. Black Mountain was actually dangerous but it wasn't that dangerous. As long as they didn't head deep in, they wouldn't face any problems. However, it was unknown who had spread the rumor that Black Mountain had a rare treasure that could raise one's cultivation to a higher level. When this news spread out, what would happen? To the common people, the temptation of silver was the greatest. To cultivators like them, naturally, treasures were the most important. Suddenly, there was movement in the distance. Danxia Island elders, please put down the blood flower in your hands. A dark and solemn voice spread out. Then, a man in a blood robe squinted his eyes and smiled. How would the 3 Danxia Island elders know what the blood flower was? Speaking of which, it was weird. When they were prepared to enter Black Mountain, they noticed a weird-looking flower. It was blood red and the petals had teeth. They had just plucked it and didn't look at it. Who knew where this person appeared from and told them to put down the flower in their hands? How would they agree? Although they didn't know what it was, seeing that he wanted it, it was definitely something good. Naturally, they came to Black Mountain to search for treasures. Now that they found an unknown treasure, even if they didn't know what it was, they couldn't just give it to him. If not, where would they put their face? The most important problem was that he was an expert from Shidao sect. Danxia Island was a righteous sect that supported justice in the world, so how could they give something to the evil path? Evil demon, stop dreaming. We won't give this to you. At most, you can just kill us. I can guarantee that before we die, we will destroy this thing. Danxia Island elder was really fierce and wasn't afraid at all. Facing the Shidao sect expert, he wasn't afraid at all. If they wanted to kill him, then kill him. Anyway, he would definitely destroy this thing. Lin Fan couldn't sleep and peeked at what was happening at the shore. This fellow's aura is a little familiar. He looked at the blood-robed man and thought about it. He immediately thought about someone. Wasn't it the three people who said they were Shidao sect disciples when he wiped out the Yunlu city division and then he hammered them to death? This aura was similar to that time. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about all this, the three Danxia Island elders were hammered by the Shidao sect expert. They spat out fresh blood and cried out in pain. It happened too quickly. In just the blink of an eye. The Shidao sect expert grabbed the blood flower and said coldly, "All of you think that you are righteous. You don't cultivate and come out to search for treasures. Don't you know how strong you are? Or are you all too arrogant?" Who? At that moment, the Shidao sect expert looked towards the darkness. Someone had just spoken there. Although the voice was soft, he heard it. Like he was saying, "Is this how you act cool?" Chapter 230. I have been noticed. Lin Fan walked out from the darkness helplessly. He was just here to watch the show. Their life and death had nothing to do with him. They weren't related to each other, so he couldn't save them in a foreign place. Actually, I am just passing by. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Why don't you continue? I will leave after watching. Lin Fan said. He wasn't someone who liked to be a busybody. Especially when both sides didn't have much to do with him. Moreover, one side got a treasure and the other side wanted to snatch it. Who was pitiful? The one who didn't get the treasure was the most pitiful. After all, he was unlucky and didn't get anything. He even had to snatch from others. People who worked hard for the future were worthy of respect. But unfortunately, the red shirt guy should be from Shidao sect. Shidao sect didn't have conflicts with him, but he did. Naturally, he had to clean them up. If he started from the early stage, then wouldn't he have to deal with less people later on? Rage points plus 999. Lin Fan didn't even say anything and he wanted to kill him. Was this evil path really so evil? Truthfully, he didn't believe it. Kid, you are asking to die. The Shidao sect expert hollered in rage. He raised his hand and waved out a blood glow. It gave off a red glow in the night sky. After which, he didn't care about Lin Fan anymore. To him, such a young kid, no matter how strong he was, so what? He was just trash that he could casually deal with. Pang! Oi! What are you doing? I told you so clearly and you didn't understand. You even attacked me, don't you think that you are just too much? Lin Fan was a little angry. What was going on? What was wrong with people nowadays? Were their brains damaged? As a rich family young master, Lin Fan received higher education. No matter what it was, there was only one logic. He had already made things so clear and he still acted like he didn't understand. That was just a little too much. The Shidao sect expert was shocked and his body shook. It was obvious that he didn't expect the kid to block his blood blade. He placed the blood flower in his chest. Kid, you have some cultivation at such a young age and you want to be a hero? Okay, let's see how much ability you have. Young hero, he is a Shidao sect expert, let's work together. The 3 Danxia Island elders covered their chests and bore the pain. They looked warily at the man in the blood shirt. Although they didn't know where Lin Fan came from, just one look and they noticed that Lin Fan was filled with righteous energy. Even if he was a bad person, he wouldn't be as bad as this Shidao sect expert. Shidao sect's old ancestor was created by the Yin Yang sect disciple. His cultivation technique was dark and it harmed the peace of the world. It was something that could make humans and gods angry. They were middle grandmaster, but this Shidao sect expert was definitely peak grandmaster. Even if they believed that the young man in front of them was a genius, they would not believe that he could have the cultivation of a great grandmaster at such a young age. The Shidao sect expert looked coldly at the 3 Danxia Island elders and said in disdain, I will deal with you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he was and turned into a beam of blood-red light that shot towards Lin Fan. At this moment, one person said, Senior brother, why don't we flee? No, young hero came to help us, so how can we leave just like that? Don't say anything and take the chance to work with young hero. If we can't beat him, then let him leave. We will block him. After all, we dragged him into this. At that moment, the Shidao sect expert appeared in front of Lin Fan and smiled viciously. Thick red internal strength gathered in his palm. Kid, go and die. Lin Fan was solemn. A peak grandmaster expert wasn't someone he could casually bully. Demon Ape Fist. The fist met the palm. At the moment of contact, a shockwave erupted from the 2 fists and spread out in all directions. The Shidao sect expert was shocked and filled with disbelief. He didn't expect this kid to be so strong. He thought that he could suppress him with one palm, but who knew that he would be able to block it? Evil demon, die. At this moment, the 3 Danxia Island elders attacked. They used their sharpest moves to strike the evil demon in their eyes. The Shidao sect expert scoffed coldly, you overestimate yourself. Pang! A surging internal strength exploded from the back of the Shidao sect expert. He didn't even look and was fully focused on fighting Lin Fan head-on. The 3 Danxia Island elders were already badly injured and when they were struck by the internal strength, they flew backward once more. They laid on the ground and spat out fresh blood. The shock in their eyes became even thicker. They didn't expect the Shidao sect expert to be so strong. A terrifying internal strength current formed around Lin Fan and the Shidao sect expert. If normal people got close, not to mention holding on, the moment they got close, they would be shaken to death. Kid, you have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The Shidao sect expert laughed coldly. Instantly, he reached out with his fingers and grabbed towards the air. His fingers were filled with a dark and cold energy as he smacked towards Lin Fan's chest. Refresh. Mixed energy broken jade hand max completion. Lin Fan's palm changed color and clashed with his fingers. Pang! 2 thick internal strengths clashed with one another, forming a shocking and terrifying shockwave. Pang pang! Lin Fan took several steps back and smiled, amazing. Kid, if your strength is only at this level, then it will be your death. The Shidao sect expert said coldly. He was astonished as he didn't expect this kid to be so strong. It was totally out of his expectations. Is that so? I was just warming up. To you, maybe my strength is just like that. But what I want to say is that I wasn't serious. Next, I hope that you can experience what it is like when I am serious. The moment he said this, Lin Fan clenched his fists. The internal strength in his body was boiling and his body was clapping. Internal and external cultivation, when it exploded out, that would be the most terrifying thing. A shocking aura exploded from Lin Fan's body. The Xiedao sect expert's expression was solemn. He sensed this aura and it was a power that shouldn't exist in his body. A thick black mist appeared from Lin Fan's body. Pailai Pala. Lightning fell from the surrounding air. I am coming. Lin Fan smiled and with a pang, he disappeared from the spot. To the Xiedao sect expert, he actually felt a huge pressure. As a peak grandmaster, how could he have such a feeling? Impossible, definitely impossible. Ah! The Xiedao sect expert hollered. His blood robe swelled up and the vicious expression in his eyes became more and more vicious. He instantly slashed towards Lin Fan. Such an impossible thing shouldn't have happened in front of his eyes. Pang! In an instant, Lin Fan and the Xiedao sect expert clashed. Their internal strength clashed and the air actually showed signs of twisting. At the same time, sand and stone flew around. The scenes were just shocking. The three elders of Danxia Island were stunned. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. They had personally experienced the strength of the Xiedao sect expert, but they didn't expect this young man to have such shocking strength. Which faction raised such a genius? Even their Danxia Island didn't have such a person. No, not to mention their Danxia Island, even a top sect wouldn't be so strong. Demon Ape Fist. Pang! This cultivation technique was cultivated by Cousin, so its strength was naturally extraordinary. Lin Fan struck the Xiedao sect expert's chest, causing his blood to boil and fresh blood to seep out of his mouth. Kid, damn! The Xiedao sect expert was furious and slapped Lin Fan's body. But it was like he had slapped a steel board. A mysterious power spread out from Lin Fan's body, causing his palm to shake. You are a dual cultivator. The Xiedao sect expert was astonished. It wasn't that he hadn't seen dual cultivators before, but he had never seen someone who could cultivate to such a level. Lin Fan was forced back. His body shook to counter the strength of that palm. Although he had raised his physique to initial Grandmaster realm, he couldn't ignore the palm of a peak Grandmaster realm expert and still be fine. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was just a small injury and it couldn't burden him at all. Who are you? The Xiedao sect expert's face flushed red. The blood in his body started to boil from that fist. He suppressed it and slowly calmed down. He had never faced such a situation before. The cultivation technique that Lin Fan used was just shocking. For example, the lightning that didn't appear. Although it didn't affect him much, it could still cause him some problems. After all, blocking the lightning consumed too much internal strength. He hadn't reached God Essence realm and his true chi was endless. He could absorb true essence from heaven and earth. Who am I? You don't need to know that. Once I take you down, I will tell you. Lin Fan smiled. But he still needed some time to take him down. If he was only middle grandmaster, then it would be great. Why would it be so problematic? He would be able to suppress him easily. Damn! The Xiedao sect expert was furious. He knew that Lin Fan's cultivation wasn't as high as his, but he was a dual cultivator. He thought that if he took the palm head-on, he would only receive internal strength. Who knew that the internal strength contained his own strength? Damn, let's see how long you can last. Lin Fan hollered and struck towards him. A bright light charged into the sky and was eye-catching. This was the style of internal strength. And within this exceptionally dazzling brilliance, there was a ferocious ancient beast. Hung Long. Lin Fan's strike landed on the ground and the ground caved in. His stamina and internal strength were endless, they were endless. To the Xiedao sect expert, he felt like he was consuming energy too quickly. He needed to use his strongest strength to block each move, otherwise, he would suffer losses. Who knew how long passed? The Xiedao sect expert slowed down. Just at that moment, Lin Fan appeared in front of him and hollered. Demon Ape Fist Final Movement, Death. Who cared whether or not he had this move? Aura was the most important. Lin Fan punched him and with a pang, he flew into the distance. A mouthful of fresh blood spat out from the Shidao sect expert's mouth. His chest actually shriveled up and was covered in blood. He looked really terrifying. Chapter 231. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at the three of them who were stunned. How long did I fight him for? The three Danxia Island elders were stunned. They just wanted to soak their heads in water to wake themselves up. They really didn't dare to believe their eyes. Close to 2 hours. This was already a really long time. If people of the same cultivation fought and used their strongest moves, they wouldn't be able to last for such a long time. After all, if internal strength couldn't keep up, even stamina would be consumed. So long. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect to fight him for so long. This was a humiliation. From start to now, not many people could fight him for so long. Even if this unknown Shidao sect expert died, he had the face to meet his ancestors. He could even pat his chest and tell his ancestors that he was on par with Lin Fan. If his internal strength hadn't kept up, he could have continued. Oh right, that fellow wasn't dead. With his peak Grandmaster realm, how could he die so easily? At most, he would break a few bones and experience the pain of giving birth. That was true. To Lin Fan, the evil path could do anything. Maybe there were really guys who gave birth. He realized that he laid on the ground and didn't move at all. Oi! Don't pretend to be dead. I know you're not dead yet. If you were to die so easily, I would really look down on you. Lin Fan stepped forward. The red robe of the other party covered the ground, as though it was covering his entire body. Danxia Island Elder said, "Young hero," he ran. What? Lin Fan's voice rose. Ran? How could I let him escape? Then what have I been doing for the past 2 hours? Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Maybe he really ran and rage points came at him. Moreover, this peak rage points was enough to show that he was extremely furious and wanted to hammer Lin Fan to death. He opened the blood robe and there was no one. Only this piece of clothing was left here. Danxia Island Elder said, "It seems like this person is a Shidao sect blood demon lineage disciple. This is blood movement, hiding under the robe to avoid detection and flee." Lin Fan respected people who were knowledgeable. He didn't know how this fellow ran. Look at how the other party was able to think of it so quickly. I really admire him. He felt that Black Mountain was really dangerous. The people who came were all very strong. If they weren't elders of some sect, then they were experts of some top powers. He came from U City, a rich family young master with no power and status. Compared to these elders, the difference was just too huge. When the Danxia Island elders wanted to thank the young hero for helping, they noticed that he was actually leaving in a dejected manner. How could they let him leave? The three of them didn't care about their injuries that would cause them to bleed with every step they took. They had to stop the young hero. Young hero, please wait, please wait. By the time the three of them caught up to Lin Fan, they felt as though they were about to die from blood loss. If not for the fact that they were stronger, they might have fainted immediately. Lin Fan turned around and asked, "What else do you want?" For the time being, he didn't want to have anything to do with the three of them. He was in a bad mood and a little sad. In the past, he didn't know much, and when he faced peak Grandmaster realm experts, he would trash them and then tell them to scram to provide rage points for him. But it was different now. He suddenly needed Grandmaster techniques but had no money to buy them. He could only pry open their mouths and force them to hand over the techniques. But that Shidao sect expert actually ran and did it right under his nose. Anyone would feel bad about that. Just as Lin Fan didn't want to bother about the three of them, he recalled that the three of them were Grandmaster cultivators. Although they weren't peak, they definitely had grandmaster techniques. Instantly, a terrifying glow shone in Lin Fan's eyes. The three Danxia Island elders shuddered. The young hero's gaze was really invasive. Cough cough. Lin Fan cleared his throat and said calmly, "What else do the three of you want?" His tone became much warmer, different from before. Before, he was filled with doubt and disdain. Now, he was trying to get closer to them. The three of them exchanged glances with one another. A square-faced middle-aged man said, "Young hero, the three of us are Danxia Island elders. I am Dan Yunsheng and these are my two junior brothers, Dan Yunyu and Dan Yunsheng." Lin Fan. Lin Fan cupped his fists. It was a simple introduction to the three of them. But he muttered in his heart. They were all elders, but they were nearly hammered to death by him. This Danxia Island didn't seem like much. "Young hero Lin, the three of us thank you for saving our lives. If it wasn't for you, the three of us would have died," Dan Yunxing said. Lin Fan waved his hands and said casually, "There is no need for the three of you to do that. As they say, I will help when I see injustice. I walked the path of martial arts to help the weak." Dan Yunxing's eyes shone brightly and he praised, "Young hero, you are smart. If the young people have your strength, which one of them isn't lucky? To be able to meet you, martial arts will really prosper." Damn. Lin Fan wasn't used to it and felt weird talking to Dan Yunsheng. Forget it, he had to accept it. He had to think of a way to get some grandmaster techniques. What is going on with Black Mountain? Why are there so many people here? Lin Fan was really curious. Black Mountain was a little chaotic, like a bunch of people were snatching things. But shouldn't the good things be in the depths? Why would they come to the outskirts? Dan Yunxing sighed, "Young hero Lin, we aren't familiar with this place but rumors say that there are treasures in Black Mountain. Apart from cultivating, we also need to try our luck, so we came here to take a look. Who knew that we would be targeted by that Shiedao sect expert just because we picked a weird flower? If we didn't meet you, the outcome." Before he finished, he shook his head to express his helplessness. The three of them nearly died here. Lin Fan thought about it. He had seen the red flower that they wanted to snatch. It was called blood flower, but he didn't see anything weird about it. Moreover, they casually picked it up. Could it be that this place was really a blessed land where lucky people could pick up treasures just by walking around casually? Lin Fan felt like he wasn't an unlucky person. He was still alive and well until now, so maybe he was a lucky person. He was a little careful. "Young hero, why don't we head in together? We can travel together. Don't worry, our Danxia Island isn't such a cunning sect," Dan Yunxing said. Lin Fan smiled, "Okay." This was something that he wished for. It wasn't good to talk about secret techniques when they just met. Then, he would get to know him better. Once he was familiar with him, he would try to get more information. The sky was getting dark and it wasn't convenient for them to rush. They each chose a tree and jumped onto the branches to rest. At least they had a lot of people and if anything happened, they could help one another. In the distance. Damn, where did this kid come from? The Shiedao sect expert hid in the cave. His chest was a bloody mess. The last strike was too heavy and directly injured him. If he didn't have escape methods, he would have died there. Luckily, I entered the blood demon race. If I chose another race, I would definitely be dead. He felt fortunate. Blood demon race's blood movement was really overbearing. Even if one's cultivation was higher than his, as long as one wasn't prepared, one wouldn't be able to react. He lost the blood robe on his body. That was his battle achievements. After killing some experts, he would pour the blood of these experts onto his blood-red robes. But who would have thought that he would actually fail today? How hateful. Luckily, I got the blood flower, so it wasn't a loss. He wiped off the blood that spread to the corner of his eyes and then took out the blood flower. He didn't expect Black Mountain to have such a treasure. The blood flower was a rare treasure and the conditions for it to grow were really complicated. It needed the blood of experts and was really useful to the blood demon race. He pinched the stem and slowly took it out. A happy smile appeared on his face. However, when he saw the blood flower, his eyes opened wide. He cried out. What the fuck, only the stem was left and the petals were gone. Rage points plus 999. The next day, the four of them walked in. Although they walked for a long time, Black Mountain was just too huge. No one knew how big it was, so even now, it could be considered the outer area. Elder Yunsheng, when I came, I heard that the Sword Palace Elder was killed in one move. Lin Fan asked. He felt that it was true and those people from Xianshu College didn't need to lie to him. What? When the three elders heard that, their faces turned ashen white. They grabbed Lin Fan and asked, Young hero, who did you hear that from? Based on what we know, the weakest Sword Palace Elder is Peak Grandmaster, so how could he be killed in one move? Lin Fan's head hurt. He felt like he had said something huge to scare the three elders. I heard someone say that in the restaurant. It was Sword Palace Elder Su, so that should be the case. As for the exact situation, I don't know. He regretted it. Why did he say that to them? Look at their faces. They were originally filled with blood but now they were white. Their eyes were open twice as big as before. Young hero, if it is really as you said, then we should leave this place. This place is dangerous. Dan Yunsheng was terrified. To kill a Peak Grandmaster in one move, didn't that mean that he was at God Essence Realm? Such a realm was really terrifying. No matter how many of them came, it was useless. Wait. Dangerous? He had been walking since the morning. What the hell had he been walking for? If they knew earlier, they wouldn't have wanted to snatch the treasure and would have just thought of a way to leave. Unfortunately, they found out too late and there were no boats by the river. Not to mention crossing the river, even swimming back would cause them to collapse. Lin Fan looked at the three of them and said, Actually, there is no need to be so nervous. Maybe I am just bragging. Chapter 232. Shua Shua. The three elders looked at Lin Fan and their gazes were a little off. He was the one who said that Sword Palace Elder was killed in one move and terrified them. Now, he said that it might be fake. Were they playing with them? They were all badly injured and couldn't take the fright. It was easy for them to bleed. Bleed, do you understand? That blood was like a water gun. With a puchi, it could spurt far away. Dan Yunsheng really wanted to leave Black Mountain. Who cared about what Black Mountain had or whether or not it was dangerous? If he wanted to keep his life, it was best if he left. The Shidao sect expert wasn't dead and was still in Black Mountain. Once he healed up, would he let them off? That was impossible. Let's rest here for a while. We aren't in a rush to head in. Lin Fan said. It wasn't that he didn't want to but that he didn't dare to. Who knew how deep he had to go? At least he was safe now. He also didn't talk about treasures. Till now, he didn't see a single treasure. As for the red flower last night, there was no need to talk about it. He didn't see a single one. Young hero Lin, why did you come to Black Mountain? Did you hear the rumors outside? Elder Yunsheng asked. He felt that this kid was decent. He was young and his cultivation was high. Moreover, he had a righteous heart and saved the three of them. If Danxia Island had such a disciple, then it would be great. However, he couldn't ask for such a thing. Lin Fan was pumped up. Whether or not he could get Grandmaster techniques depended on this. Sigh, it's a long story. Actually, my purpose for coming to Black Mountain is very simple. I hope to find some treasures and bring them back to exchange for some great Grandmaster secret manuals. You also know that it's really too difficult for someone like me to obtain Great Grandmaster secret manuals. Schwa. Elder Yunsheng and the others were stunned as they looked at Lin Fan. What did you say? You are someone without any power? Yes. Lin Fan nodded his head. He wouldn't say Martial Path Mountain in case he faced enemies. If they couldn't beat him, they would head to their home. Such people were the most despicable and annoyed him the most. Elder Yunsheng's mouth opened wide like he had seen a ghost. Then, how did your cultivation come about? To have such cultivation at such a young age, if not for a huge power nurturing you, that is impossible. He was on the verge of shouting. Their first thought was that young hero Lin lied to them and didn't tell them the truth. No matter how talented he was, even if he was as high as the heavens or if he held a knife to their necks, they definitely wouldn't believe his bragging. Fuck. Lin Fan's head hurt. He didn't expect that Elder Yunsheng would ask. He suddenly believed in a saying. When you tell a lie, you need 100 more lies to make it seem real. To others, this must be a very complicated matter. Who would have such a good brain to be able to make up so many lies? But Lin Fan wasn't afraid. He was confident that he could tell a perfect lie. It felt good to lie for a while and it felt good to lie for a long time. The highest level was to believe what he said. Elder Yunsheng, this is a long story. I have to start from 15 years ago. At that time, I was just a child. That day, I was playing in the fields and suddenly found an injured white snake. I brought the white snake home to heal it. After 3 months, when I returned home, I realized that the white snake had disappeared. I searched many places but I couldn't find it. In the end, I gave up. Who knew that one day, when I entered the fields, an old man walked towards me. The old man was really merciful. He touched my head and said to thank me for saving his granddaughter. He wanted to give me a huge fortune to thank me for saving his life. Lin Fan said. Elder Yunsheng and the others listened seriously and asked anxiously, then? Lin Fan opened his arms, then, I became the current me. I slowly cultivated to where I am now. Elder Yunsheng and the others exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't that they knew who the old man was but that they felt like this was a shocking fortune. It seems like the white snake you saved was that old man's granddaughter. In the end, you healed the white snake's injuries and she went back to tell her family. In the end, that old man came to find you and gave you something. Elder Yunsheng said. Aya, how envious. Each time they heard that someone had a fortune, they would be really envious. They always wondered why they didn't have any. Now that they heard what Lin Fan said, they realized that compared to this, it was like heaven and earth. They couldn't compare, they really couldn't. As for whether or not what Lin Fan said was true or not, there was no need to say more. There was no need to say more. If this wasn't true, then tell me what was true. Relying on his own hard work to cultivate to such a stage. Stop joking. If they believed that one could cultivate to such a stage without any fortune, then there was something wrong with their brains. Elder Yunsheng asked anxiously, did that old man appear afterwards? Lin Fan shook his head, no, during these 15 years, he didn't appear again. But I believed that I would meet him, which was why I came to Black Mountain to search for treasures to exchange for Grandmaster techniques. Young hero Lin, you need to work hard, your future is bright. We believe that you will definitely find treasures. Elder Yunsheng encouraged Lin Fan, but he didn't say that he had saved their lives. Leave this secret technique to them. No, he didn't have such thoughts at all. Was his reminder not direct enough, such that they didn't understand what he meant? Although the story sounded good. But he had to understand the meaning within. Suddenly. Elder Yunsheng said, young hero Lin, actually you don't need to search for treasures and you can get Grandmaster techniques. Lin Fan was delighted. It seemed like he understood. Not bad, it was okay even if he was a little late. As long as he understood the meaning, then it would be easy. But what he said next made him roll his eyes. He felt like he didn't say anything at all. Young hero Lin, since you don't have any power, why not join Dansha Island? Let me introduce you, it won't be a problem. Moreover, with your comprehension and talent, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. When the time comes, would you still lack techniques? Elder Yunqing felt that he was a genius to actually think of such a method. Moreover, if such a righteous person joined Dansha Island, after being baptized by the sect, his righteousness would explode. Who knows, he might even become famous for Dansha Island. Lin Fan said regretfully, "Thank you Elder Yunqing for your love, but I am used to being free and don't want to join any sect." "Haze, that is a waste." Elder Yunqing shook his head and was filled with regret. "Even if I want to teach it to you, I have no choice. Sect rules must be followed and I can't teach it to outside disciples. If not, I will be betraying the sect." It was over. That meant that he had said so much for nothing until now, that his mouth was dry. "Young hero Lin, we know that it is tough for you to get Grandmaster techniques alone. You saved our lives, so logically speaking, we should help you. But we really have no choice. Sect rules can't be disobeyed, otherwise, we will be killing our ancestors. Young hero Lin, please understand." Elder Yunqing said. This age, this experience, how could he not understand what he meant? But he really had no choice. He couldn't give it out just because he saved his life. This concerned many aspects of Dansha Island. Especially since he was an elder, he couldn't break the rules. Elder Yunyu and Elder Yunqing also nodded silently. There was really nothing they could do about this. "It is okay, I will definitely understand." Lin Fan smiled. Actually, he felt really bitter in his heart. He hoped that he would meet sects like Shidao sect so that he wouldn't show any mercy. The three elders of Dansha Island were decent people. They even wanted to recommend him into their sect. They did want to help him. But he was the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. If he ran to a sect to be a disciple, then Martial Path Mountain would forever be lower than them. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from outside. "Listen, is there something approaching?" Lin Fan pricked up his ears and listened intently. Elder Yunqing nodded his head. "I heard it, it feels like it is getting closer and closer." He looked around and didn't notice anything. Suddenly, he saw something behind him. He took a close look and was so shocked that he nearly jumped up. He raised his finger. "Look, what is that thing?" Lin Fan looked out and noticed tentacles that were as thick as a person's arms striking towards him. He thought that it was a thick python, but it didn't look like one. Moreover, there was more than one. Lin Fan wanted to slash it, but just as he was prepared to do so, there were screams. Ah! Someone was wrapped by the tentacles. The tentacles constricted and that person's bones felt like they were about to break. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Elder Yunqing exclaimed, "Young hero Lin, let's leave." Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't even attack and they had to run. Was that really okay? Moreover, this thing that looked like a python, what was there to be afraid of? However, what he said next stunned Lin Fan. He didn't dare to be careless. "Young hero Lin, I know that person, initial Grandmaster cultivation. He is unable to fight against such a person, so he is definitely in danger. Let's go." Elder Yunqing said eagerly. Although initial Grandmaster cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, these weird things were able to grab him, so he was definitely stronger. If they were dragged in, the outcome would be unimaginable. Lin Fan didn't want to take the risk. "Let's go, our retreat path is blocked, so we can only head in." Elder Yunqing was tired. They wanted to leave, but they didn't want to head in. But they had no choice. When Xiao Chen looked at the thick tentacles behind him, he felt somewhat horrified. When he looked carefully, he saw that the great grandmaster level martial sage he knew had been twisted in half. He died such an unjust death. What was this black mountain? Why would there be such a dangerous being? Let's go. Lin Fan struck forwards. He looked to the left and right and could see the thick tentacles moving. They were sweeping around. Were they trying to force them to a certain place? Chapter 233. What is going on? Didn't they say that the deeper parts were the most dangerous? What is going on? Lin Fan shouted. He felt that the situation here was a little complicated. No, maybe this was a trap specially made to trick people into entering. As they went deeper and deeper, the moving tentacles became faster and faster. These python-like tentacles sealed off all paths of retreat. The birds in the forest were alarmed. Many beasts were also frightened and fled in all directions. But these tentacles didn't attack the beasts and just ignored them. Peng peng. In the distance, several people were frightened by these things. They didn't care and headed deeper. What are these things? Didn't you say that there were treasures in Black Mountain? We didn't see any treasures, but we were terrified. My mistake, we are just gullible. Don't say all this to me. Once we escape, I will teach you a lesson. These people saw Lin Fan and the others but ignored them. At such a time, so what if they saw them? Could they raise their blades and slash them? The terrifying thing behind them didn't seem like much, but it was really terrifying. A strike that contained all his internal strength smashed onto the monster's body, but it was totally useless. It didn't even break a layer of skin. He was dumbfounded by the scene before him. Damn. Is that real or fake? No matter what, he was an initial Grandmaster expert and his full-strength strike wasn't a joke. Not to mention how terrifying it was, but it shouldn't be able to break a layer of skin at all. Then, he finally understood. Some things were really strong and you couldn't do whatever you wanted. For our lives, we should retreat if we could. We shouldn't be angry with this thing. So, we shouldn't hesitate and run. Suddenly, Dan Yunsheng saw that there was a passageway in front of the mountain pass and was instantly overjoyed. Young hero Lin, let's hurry to that cave, maybe we can avoid being chased. Based on the current situation, this thing obviously wants to chase us deeper in. If we don't find a place to hide and it succeeds, I'm afraid we'll encounter danger. Damn. When Lin Fan saw the hole, he had a bad feeling. If we hide in this hole and that thing comes in, we'll all be dead. Dan Yunsheng said confidently, young hero Lin, an old master did a divination for me and said that I won't be able to do much. But I won't be a short-lived person and I can live to 300. I am only 53 and it is still early. Trust me, my life is tough. Oh my God. Lin Fan's eyes opened wide. His words really stunned him. He was already a middle Grandmaster realm expert, so did he really believe in the saying of knowing destiny? The two of them looked at each other. Dan Yunsheng nodded his head. He was really serious, like he was saying, please believe me, my life is tough and I promise I won't cheat you. If I cheat you, then I will die with you. Although the other party didn't say anything, there was no need to ask Lin Fan how he understood it. He could see it from Dan Yunsheng's eyes. Looking back, he felt a little helpless. That thing was really terrifying. Even he might not be able to block it. Okay, I believe you. If anything happens, I will haunt you even if I become a ghost. Lin Fan was helpless and could only choose to believe him. His heart was really tired. This was the first time he faced such an irresistible thing. Okay, don't worry young hero Lin. If anything happens, the three of us will block in front of you and open up a path for you. If anything happens, the three of us will become ghosts and apologize. Dan Yunsheng said proudly. Xiao. The four of them jumped into the hole. Lin Fan was the last to jump in. The moment he entered, he grabbed with his fingers and internal strength exploded. He grabbed a giant stone and blocked the hole. Young hero Lin, are you okay? Dan Yunxing asked. He felt like his relationship with young hero Lin had improved. It was like this was the improvement after going through thick and thin together. I am okay. Lin Fan replied. The hole was really dark, especially after the hole was blocked. It was pitch black and one couldn't even see their fingers. Dan Yunxing took out a torch and the light chased away the darkness. Everything around was clear. I didn't expect Black Mountain to be so dangerous. I feel like this is someone's plot. Elder Yuanxing said. Have you heard of the rumors of Black Mountain? Lin Fan asked. Elder Yuanxing said, I heard that every year, but we didn't believe it. This year, there were rumors that someone obtained a treasure in Black Mountain and broke through to God Essence Realm, which was why we came to investigate. We didn't expect that we wouldn't find anything and would face such danger. Lin Fan thought about it. I feel like there is indeed a treasure here, otherwise, that Xiedao sect expert wouldn't have asked you to hand over the blood flower. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the entrance. It sounded like something was passing by. It sounded like something was being rolled and squeaked. Pang! The stone blocking the entrance was blasted apart. Let's go. Lin Fan didn't say a word, heading in. Instantly, a few holes appeared in front of them. Dan Yunxing's eyes opened wide. How should we choose? He thought that hiding in the hole would be safe, but who knew that the person outside wasn't dumb? Although he didn't enter, the sound outside was really heavy. It was obvious that there wasn't just one tentacle, but many, many. Let's go here. There is wind here, so it must be connected. We can head out. Lin Fan sensed the wind blowing from one of the tunnels. He didn't say a word and just led the way. Young hero is amazing, I am not as experienced as you. Even when they were fleeing, Elder Yunxing didn't forget to brag. Lin Fan was filled with regret. What was he doing? Was there something wrong with his brain to actually come to Black Mountain? 9-Bug Gang wasn't fun anymore, or was he too arrogant? 9-Bug Gang didn't just have Yunlu City, there were other places. He came out to raise his strength. There were so many safer paths, but he chose this path that was filled with danger. He really wanted to die. The walls of the passageway were very smooth and wet. They were not man-made, but naturally formed. The tunnel was really deep, and there was water beneath their feet. After entering, the temperature became really cold. Phew, it is too dangerous. Black Mountain is much more terrifying than I imagined. I think only God Essence Realm experts can sweep this place. Elder Yunxing exclaimed. Lin Fan asked, Elder Yunxing, what is God Essence Realm? He didn't understand the realms above Grandmaster Realm, or rather he was really unfamiliar with them. Father didn't tell him about this. Maybe from the start, he didn't expect that he could reach such a realm. To his father, he should be thanking the heavens and earth for him to reach Master Realm. Elder Yunxing said, God Essence Realm and Grandmaster are worlds apart, the gap between the two is hard to cross. Grandmaster gathers internal strength, God Essence Realm is God Essence, True Qi, these are two different powers. It should be said that it absorbs the essence energy of heaven and earth, it is really amazing. Lin Fan nodded his head, remembering it in his heart, can we fly? Yes. Elder Yunxing replied. He was an elder of Danxia Island and naturally knew about many cultivation realms. Even he envied them, who knew whether or not he would be able to step into such a realm in his life. Elder Yunxing, then when can you all step into such a realm? Lin Fan asked. Elder Yunxing said in melancholy, this realm is a little difficult, I don't know whether or not I have hope in my life. This will depend on luck. I asked some God Essence Realm experts and they said that it was simple, but to me it is really difficult. My talent and comprehension aren't good but they aren't bad either. I am only at the middle of Grandmaster Realm, and to reach the peak without any fortuitous encounters and just relying on myself, I will need several years or even longer. Young hero Lin, you are so young and have such a fortuitous encounter. As long as nothing goes wrong, God Essence Realm will be easy. This was what he comprehended after asking the God Essence Realm experts. They said that it wasn't difficult because they were already God Essence Realm experts. Moreover, they had many fortuitous encounters, so naturally, it wasn't difficult. Lin Fan thought about it and had some thoughts in his heart. Becoming a God Essence Realm expert and being able to fly would feel great. Till now, he hadn't met any God Essence Realm experts. No, he met one. Old Ancestor Su was definitely above God Essence Realm. 9 Bug Gang Leader 2. A weird pressure appeared. Aya. He only raised his physique to initial Grandmaster Realm. His internal strength wasn't at Grandmaster Realm. He was still far from the peak and had to work hard. Father, did you see that? I am considered an expert now and I am working hard. Once I become stronger, I will head back to find you. Elder Yunsheng, cultivation is tough. No one knows what the future will be like. We can only take it step by step. Towards Elder Yunsheng's praises, Lin Fan replied in a low-profile manner. He couldn't say that they were risking their lives to cultivate, but he just needed to move his mouth or move his hands and he would be able to do it. If he said that, it would be a huge blow to him. He couldn't bring himself to do such a cruel thing. Elder Yunsheng felt that young hero Lin was really different. His words were filled with depth. He was totally different from those top geniuses he had seen before. Although those people were humble, their gazes were sharp like they didn't care about anyone else. Kong! Just as they walked and chatted, a sharp roar spread out from not far away. The voice was low and heavy like that of a beast. Everyone looked at one another. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. They were thinking about what kind of place they had come to and what kind of monster existed in Black Mountain. His head was about to explode from this matter. Be careful, the exit is in front. There are definitely dangerous things outside. Lin Fan said softly. He didn't dare to speak loudly as who knew what would welcome them. Chapter 234. This is, after Lin Fan and the others walked out of the tunnel, they realized that the situation wasn't right. They seemed to have appeared on a cliff. The surrounding terrain was like a giant hole. Looking down, one couldn't see the bottom. It was like a deep abyss and a gray mist floated about. Looking out, there were many black volcanoes in the distance that gave off thick black smoke. It was like hell. Have we reached the depths? Lin Fan asked. He didn't understand Black Mountain at all and was even unfamiliar with it. But when they crossed the river, they really didn't see these black volcanoes. All they saw were trees, like a primordial forest. Elder Yunsheng had a shocked expression as he said, "It should be." Their original plan was to leave Black Mountain and not head deeper in. But the heavens didn't give them a chance and forced them to come here. All of this wasn't voluntary. Senior brother, look down below. Isn't that a heaven crystal stone? Elder Yunyu asked. He wasn't too sure because there was a thick fog there. He could only vaguely see the glowing stone. Elder Yunsheng looked over and after a long while, he said, "It seems like it." What is heaven crystal stone? Lin Fan asked. He suddenly felt like he was a noob and didn't know anything. He was afraid that the treasure was right in front of him and he couldn't recognize it. That would be really awkward. He felt like he had eyes but couldn't see. Young hero Lin, heaven crystal stone is a precious crystal. We don't know how it is formed but it is used to craft weapons. Only God Essence Realm experts can use true chi to melt it. To us, it is useless. But on the market, it is really expensive. Elder Yunsheng said. He had an idea. Young hero Lin, I will go get it for you. You can exchange it for Grandmaster techniques on the market. Who knows how big it is? If it is slightly bigger, it can be used to craft a complete weapon. It is enough to exchange for many Grandmaster techniques. Lin Fan was shocked. Were people from Danxia Island so friendly? They weren't familiar with each other and they were doing such things. He couldn't take it. Don't, you are crazy. Till now, you still don't understand what is going on here. Look at that abyss, I feel like there is danger hiding within. Lin Fan stopped Elder Yunsheng. Elder, don't be rash, it is best if you calm down. Even if Grandmaster had divined your fortune and said that you could live for 300 years, you shouldn't have done it like this. If Grandmaster were to find out, he could really pry open your head. It was just that it was unknown whether this master was lying or not. Elder Yunsheng looked carefully. Young hero Lin, there isn't any danger here. Look at the deep abyss, it feels like there isn't anything hidden inside. Let's take this chance to collect the Heaven Crystal Stone and give it to you. It is also to thank you for saving my life. At this moment, a muffled sound came from afar, as if something was crawling. Shoo! Something's coming. Lin Fan and the rest hid in the tunnel and watched carefully. In an instant, the tentacles appeared, densely packed together. Each tentacle wrapped around a person. Those people screamed miserably and slapped with their palms. There were even people who used swords and sabers to slash at the tentacles, but they couldn't do any damage to the tentacles. Elder Yunsheng, you can go take it now. Lin Fan was stunned. What monster was this, to have so many tentacles? How big was its body? Elder Yunsheng shut himself off and kept silent. He didn't dare to say a word. The three of their faces turned ashen white. Before this, these tentacles chased them here. He didn't expect so many people to be in trouble. There were even many who looked familiar. To them, they were all experts. But now, in their opinion, these experts were all experts, but they were all caught by these tentacles. This was too terrifying. Damn, let us go. Damn, what monster is this? Screams spread out. Maybe to those people, they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Young hero Lin, we can't stay here for long. Elder Yunsheng was shocked. His eyes locked onto those thick black tentacles and he said the most correct words in his heart. They couldn't stay here. They had to retreat and they had to be quick. If not, he didn't dare to imagine what terrifying things would happen. Suddenly, a sound spread out from the deep abyss. It sounded like the breathing of a living being when it woke up. The mist in the deep abyss boiled. The mountain walls shook and numerous pieces of stone rolled down. The mountain shook. Lin Fan and the others found it hard to stand still. What is this thing coming out? Lin Fan didn't expect that he would face such a terrifying thing. After all, he had never seen it before. Elder Yunsheng's body shuddered. He sensed a terrifying aura from the deep abyss. Lin Fan quietly approached the edge and looked into the abyss. He realized that a monster had appeared in the abyss. The monster looked like an octopus. It had a round head and a black surface. Its head was filled with countless lantern-sized eyes. At the same time, many tentacles popped out from the abyss and slapped the surrounding mountain walls. I feel like I am in a monster paradise and we are the food. Such a thought appeared in Lin Fan's mind. As for using the bug controlling technique to control this octopus monster, that was a joke. One had to know one's place. What was one's cultivation? What was one's size? What was the size of this octopus monster? Comparing one another, one would know that as long as one had the balls to try, one would become a delicacy in its mouth. Young hero Lin, this monster is too terrifying. Elder Yunsheng's tone started to tremble like he was afraid. Lin Fan said softly, it is indeed terrifying. It seems like I was right, someone spread the news to trick people to come to Black Mountain. They want us to become its food. Elder Yunsheng looked at Lin Fan and realized that he was right. Black Mountain wasn't an amazing place. It was just a mountain in Nuteo River. How could it compare to those true secret lands? So many years. Although there were rumors that they obtained treasures from Black Mountain, if someone purposely placed it here, then it would make sense. At that moment, the experts who were bound by the tentacles were sent to the edge of the abyss. When they saw the monster in the abyss, all of them were filled with terror. They struggled and roared. Dense internal strength exploded out, but to the tentacles that bound them, it was useless. A weird roar exploded out from the mouth of the octopus monster. It opened and closed its mouth, revealing 2 rows of malevolent and terrifying teeth. Then, countless tiny tentacles shot out like bullets, piercing through the bodies of those experts in an instant. Then, they coiled around them and dragged them back into its mouth. Kachi! Kachi! It was the sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, those experts were all swallowed. This is too. Lin Fan was shocked. Facing such a terrifying being, he was actually helpless. Suddenly, he noticed that there were many caves in the distance. There were people hidden there. Looking closely, wasn't that a Shiedao sect expert? He was in a bad state and his body was covered in blood. He actually escaped from the tentacles and hid in the cave to come here. There were many living people hidden in the caves. Did they all survive from the tentacles? At that moment, Lin Fan saw the Shiedao sect expert and he also saw Lin Fan. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Lin Fan grabbed a basketball-sized stone and was prepared to smash it to let the monster notice him. But just at that moment, the Shiedao sect expert actually knelt down. He knelt on the ground and bowed towards Lin Fan. His fists were clasped together and he looked like he was begging. Like he was saying, "Big brother, please don't smash, please forgive me. Let's develop peacefully and no one can smash each other." Bastard! Just at that moment, a bright light shone in the sky. An extremely strong sword intent spread in the area. Lin Fan and the others raised their heads, only to see a man flying over from afar. A shocking light exploded from the sword in front of him. He pointed forwards and a sword light sliced open the sky, slicing off the tentacles that the monster was waving in the air. See! The monster roared like it didn't expect that an ant would come to harm it. Sword Palace C Generation, Elder Han. Elder Yunsheng exclaimed. You know him? Lin Fan asked. I met him once. Sword Palace Elder Han, Middle God Essence Realm, his sword intent is really terrifying. It seems like we are safe. No matter how strong this monster is, it is no match for Elder Han. It seems like what you said was true. Elder Su must have been killed and Elder Han rushed over to take revenge. Elder Yunsheng said. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a change in the area. Dragon Elephant. Elder Han hollered. The sword floating in the air shook and then gave off a bright light. At that moment, the light dissipated and numerous swords floated in the air. There was a shadow floating above the blade of each long sword. Dragon and Elephant Illusions. Slash. Shio. The swords broke through the air and struck down like raindrops. Oh my god, is this the strength of God Essence Realm? Lin Fan's eyes opened wide. This wasn't something that the martial path could describe, or rather, it was a skill. If he became a God Essence Realm expert, what kind of scenes would that be? Hung Long. 10,000 swords landed, shocking the area. The entire abyss was shaking. At the same time, there was the roar of the octopus monster. Lin Fan couldn't open his eyes. Although the sword intent didn't strike them, they were too close and were still affected. What a strong sword intent. If such an expert locks onto me, I won't be able to escape. Lin Fan exclaimed. He had to be impressed. This was the reality. No, I have to look carefully to see how strong a God Essence Realm expert is. Lin Fan thought to himself. Just as he was prepared to move, there was a pang. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them from the outside. Elder Han held a sword and spat out blood from his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. His chest was pierced and blood flowed out. Expert! Expert! Lin Fan was stunned. What happened? He was just talking about how strong a God Essence Realm expert was, but in the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured and was right beside him. This. Chapter 235. The scene in front of him happened too quickly. It was so quick that Lin Fan didn't know what to say. Elder Yuansheng praised Elder Han very much, but the reality was very cruel. Pa, 2 slaps, causing his face to be swollen and bruised. Was this the legendary expert? Elder Han. Elder Yuansheng was worried and then said anxiously, I am Danxia Island Elder Dan Yuansheng. Elder Han doesn't need to be nervous. Just now. He sensed a sharp sword intent from Elder Han's body, like he treated them as enemies. When he said those words, the originally swift and fierce sword intent suddenly dissipated. It was obvious that Elder Han knew what Danxia Island was like. It wasn't that they were strong, but that Danxia Island was a righteous sect. That was publicly acknowledged. Hung Long. At that moment, there was a loud explosion from outside. It was obvious that the octopus monster was destroying the cave entrance. Puchi. Elder Han supported himself with his sword and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The wound on his chest was just too terrifying. Till now, he still didn't understand what was going on. He executed a sword move to deal damage to the octopus monster, but suddenly, a cold light flashed, and before he could react, a slender tentacle pierced through his body. If not for true essence protecting his body, he would have died. Junior brother is obviously not a match for such a ferocious beast. Pang! Just at that moment, the cave entrance was noticed. A tentacle shattered the surrounding rocks. What should we do? Elder Yuansheng asked in terror. He really didn't know what to do. If he knew that Black Mountain had such a terrifying monster, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have come here. He even dragged his 2 junior brothers along with him to their deaths. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. Run! Lin Fan shouted. He grabbed Elder Han's collar and pushed Elder Yuansheng and the others. What are you standing there for? Run! Oh my God! He really didn't expect that he didn't do anything and didn't even get any benefits before facing such a thing. The octopus monster didn't need to personally sense its strength. Elder Yuansheng boasted about how terrifying Elder Han's strength was, but so what? Wasn't he nearly beaten up? Junior brothers, run! Elder Yuansheng came back to his senses and sprinted. He regretted why he didn't grow a little more deformed when he was born. It would have been better if he had one more leg. This old man's butt. Elder Han's face was flushed red. Maybe it was because his injuries were too severe, or maybe it was because he had been dragged by Lin Fan, causing his butt to hit the rocks on the ground. But he didn't say it out loud. As a Sword Palace elder with a high status and over 1,000 disciples, how could he say such embarrassing words in front of others? But in his heart, he was terrified. How could there be such a terrifying creature in Black Mountain? With his middle god essence realm cultivation, he actually couldn't last 3 moves. Even if he told others, no one would believe him. Lin Fan turned his head and saw that the tentacle was chasing after them. If it caught up to them, they would definitely die. However, the situation now was not good. The tentacle was too fast, faster than they could run. Elder Han wanted to ask Lin Fan to stop dragging his feet. As an elder of Sword Palace, did he still care about his face? But at this moment, he discovered that the tentacles were about to reach him, and he was greatly alarmed. Heaven shocking! Elder Han hollered. The sword in his hand shone a bright light. A sword intent exploded out. The sword spun and instantly turned into a streak of light that swept forwards. The tentacle broke, it was directly sliced off. Amazing. Lin Fan took a look and praised. At such a time, he had to praise Elder Han so that he would be filled with motivation. Elder Han was badly injured, and when he used that move, it affected his injuries. His face turned ashen white and he said weakly, "Kid, can you run faster?" He couldn't hold on for long. Each time he used the sword, it was a little tough. If he was at his peak, it would be okay, but now it was a little tough. "This is already my fastest speed," Lin Fan said. He dissed in his heart. It wasn't that he was slow, but that the tentacle was just too quick. It was so quick that he couldn't react at all. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart spread out. A tentacle was really quick, like it was tearing through space. Elder Han felt death looming over him. He raised his sword in front of him and shouted, "Sword shield." Instantly, a shield formed from true essence appeared in front of him. Pang! The tentacle smashed into it and the sword shield shattered right away. Elder Han's eyes turned red and his face flushed red. He flipped his palm and a sword floated in it. True essence shook. 10,000 sword. Shwa! The sword shone brightly and instantly split apart. Many of them appeared in front of him like gears that spun quickly. Pang! Pang! The tentacles collided with each other, directly smashing one long sword after another. Elder Han's aura became weaker and weaker. At his weakest moment, it was too much for him to use his strongest moves. "You are too much. I will use my entire life's worth of cultivation to fight you to the end." Elder Han growled. His eyes became very sharp, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the other party. Sword seed. Instantly, many mysterious things came out from his nose and mouth. They floated in front of him and formed into a small sword. This small sword shone brightly. Break! Following Elder Han's angry roar, the pocket-sized sword flew towards the tentacle with a "shio" sound. One could vaguely see a real dragon coiling around the pocket-sized sword. See-la! The small sword struck the tentacle and tore it apart. Blood and flesh scattered. At the same time, its strength didn't decrease at all. The strong sword intent caused the tunnel to shake. At the same time, many pieces of stone fell and there was a loud explosion. Just at that moment, a tentacle covered with eyes attacked from the outside. This tentacle was very different from the other tentacles. It had hideous facial features, opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit down on the pocket-sized sword. Kacha! The small sword shattered. Elder Han was badly injured. This was his life sword seed and there was nothing it couldn't destroy. But facing this special tentacle, it wasn't able to harm it at all. Lin Fan noticed that Elder Han's aura was getting weaker and said, "I think you shouldn't risk your life. We can leave. The exit is in front and we will be fine once we are outside." He would turn his head to look. Elder Han was really strong and his sword intent was really sharp. If one sword landed on his body, he would basically be finished. But this octopus monster didn't care at all and just fought head-on. It was just too terrifying. "Run faster. This is already my strongest sword," Elder Han said. He didn't lie. He had already exploded his sword seed, but the monster was just too terrifying and he was helpless. Who was the one who raised it? He wouldn't believe that this was a monster that was born from Black Mountain. Lin Fan ran and used the 9 Heavens lightning drawing technique. Thick internal strength surged out. Although it couldn't harm the monster at all, no matter what, if he didn't do anything, that would be the dumbest thing to do. Hung long. Lightning descended from the sky. Elder Han was astonished. He didn't expect the kid who was pulling his collar to be so strong. He was so young and actually had such strength. If he was given a few more days, how strong would he be in the future? The lightning landed on the tentacle, but it was useless. Maybe it could numb it. These were all his guesses. As for the exact situation, he didn't know. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. A crazy amount of rage points struck him, shocking him. He didn't expect that the monster's rage points would come so directly. If not for the monster being so strong, he wanted to farm here. But it was too dangerous, and if he stopped for even a moment, he might lose his life. Instantly, Lin Fan and the others left the tunnel. When they were outside, they didn't stop and just sped up. The tentacles still chased closely behind them. It was obvious that it wasn't prepared to let them off. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and saw people fleeing in the distance. Wasn't that a Shiedao sect expert? He instantly changed direction and led the tentacle towards the Shiedao sect expert. The Shiedao sect expert was stunned by the situation in Black Mountain. Damn! He heard that there was a treasure, so he came to take a look. Who knew that he would actually face such a terrifying being and nearly lose his life here? Damn fellow, if I find out who spread the rumors, I will teach all of you a lesson. He was furious. Although he obtained a blood flower, that bastard smashed it. In the end, apart from being badly injured, he didn't get anything. The Shiedao sect expert was fleeing. He wanted to flee as quickly as possible, but he noticed a black shadow flash across from the corner of his eyes. Pang! Lin Fan kicked the Shiedao sect expert to the ground. He didn't even turn his head. Brother, help me hold on for a while and I will repay you in the future. The Shiedao sect expert was furious. That damn fellow. A cold intent covered his body. He turned his head and the tentacle that was following closely behind struck towards him. Damn, I will find you. His face was ashen white and he was terrified. He didn't dare to stay and just crazily fled. Rage points plus 999. How annoying. To Lin Fan, there were already many people who wanted to kill him. But he was too friendly to people and couldn't bear to kill anyone who wanted to kill him. Maybe this was what it meant to be kind. Young hero Lin, there are no boats, so how are we going to leave? Elder Yunsheng asked. Although they couldn't teleport, they could reach 100 meters in a step and leave an afterimage in the air. Step on the river surface and leave. Lin Fan said. Did he even need to say that? So what if they didn't have a boat? When one's life was in danger, all of that wasn't a reason anymore. Elder Yunsheng said, Young hero Lin, without a boat and just relying on internal strength, I am afraid I won't be able to reach the shore. Just follow me. Lin Fan said. At the same time, he paid attention to the movements behind. The Shiedao sect expert was decent and attracted some aggro. But there were still tentacles following, just that there weren't that many. As for how they left, that wasn't his problem. Damn. He came for nothing and nearly died. In the future, he couldn't be so rash and had to raise his strength. Chapter 236. Beside the river. Don't hesitate, just step on the river and leave. Lin Fan stepped on the river and then dashed forward. The river water rolled and two long tails were drawn out. He used internal strength like he was walking on flat land, like he was walking on the ground. But all of this was supported by internal strength. Even Grandmaster experts had no problem walking on the river for a short period of time. But as time passed, they would realize that their internal strength wasn't enough and it would be tough for them to continue. This was why only God Essence Realm experts could absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Elder Yunsheng and the others exchanged glances with one another. There was nothing they could do and they followed. No matter what happened, it was more important to keep their lives. The octopus monster didn't follow. Maybe it hated the river water. The octopus monster was furious that it had lost its prey. A furious roar spread out from the depths, shocking a bunch of birds. There were some survivors living in Black Mountain, and when they heard such a terrifying voice, they were terrified. They managed to escape, but in the end, they were unable to leave Black Mountain. It was terrifying to not have a boat. "Those damn boatmen, I will fuck your ancestors." These were the true thoughts of the survivors. They were sent to Black Mountain and said that they would wait for them to leave, but in the end, they were all gone. And also that fellow who spread the rumors. But there was another saying, rumors stopped with the wise. After a long while, Elder Han, who was being dragged by Lin Fan, didn't say a word. Who knew whether or not he was dead or alive, but he looked like he was dead. He didn't feel like his stamina was running out or his internal strength was drying up. As for Elder Yunsheng and the other two, they were slowly running out. They estimated that they had been running on the ocean for 7 hours. Even if they were Grandmaster cultivators, they couldn't support such consumption. They were just too tired, too tired. Elder Yunyu and Elder Yuncheng couldn't hold on right away. With a putong sound, they fell into the water. They didn't shout for help. At such a moment, everyone was the same. Why drag both sides down? Dying in Nuteo River was much better than dying in the mouths of monsters. "Junior brother!" Elder Yunsheng exclaimed. He could still hold on for a while and pulled his 2 junior brothers out of the water. "Senior brother, we can't go on, don't worry about us." Elder Yunsheng scolded angrily, "What nonsense are you saying? No matter what, as a senior brother, I won't abandon all of you. After so many years, do you still care about this?" Lin Fan turned his head and saw that Elder Yunsheng couldn't take it anymore. He turned his head and tossed Elder Han to Elder Yunsheng, "Carry him and then I will carry you. I will hold these two." Eh? Elder Yunsheng looked at Lin Fan in shock. It was obvious that he didn't react. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up, it's not too far away. We'll reach the shore soon," Lin Fan said. He had expected something like this to happen. He just wanted to see how long they could last. He had lasted much longer than he had expected. "Young hero Lin, then you." Elder Yunsheng was touched. It was said that people in Danxia Island were the most righteous people in the world. Actually, he realized that this young hero was the righteous one. Even they were inferior to him. "Stop wasting time. I'm a young man and you guys are getting on in years. It's normal for you guys to be a little exhausted," Lin Fan said. Elder Yunsheng and the others felt stifled. They weren't old and were in the prime of their lives, so why did they feel like they were old? They had no choice. Seeing how serious young hero Lin was, it didn't seem like he was joking. Elder Yunsheng was grateful. "Young hero Lin, thank you so much." Lin Fan carried the 2 elders Yunyu and Yuncheng and continued walking. The most overbearing part of the small support system was unlimited stamina and internal strength. He felt that this was a very fair cheat. It wasn't too overpowered, it was normal but slightly abnormal. "Young hero Lin, don't you feel tired?" Elder Yunsheng asked. Lin Fan said calmly, "Of course I am, but how can I say that I am tired when I walk the world? Moreover, I still have to send all of you to shore." He was so touched that he wanted to cry. They had never seen such a righteous young man. After a long while, the shore was right in front of them. Lin Fan jumped and landed on the shore. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He couldn't see any signs of Black Mountain. 10 hours of journey was impossible for others. "I will return," Lin Fan muttered in his heart. He wouldn't let go of the monster in Black Mountain. Who cared whether or not Lin Fan caused physical damage to him, but his heart was definitely hurt. He was nearly scared stiff. The key was that the rage points that Lin Fan provided were really overbearing. If his strength allowed it, he was willing to play with him. "Young hero Lin, take a rest." Elder Yunsheng supported Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan was definitely tired and needed a good rest. After all, he carried them and attacked for so long. Even an Iron Man would be tired. Elder Yunsheng was an emotional person. He was so touched by Lin Fan's actions that he cried. Young hero Lin needed Grandmaster techniques. He wanted to contribute many times. After all, they owed him too much and he couldn't repay him. However, he was fighting in his mind. He thought about how he was an elder of Danxia Island and couldn't break the rules. However, he also wanted to repay young hero Lin. That made things tough for him. Actually, he really wanted to return to Danxia Island and meet the sect leader to beg him to give some Grandmaster techniques to young hero Lin. Even if the chances were slim, he wanted to try. Elder Yunsheng's passion made Lin Fan want to laugh. Elder Yunsheng, I am really fine. Let's take a look at the expert. I feel like he has a huge problem. Poochie. Elder Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Who knew if it was because his injuries were too heavy or because Lin Fan's word expert provoked him and he thought that he was mocking him. Elder Han, how is it? Yunsheng asked with concern. Although Danxia Island and Sword Palace weren't close, they still had dealings with each other. Elder Han opened his eyes. There was no light and it was really dim. The injuries on his chest couldn't be healed. Although the flesh and blood moved like it was healing, it was really too serious. Thank you all for saving my life, but my injuries are too serious. My sword seed is destroyed and it can't be healed. Elder Han's tone was low and he felt powerless, like he could die at any moment. This. Elder Yunsheng didn't know what to say. Naturally, he didn't want Elder Han to die, but his cultivation was too weak and he didn't know what to do. Black Mountain's monster is too strong, far above God Essence realm. It pierced my body with one strike. If I was in Sword Palace, I might have a chance to live, but now. Elder Han shook his head and then looked towards Lin Fan. Kid, you are young and really strong. In the future, you will definitely become an expert. I've been cultivating for more than 60 years. My talent and comprehension aren't very good, so I can only reach this point. My cultivation base focuses on the Tao of the sword, so it would be a pity to leave with me. Since you were able to save me, it shows that you're not a bad person. Before I die, I'll pass on my cultivation base to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your comprehension. The moment he said this, true essence exploded out from Elder Han's body, forming into a palm that grabbed Lin Fan's head. Comprehend it well, comprehend as much as you can. Just as Lin Fan wanted to struggle free, Elder Han's voice spread into his ears. Instantly, many illusions appeared in the true essence. These illusions were practicing all sorts of sword techniques. This was the result of Elder Han's cultivation of the sword path. The speed of the illusions was really quick and there seemed to be sound spreading out. Basic sword technique, falling dust sword technique. The illusions were practicing basic sword techniques. This was the first sword technique that Elder Han cultivated to pave the way for his future sword path. The illusions became faster and faster. Dragon Elephant Sword Technique. Heaven Shocking Sword Technique. 10,000 Sword Technique. Great Sumeru Sword Technique. Lin Fan was thinking that he relied on the small support system to cultivate, so there was no point in passing it to him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he realized that the situation wasn't right. The data of the small support system was undergoing a shocking change. In the cultivation technique column, the names of these sword techniques appeared and they continued to jump. Basic sword technique, falling dust sword technique, return to true, dragon elephant sword technique, reach the peak, heaven shocking sword technique, return to true, 10,000 sword technique, reach the peak, great Sumeru sword technique, reach the next level. What was going on? Was it because the small support system was recording Elder Han's sword technique cultivation? Suddenly, Heart cultivation appeared. Sword seed, grade 8, what was more terrifying was that his cultivation was jumping. Internal strength, 400, initial grandmaster, it didn't stop, it was still jumping. Internal strength, 410, middle grandmaster, Pucci. Elder Han spat out blood once more. His body dried up, his hair turned from black to white. His body gave off death energy and it was tough for him to continue. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a dual cultivator. But before I die, let me remind you not to cultivate external cultivation as it is too difficult. If not, it will be extremely difficult to step into God Essence realm, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Elder Han coughed, his voice became really weak. He raised his trembling hand and passed the sword to Lin Fan. This is my personal sword. It has accompanied me since I started cultivating the way of the sword. Its name is repentance. Now, I will give it to you. In the future, if you meet a woman with 6 fingers, give it to her. Tell her that I was wrong when I mocked her for being deformed. The moment he said this, Elder Han closed his eyes and breathed his last. To Elder Han, he passed his cultivation to Lin Fan before he died. He saw that Lin Fan had such cultivation at such a young age and that he would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Why not do him a favor and form a good relationship with Sword Palace? But to Elder Han, what he regretted the most was that he wasn't able to find that 6-fingered woman. When he was young, he mocked her for being deformed, causing her to leave Sword Palace. 50 years passed and he still hadn't found her. Lin Fan looked at Elder Han with a complicated expression. He walked to his side and sighed, Elder Han, I respect you, I understand what you mean. Lin Fan wasn't a fool, he knew why he did that. Anyway, he was going to die and had no chance to live, so why not do him a favor? He had high hopes for Lin Fan's future. He knew that Lin Fan would definitely become a peak expert and form a good relationship with Sword Palace. Lin Fan's palm landed on Elder Han's shoulder and he said, Don't worry, I will remember Sword Palace. Also, if I meet this woman, I will tell you. Hayes, Elder Han has been righteous and righteous, who knew that he would die in Black Mountain. What a waste, what a waste. Elder Yunqing said regretfully. Chapter 237. Elder Han left. He left really peacefully and peacefully. He didn't suffer much and he didn't suffer much. In terms of sadness, he wasn't sad. He didn't feel too sad. After all, he had just met Elder Han. He couldn't cry just because Elder Han gave him a blessing. That was too fake. Although Lin Fan was good at acting, he had to pay attention to the process. Sadness without a process would have no soul. Sadness without a soul would be out of character. Lin Fan dug a hole and buried Elder Han. He then found a stone and cut it into a tombstone. When he was prepared to carve words, he turned his head and asked, What is Elder Han's name? This was an awkward matter. He only knew that he was called Elder Han but he didn't know his real name. Han Qing. Elder Yunqing replied. Lin Fan nodded his head and carved his name on the tombstone. This was all he could do, there was nothing else he could do. Everything was done. Everyone stood beside the river. Elder Yunqing and the others witnessed someone obtain a fortuitous encounter. It was a huge one. Young hero Lin, how much did you comprehend from Elder Han's cultivation? Elder Yunqing asked curiously. Based on normal situations, it was not bad to comprehend 10%. Those with good comprehension would be able to comprehend 20 to 30%. Lin Fan said calmly, still okay. It was indeed still okay. If Elder Han wasn't able to hold on, he might have been able to comprehend all of his cultivation techniques. Elder Yunqing didn't ask. Maybe as young hero Lin said, it was still okay. There was no need to ask too much. If he asked too much, it would seem like he was envious. But it was really enviable. They were witnesses of this fortuitous encounter. Young hero Lin, what are your plans? If you have nothing, why not head to Dansha Island? Elder Yunsheng asked. He hoped that Lin Fan could head to Dansha Island. Firstly, he wanted to get closer to young hero Lin. Such a teen, as long as nothing unexpected happened, would definitely be able to reach a higher realm. Secondly, he wanted to go back and tell the sect leader that young hero Lin saved their lives. He wanted the sect leader to make an exception and allow them to give their techniques to him to repay him. Although rules were rules, sometimes it was not too much to make an exception. No, I still have things to do, so I won't head to Dansha Island. But if I have a chance to pass by, I will take a seat. Lin Fan smiled. He felt that these three elders were not bad. Unlike 9 Bug Gang who would harm people for no reason, his head was about to explode. Elder Yunsheng said regretfully, okay, since that is the case, then we won't force you. If you face any problems in the future, you can come to Dansha Island to find us. We won't reject you. To the three of them, the debt of saving their lives was greater than the heavens, and it wasn't just once or twice, but many times. So what if they lost their lives for him? To them, it was all worth it. Dansha Island lost many disciples every year. Why? It's not that we have a lot of enemies, but they are very righteous and know how to repay favors. You have done us a favor, so we are willing to give you everything. Even if it had nothing to do with them, as long as they encountered something, they would do something about it. Being weak in cultivation was not scary, but their hearts were not afraid. This was why they suffered heavy casualties. But even then, Dansha Island maintained such a culture and became a publicly recognized righteous sect. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan smiled, if anything happens in the future, I won't be courteous. Let's say goodbye here. The world isn't big, and we will have a chance to meet in the future. Okay. Elder Yunsheng and the others cupped their fists and thanked Lin Fan once more. They weren't prepared to return to Dansha Island. They wanted to head to Sword Palace to tell them about what happened on Black Mountain. Elder Han was a C-generation elder of Sword Palace and had a high status. Now that he was in trouble, if they didn't inform him clearly, there would definitely be conflicts if the Sword Palace people met young hero Lin who carried the Repentance Sword. This trip would be fine. Lin Fan stood beside the river and looked on as the three elders left. He then looked into the distance. There were no more boatmen, not even a single one. In his opinion, this matter was very straightforward. There might be a problem with those boatmen. They purposely sent people to Black Mountain and then left them there, such that they had no boat to return to. Forget it. It was better to leave. Those who survived on Black Mountain would slowly think of a way to leave. Lin Fan tried to refresh his points and realized that the cultivation technique he got from Elder Han couldn't. If he didn't raise them himself, then he wouldn't be able to refresh them. But it didn't matter. The sword technique was good, along with endless internal strength, maybe it could give off the brightest glow. Where did my horse go? Lin Fan searched for his horse. Before heading to Black Mountain, he tied it up here. But why was it gone when he arrived and only a rope was left on the ground? Who stole my horse? I want to find my horse. Lin Fan muttered to himself. Then, the story of him searching for the horse happened. 100-man army was wiped out. I want to know who did it. A rough man asked solemnly. He was one of the generals under King Wutong. Yesterday, someone came to report that they found corpses that were split into two in the forest. From their clothes, they knew that this was King Wutong's army. The deputy generals around him remained silent. They didn't know who did it. If they knew, they wouldn't have waited until now. Zhu Xiang was promoted from Earl Captain to Captain. Although it was just one rank, he was already a military official. Out of all the generals in King Wutong, he was the one who rose the fastest. He was able to rise so quickly thanks to one person, Lu Xian, who had high hopes for him. "Loyal captain, speak," the general asked. And this loyal martial captain was Zhu Xiang's title. Zhu Xiang's expression was solemn and he stepped forwards. "General, I don't know what happened. If I go there to take a look, maybe I will be able to notice something." You will lead people to investigate." The general nodded his head and had high hopes for Zhu Xiang. He could tell that Zhu Xiang wasn't as stupid as the other generals. He was really talented and as long as he was used well, he would be able to raise his position in front of King Wudong. "Yes, I will follow your orders," Zhu Xiang replied. He urgently needed to climb up and climb to a higher position, but the current state commandant position was not enough to satisfy him. When Zhu Xiang left the camp, he noticed Lu Xian. "Sir Lu." Zhu Xiang smiled and cupped his fists. He wasn't angry that Lu Xian sold him out. He just felt that the time wasn't right for Lu Xian. Lu Xian was stunned when he saw Zhu Xiang and then he smiled, "Loyal captain." The two of them looked at one another and smiled. Normal people would think that they had a good relationship, but only they knew what the exact situation was. Several days later. Yunlu City. He didn't see it wrongly. Didn't the name of the city sound familiar? Lin Fan was here once more. He wasn't here to play house but to absorb more rage points. As for the horse, it was a waste. He didn't find it and felt sad. Who stole his horse? How could they do such a thing? Lin Fan asked about the Yunlu City division and found out that 9-Bug Gang was rebuilding it and it was pretty much done. To the people of Yunlu City, during this period of time, they were terrified. 9-Bug Gang searched for suspicious people. No matter whether or not you did it, as long as they suspected you, they would capture you. Everyone was in danger and didn't dare to walk around in the city. If I wipe them out once more, will 9-Bug Gang list me as their top enemy? Lin Fan touched his heart and asked himself, was it good to do that? It should be good. He believed that 9-Bug Gang would hate him to the bone. But he had no choice. For some reason, he wanted to fight them to the death. Maybe this was the legendary unbreakable bond. Even if they hadn't been enemies for long, his feelings towards them wouldn't change so easily. If he had to say it clearly. That was love, true love. That night. Darkness descended. There were stars in the sky that shone brightly. It was really beautiful. This was a world where one could fly. He was curious whether or not there were experts living on the stars. Also, how far away was the star? Would he have a chance to see it in his life? The repairs are not bad. Lin Fan stood on a roof and looked at the division not far away. A smile appeared on his face. He didn't need to enter the city through the main gate, he just stepped on the city walls. Division. A bunch of people were drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was good. There was wine and meat. The only thing they lacked was beauties. If there were beauties, then their relationship would be great. Congratulations gang leader Chen, White Demon's death allowed you to rise up and be transferred to the Yunlu City division. That's right, what was so special about White Demon in the past? He was just transferred to Yunlu City by gang leader. Now he is in such a tragic state, someone killed him right away. We thought that gang leader Chen would definitely rise up. The people around were all 9-Bug Gang members. They were all transferred to the Yunlu City division, so naturally, they felt great. Being far away from the headquarters meant more freedom and they could even do whatever they wanted. Gang leader Chen's face flushed red as everyone praised him. He was in high spirits, especially when he was transferred to be in charge. Moreover, his old enemy White Demon was dead. Could he not be happy? As for whether or not anything would happen to the Yunlu City division, he could pat his chest and tell anyone that it was impossible. That was because based on normal thinking, no one would come to the same place, especially a place that was so closely watched. Do you all hear a buzzing sound outside? A division higher up pricked up his ears and frowned as he asked. At the start, they thought that it was a mosquito flying beside them. But they realized that it wasn't. The noisy environment suddenly quietened down. Everyone listened carefully and they did indeed hear a buzzing sound. Go take a look at the situation. Gang leader Chen instructed another person to hand these small matters to others. He just needed to be the gang leader of this division. Yes, I am listening. That person's face flushed red and he even pretended to kneel on one knee. It made everyone laugh. Gang leader Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. This feeling felt great. After a while, everyone was confused. They went out for a period of time, so why was there no reaction at all? Oi! What are you doing? The person in the room asked impatiently. Another gang member got up and wanted to see what was going on outside. Then, he didn't move. At the entrance of the room, two people stood there quietly and didn't move at all. Chapter 238. What is going on with the two of you? Checking the buzzing sound and you are in a daze. Is the outside really that nice? Gang leader Chen was furious. Although they were brothers, he was the division gang leader, so naturally, he had to have the prestige of a gang leader. For them to take so long to check on something, what kind of behavior was that? Gang leader. Suddenly, the voices of the two people outside trembled like they had seen something really terrifying. They were so frightened that they started to stutter. Haze. Gang leader Chen's palm landed on the table. He got up and walked outside. He wanted to see what was going on. Then, there was nothing else. The group of them stood outside and looked at the sky not far away. A shocking scene was unfolding there. On the roof, Lin Fan opened his arms, his palms facing upwards. Thick internal strength shook, and his hair flew backwards. Behind him, it was like a peacock spreading its tail. A dense bunch of long swords floated in the air. These swords were all formed from internal strength. After a period of time, a long sword would appear. Grandmaster Realm couldn't support such a vast sword ocean, but his internal strength was endless. If he had enough time, he would be able to form more swords. 10,000 Path Sword. Elder Hanqing's sword technique, which he cultivated to the peak. At this moment, Lin Fan perfectly copied it. Moonlight scattered on Lin Fan's body, making him look like a god of swords. Who are you? Gang leader Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Who was this person? Why did he come here? Didn't he know what this place was? Lin Fan found it weird and then said regretfully, I have done so many things, and there are people in 9 Bug Gang who don't know me. He was a little sad. He did so many things and could even be said to be enemies, but there were people who didn't know him at all. That was tough for him to accept. You. When gang leader Chen heard this, his heart shook like he thought about someone. You are. Lin Fan didn't wait for him to finish, he smiled and nodded his head. Right, it is me. I wiped out the last division. How long has passed, and I actually have to wipe it out a second time. My head hurts. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Was this rage in despair? If that was the case, then he could continue. However, the rage wasn't deep enough, and he didn't want to kill him. Go. Lin Fan pushed his palms forward, and with a swoosh, the long sword that was floating behind him struck out. They blotted out the sky and covered the sun. They were densely packed like countless arrows descending from the sky, sealing off all paths of escape. There was no way out. In the past, they were powerful beings in Lin Fan's eyes. But now, their cultivation states were no longer sufficient. The strongest was just Peak Master. That was an existence that could be easily crushed. Ah! Screams could be heard. The long sword condensed from inner power did not take their lives. Instead, it pierced through their limbs and nailed them to the ground. Gang leader Chen roared in rage. His internal energy was absorbed to the surface of his body, forming an internal energy shield. However, he had overestimated himself, or perhaps he was just struggling to the death. The sword pierced through his upstanding energy in his limbs, nailing him to the ground. Damn it! Gang leader Chen was furious and hollered. He didn't expect this person to be so bold to appear in Yunlu City. Did he think that 9-bug gang was easy to offend? Unfortunately, Yunlu City didn't have any experts in the sect and was directly flattened to a division. Rage points plus 999. Gang leader Chen's rage reached its peak. He wanted to kill Lin Fan, but his strength didn't allow him to. It was like hitting a rock with an egg. This was why he was filled with endless rage. Who did he offend? Why did he have to face such a thing? He was a person who worked hard to get to such a position. Was he going to lose everything? No, definitely not. He wasn't addicted to power. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 444. The other people were furious, but there was nothing they could do. In front of absolute strength, they were just paper tigers. They had no way to fight back at all. Damn! If they knew that this would happen, they shouldn't have come to Yunlu City so early. Screams spread outside. When the commoners near the division heard the screams, they were so frightened that they sat up from their beds. Their expressions were filled with shock. It was here again. A terrifying sound spread out from the 9-bug gang division. Some commoners sneakily pushed open the windows a little and looked outside. They saw a man standing on the eaves of the house. Sleep then sleep, don't peek. Pata. The commoners who peeked closed their windows and broke out in a cold sweat. How terrifying, it was just too terrifying. They just peeked and they were noticed. Would he come to kill them? The commoners were terrified, their hearts jumped. They hid in their blankets and shivered. Gang leader Chen hollered, "You provoked us so many times, aren't you afraid we will find you? You make it sound like 9-bug gang didn't find me. Unfortunately, can you find me?" Lin Fan smiled. He was really calm, like he didn't care about his threats at all. Lin Fan raised his arm and the swords that stabbed into his body instantly dissipated. Numerous swords floated behind his back. Damn! Gang leader Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to torture them. Damn, damn. Don't be too arrogant, 9-bug gang will find you. He hollered in rage. Only 9-bug gang bullied others, no one dared to bully them. Now this person who dared to bully them appeared. He was right in front of them, but they were helpless. Go! With a xiao, the swords shot out like a flood and pierced the bodies of the division members. Ah! A shocking scream exploded out. To the division members, their actions were just too vicious. He didn't kill them and instead tortured them. Was that something a human could do? Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Lin Fan didn't kill them just like that. He needed them to provide some rage points. Taking this chance, naturally, he forced them to contribute all their potential. But very quickly, rage points slowly decreased and then disappeared. What was going on? Did they know that they were suppressed and had no chance of survival, which was why their rage turned to despair? If that was the case, then it was such a waste. So boring. You are not only weak in terms of strength but also in your mentality. I have already given you all a huge honor by wasting so much energy with you. But you all disappoint me. Lin Fan sighed. He waved his hands and a sword light shot out. The sword light split apart and numerous small sword lights shot out, directly killing all of them. The existence of internal strength is to give one's killing moves a sense of beauty. There is nothing else. Lin Fan comprehended himself. He had already seen through the nature of internal strength. The choice between physique and internal strength. He cared more about internal strength as it was indeed beautiful. If one's physique wasn't good, he would sweat easily and become a smelly man. The long swords formed by internal energy dissipated, leaving only bloody holes on the gang members' bodies. I have to leave my name. Lin Fan held the sword and rode in the air. With a flick of his wrist, sword energy surged. One could say that his brush was like a swimming dragon. He looked like a calligrapher as he left a row of twisted words on the wall. Lin Fan once more. It wasn't good to kill so cleanly. If he didn't let others know who did it, then wouldn't everything he did be for nothing? He stepped into the air and jumped into the distance. He landed on the roof and disappeared into the night sky just like that. Could he be so lawless just because he was strong? Right. He felt that he could be lawless when he was strong, and it felt good too. He was prepared to fight to the death with 9 Bug Gang. There was no other reason, just to vent his anger. Who asked 9 Bug Gang to find trouble with him first? In the night, commoners sneaked out. They didn't dare to enter the division and just took a look. Just one look frightened them so much that they left right away. Something huge happened. 9 Bug Gang division was wiped out once more. This was the second time. If 9 Bug Gang found out, what kind of shocking matter would happen? The commoners nearby wanted to flee and felt like it was dangerous to stay here. The next day, all the commoners of Yunlu City were shocked. They didn't expect that the division would be wiped out. Who had animosity with 9 Bug Gang? Why did they wipe out so many divisions? To the commoners, they had never seen 9 Bug Gang suffer such a huge loss. They knew that Yunlu City was about to face the strictest control. 9 Bug Gang definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Imperial Dynasty. A carriage drove into the city. No one dared to block the carriage of the Zhao family 9th son, young Master Zhao. But at this moment, Zhao Bufan didn't want to speak. He was feeling really suppressed. This was the first time his 3 subordinates came to the Imperial City and they looked at everything curiously. The Imperial City was too prosperous, it felt like the entire ground was covered in gold. Even experts could be seen everywhere. Naturally, their strength wasn't enough in the Imperial City. Look more and speak less. Zhao Bufan's voice spread out from within the carriage. He was thinking about whether or not to report what happened outside to his family. The purple gold dragon essence pill was stolen. If his father found out, he would definitely break his legs. He struggled and hesitated. What should he do? Should he tell his father? The Imperial City was huge. Even after entering the city, the carriage to Zhao family took close to 40 minutes. Very quickly, the carriage came to an extremely luxurious and ancient mansion. Zhao Manor. The top aristocratic families of the Imperial City had many experts. Even God Essence Realm, Zhao family had many. Zhao Bufan was filled with regret. Why did he have to act cool? He thought that no one dared to offend him because of his family background. Who knew that he would be killed outside? He hesitated for a long while before finally walking out of the carriage. 9th young master. The servant at the door saw Zhao Bufan and ran over. He knelt on the ground to welcome him. Zhao Bufan walked into the manor and waved his hands. These are the followers I recruited outside, 3rd grade. Zhao family was a slave family. For example, the servant who knelt on the ground was 5th grade, the lowest. So when he heard young master say that he was going to give them 3rd grade, his eyes were filled with envy. What? Qin Tai's mouth was agape and he felt like something wasn't right. The servant said enviously, of course, you are going to be slaves. You are lucky, 3rd grade. Qin Tai. Zhang Mu. Shenhu. The 3 of them wanted to say that they weren't here to be slaves. Chapter 239. To be able to enter the Zhao family was a dream for anyone. When Qin Tai and the others learned that they were going to be slaves, their first thought was to disagree. But when they saw the envious gaze of the servant, they felt that it was a good thing. Apart from the Zhao family people who had helpers, the others were all slaves. Although they were master realm experts, they weren't much in the Zhao family. So to be able to have a third-grade slave was a decent thing. Within the courtyard, Zhao Bufan frowned and thought about it. On the way back from Rong City, he was thinking about what to do. The purple gold dragon essence pill was lost in his hands. If he didn't tell anyone, then he would be fine. But if he told others, then he would be in trouble right away. Ninth brother, where are you going? A voice spread over. Zhao Bufan heard the voice and knew who it was. It was eighth sister Zhao Qingma. In the distance, a tall girl walked over slowly. Her legs were like chopsticks, long and thin. The skin that was exposed was snow-white, like there was a layer of snow on it. As she walked, her petal-like dress swayed. She was really beautiful and had the cold aura of a top aristocrat. I am not going anywhere, I am a little tired and want to rest. Zhao Bufan was arrogant outside, but at home, his position was a little awkward. Especially towards this eighth sister, he was really afraid of her. Zhao Qingma's lips curled up and she smiled. Ninth brother, are you hiding something? Zhao Bufan panicked and then calmed himself down. You are being too nosy. The trace of panic on his face naturally didn't escape Zhao Qingma's eyes. She then smiled. Ninth brother, you have to work hard. Right now, you're the weakest in the family. I want to discuss something with you. The purple gold dragon essence pill is actually useless to you. Why don't you sell it to me? Zhao Bufan laughed. Zhao Qingma, don't go overboard. I won't give it to you. No matter what, I am a direct descendant of the Zhao family. The moment he said that, Zhao Bufan left right away and was too lazy to talk to Zhao Qingma. He was afraid that the more he said, the higher the chances of him being exposed. Zhao Qingma looked at Zhao Bufan, who left, and a smile appeared on her face. She saw the servant bring 3 strangers into the Zhao family and her ears shook. She heard the conversation between the servant and the 3 of them. A follower you brought back from outside? Zhao Qingma smiled and walked towards the 3 of them. He saw through their cultivation, initial master realm, very weak, not even worth mentioning in the Zhao family. A few days later, Fuzhou 9 Bug Gang headquarters. The atmosphere on the huge ship was very oppressive, so the gang members all stayed away from the cabin where the gang leader was. Their faces looked as if they had seen a ghost. Damn. Originally, they were still fine, but when they heard that the Yunlu City division was destroyed once again, they were totally shocked. It was Lin Fan again. It was still the same Lin Fan. Are you going to fight to the death with us? Do you guys think it's going to rain? Why is it so dark? It should be, it's suddenly turned dark. No, it isn't going to rain, the gang leader is angry. Bugs are covering the sky, I suggest we hide in the cabin, otherwise, the outcome would be catastrophic. That was indeed the case. To the gang members, they really feared the gang leader and didn't care about their lives at all. If he wanted to kill them, he killed them for no reason at all. Could they be casually killed just because they were weak? That was right. Those who were weak would be easily crushed to death. Within the cabin. I just want to ask whether or not you can find this person for me. Gang leader was furious, his tone was terrifyingly low. The higher-ups lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They really hated this surname Lin. Can't you fucking stop it? Since this surname Lin offended them many times, who knew how many people died in the hands of the gang leader? They might have been higher-ups, but they were actually really afraid. Ying Jiu kept silent. He knew who did it, it was someone besides senior brother. But why did he do that? The terrifying thing about 9-Bug Gang wasn't these people but the gang leader himself. Even eldest senior brother was no match for sect master. N? Why is no one replying to me? Gang leader asked. The higher-ups exchanged glances with one another. Who dared to reply? Look at the situation. Those who felt strong could try to speak and see what the outcome would be. Slowly, the atmosphere in the cabin became suppressed. The gang leader's aura made it hard for them to breathe. They were terrified of the gang leader, his strength could make one feel despair. They were thinking about whether or not the gang leader was even a human. Even if 9-Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, the gang leader's situation was different from normal people. He was like a monster. Trash. After a long while, the gang leader opened his mouth. He didn't say anything else. It was just the word, trash. Such insulting words. No one present dared to fight back. They didn't even have any thoughts of being unhappy. All of them were like obedient kids, lowering their heads and not saying a word. They waited for the gang leader to insult them and then let them go. Suddenly, the gang leader sensed something and said solemnly, all of you scram. To the higher-ups, what they loved to hear the gang leader say was to scram. That meant that they were temporarily safe and they didn't need to worry too much. Soon, the higher-ups left with their tails between their legs. Who would dare to stay here any longer? Ingjiu was the same. He wanted to head out to find senior brother to ask about what happened that year. He still had the same thought. Senior brother definitely wouldn't kill master, so there was definitely a secret hidden within. The cabin was silent. There was only the sound of the gang leader breathing and the movement of his fat meat. A person in a black robe walked out from the void. One couldn't see his face clearly as his entire body was covered in the black robe. However, for some reason, there was a dangerous aura wrapped around his body. The gang leader looked at the person in the black robe. The eyes hidden under the black robe seemed to be looking at him too. Both sides didn't speak. However, the aura in the cabin became even weirder. After Lin Fan left Yunlu City, he didn't return to Martial Path Mountain. He was prepared to raise his strength to God Essence Realm before heading back. Yunlu City is going to panic once more. I have sensed 9-Bug Gang's rage towards me, so I have to change places. He had already decided to fight to the death with 9-Bug Gang. What was there to think about? He had to continue. Anyway, 9-Bug Gang had other divisions, so he didn't mind wiping them out. He looked at the small support system. Rage points, 58799. Not bad, at least during this period of time, his hard work wasn't wasted. Improve. Internal strength, 420, peak Grandmaster. He spent 20,000 rage points to raise his internal strength from middle Grandmaster to peak realm. His meridians were all opened up, internal strength flowed to every part of his body. Each meridian was filled with strong internal strength. What a waste of physique. Lin Fan thought about it. His physique couldn't keep up and he didn't dare to casually raise it. However, he had enough internal strength. The heart cultivation sword seed he got from Han Qing was really strong. He felt that it was a Grandmaster technique or a God Essence Realm technique. I can still improve. Lin Fan felt that he had enough internal strength, maybe he could charge into God Essence Realm. Since that was the case, then why not raise it to God Essence Realm? These two realms were worlds apart. Improve. Internal strength started to change. This was a qualitative increase. A whirlpool appeared above Lin Fan's head like it was ripping the true essence in the area. The inner force in his body quietly changed, condensing into a bead. Then, the bead broke, turning into a puddle of watery mist. Was this the transformation of inner force into Jin Yuan? This change is a little shocking. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and sensed the movement in his body. At the same time, he paid attention to the changes in the small support system. As expected, the small support system changed. True Essence, 430, Initial God Essence Realm changed, internal strength turned into True Essence. He spent a total of 30,000 rage points. Lin Fan sensed the True Essence in his body and noticed that it was several times stronger than internal strength. No, it was dozens of times stronger. That was a whole new level of strength, it wasn't on the same level at all. Using the True Essence in his body, he floated in the air. He could sense that he had a connection with heaven and earth. Although it wasn't strong, it really existed. I can fly. Excitement appeared on his face. This was something that he had dreamed of. At the same time, he had a new understanding of internal strength and True Essence. Internal strength needed one to train oneself, to use the existing internal strength to flow through the various acupoints in the body, using the ability of the body to produce internal strength. Simply put, internal strength was the soil and True Essence was the sky. Absorbing the spiritual energy in the area, God Essence continuously strengthened one's body. Maybe this was the difference between a mortal and someone who had transcended. Originally, he had a feeling that even if he was peak Grandmaster, he wouldn't be able to fight against God Essence Realm experts. Maybe this was the difference between internal strength and True Essence. Like how internal strength was soil and True Essence was iron. No matter how big or hard the soil was, when it smashed onto iron, only the soil would shatter. The iron wouldn't be damaged at all. Oh my God, I am looking forward to raising my physique to God Essence Realm. What kind of shocking changes will there be? Lin Fan was filled with anticipation. To him, maybe it would become really terrifying. However, he didn't have enough rage points and physique cultivation techniques were lacking. He could only slowly collect them. With my current strength, I should be really strong. 9 Bug Gang Division, I can only apologize. All of you are finished. Swollen. His heart was really swollen. Cultivation might be tiring, but when one became stronger, one would feel very fulfilled. Chapter 240. Ha ha ha. I am really flying. In the sky, a streak of light flashed across. Lin Fan flew in the air and did all sorts of difficult flying postures. To Lin Fan, who came to this foreign world, he didn't expect that there would be a day where he could fly. Even if he was strong now, he was really emotional. He had just become a God Essence Realm expert, so he couldn't fly like that. He needed to comprehend how to use True Essence. Even my horizons have changed. The scenes imprinted in his eyes weren't just one side, but all around. He could see the endless land in front of him. No wonder everyone was so passionate about cultivation. When one cultivated to a certain realm, one's horizons would really change. Being able to look at a small area and being able to look at the entire world was really different. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan flew in the air and cried out. He charged into the forest and then the green leaves above his head flew into the air once more. It was just too exciting. To normal cultivators, when they broke through to God Essence Realm, they wouldn't be like that. Naturally, they would calmly accept all of this. They would mutter to themselves that this was how flying felt. But Lin Fan was a modern person. He had a normal heart and a dream to fly. Now that his dream had been realized, naturally, he felt great. He landed on the ground. Stepping on the ground, the feeling of being able to soar into the sky at any time was very refreshing. Flying in the sky feels good, but walking on the ground, I can meet many interesting things. Lin Fan walked forwards, his mood was much better. He was thinking about whether or not the other 9 Bug Gang divisions treated him as the most dangerous person, or did they know nothing about him. That shouldn't be possible. The various 9 Bug Gang divisions would definitely know about him. On the official path. Lin Fan was a little curious. Why were there so many sect disciples? Was this the difference between a busy place and a poor place? It was rare to see sect disciples in Yu City or Jiang City. Actually, he was just being humble, there weren't any at all. He was very unfamiliar with these sect disciples. They were all wearing the same style of clothes, but Lin Fan was blind to sects, so how could he recognize which sect these disciples were from? Kuei City. Lin Fan didn't enter the city. He was now the top enemy of 9 Bug Gang. Looking out, he noticed that there were people interrogating people. Even sect disciples had to listen. You think that because you are a disciple of a sect, you think that you are powerful enough to look down on us. We've already remembered your sect. We'll inform the headquarters when we get back. To some sect disciples, even if they were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. Their positions weren't high enough, so the sect wouldn't have a huge conflict with 9 Bug Gang because of them. They really are strong. Does the Imperial Dynasty eat shit? Lin Fan muttered. It wasn't that he underestimated the Imperial Dynasty, but in his heart, they were really weak. They couldn't even deal with 9 Bug Gang, so he looked down on them. There was a tea stall outside the city. Lin Fan found a seat and asked the old man to serve tea to quench his thirst. He had to do something big tonight. Although his internal strength had broken through to God Essence Realm and he was a little arrogant, he wasn't a fool. How could he charge in the day and not give him face? In the future, he would face people who didn't give him face. Sigh, I heard that a war broke out in Laoshan City. Is that true? Laoshan City is in the most remote area, how could there be a war there? I don't know. My relative fled from Laoshan City and joined me. He personally told me. At the table next to him, 3 guys drank tea and chatted. They were all normal people. Do you mind if I sit here? Lin Fan said. The 3 of them raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan. Right away, they felt that he wasn't ordinary. They were a little afraid but they still nodded their heads. Okay, young master, please sit. Lin Fan was dressed well, he carried a blade and sword on his back. To the commoners, such a person wasn't someone they could offend. The war you talked about, did King Wutong's army attack the city? Lin Fan asked. His conflict with King Wutong was okay. He wanted to find trouble with King Wutong, but 9 Bug Gang was really despicable. They came to Jiang City to destroy the formation, causing the Yin demons to attack. He had no time to be distracted and could only find the most despicable person. Once 9 Bug Gang submitted, he would find King Wutong. It isn't King Wutong. My relative told me that at the start, they thought that King Wutong came to attack. Then, they found out that King Wutong was far away and wouldn't attack them. The male said. The commoners all knew about King Wutong rebelling. But King Wutong didn't attack any city. It was like he was waiting somewhere. Occasionally when troops passed a city, there were no conflicts. As normal people, when they chatted, they cared about country matters. They were confused as to why the Imperial Dynasty didn't suppress them and instead allowed them to roam the land. Many people thought that way. King Wutong was the emperor's brother, and blood brothers had contact and were discussing. Some people even explained the matter like they were telling a story. Emperor, brother, stop fooling around. Come back and be a king. King Wutong, no, I have to. I am not happy, I want to be the emperor. Emperor, I will give you some time to think about it. King Wutong, okay. To the commoners, they believed this version. They heard from the older generation that King Wutong had rebelled several times. The emperor had been on the throne for over 50 years, and during this time, King Wutong had rebelled 3 times. Every 10 years, he would rebel once. It was like he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't. But what no one knew was that each time King Wutong revolted, no one knew how it was resolved. Isn't that the case? Lin Fan was confused. This was a little confusing. Young master, We still have things to do, so we will take our leave. The three males said. They finished drinking tea and had to continue working, otherwise, they wouldn't have anything to eat. Lin Fan smiled and continued to drink tea to kill time. When the sky turned dark, it would be time for him to act. The sky turned dark. Kuei City was silent. This was a division of 9 bug gang. To the commoners, life was normal and there weren't many changes. As long as they didn't offend 9 bug gang or avoid 9 bug gang members, it was fine. Although sometimes 9 bug gang members would do things that infuriated them, apart from bearing with it, there was nothing they could do. What 9 bug gang members loved to do was to snatch girls and take concubines. The people in the city were furious but didn't dare to say anything. This division building is really luxurious. Lin Fan casually floated in the air above the 9 bug gang division and then slowly landed. He held a blade in his left hand and a sword in his right. He came to the entrance, raised his leg, and kicked it open. He was a polite person and would not climb over the wall like a thief. What he wanted was to enter through the main entrance openly. Although his methods were a little violent. But this was to tell everyone that he didn't come here to brag to them, but to play with them to let them know what it meant to be overbearing. Who is it? The gang members who were guarding the place were woken up by the explosion. When they saw someone enter with a weapon, they were furious. This was the 9 bug gang division, and someone actually dared to charge in. Did he really not care about them? Lin Fan smiled, true essence boiled. The blade and sword in his hand gave off an eye-catching glow, chasing away the darkness around. It was like it was daytime. The aura was shocking, and the gang members were stunned. This guy was a little tough. If you don't want to die, then scram in. Lin Fan said. Today, he was going to rely on 1 blade and 1 sword to make this division yield. You are asking to die. Zhao Shaosun was an expert in this branch. People called him Brother Executioner Shaosun. His tiger blade technique was superb. Seeing that someone dared to cause trouble here, he naturally couldn't tolerate it. He immediately raised his blade and slashed towards Lin Fan's head with the tiger blade in his hand. Kiki. Zhao Shaosun was delighted. It seemed like the person who dared to cause trouble here would die under his Tiger Gate blade. Once again, he would gain merit for the division. Kang! The Tiger Gate blade slashed onto Lin Fan's shoulder like it was hitting an iron board. What do you want to do? Lin Fan asked. Zhao Shaosun was shocked. His face was ashen white and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Even a rock would shatter under his attack. However, the other party was just a body of flesh and blood. How could he be completely fine? Quang Dang. The Tiger Gate blade fell to the ground. This was Zhao Xiaosun's personal weapon. He once told the other gang members that this blade was his life, his pursuit of the blade path. When his blade fell to the ground, it meant that he was already dead. But he wasn't dead now. Don't kill me. Zhao Shaosun knelt on the ground and was terrified. He was so terrified that his heart felt cold and he had no strength to fight back at all. All of you scram in. Where is the gang leader? All of you, die and come out. Lin Fan held a blade and a sword. It was just too overbearing, like he was holding 2 colored sticks. True essence was even more fancy than internal strength. His true essence was endless and it was enough for him to crazily consume it. Zhao Shaosun hurriedly crawled and rolled inside. Although he didn't know where he was going or how long he was going to roll, he didn't ask. As long as he rolled, then it was okay. His life was more important than anything and he couldn't do anything that wasn't good for his life. Inner courtyard. Kuei City gang leader Wu Xiaozuan sat cross-legged. Many disgusting poisonous bugs crawled on his body. A green aura wrapped around his body. He was cultivating a terrifying poison technique. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise coming from outside. This made Wu Xiaozuan frown. He was really unhappy. These kids, if he didn't teach them a lesson, would they really be so lawless? Wu Xiaozuan sucked in and the green energy around was sucked into his stomach. The bugs crawling on his body seemed to have received an order and crawled towards the box not far away. Chapter 241. So problematic. Wu Xiaozuan was in a bad mood. He was cultivating and now he faced such a problem. There was a lot of noise outside and it affected his cultivation speed. Pa! Gang leader. The people who pushed open the door were ashen white and panicked. They were about to say something but they were stunned by gang leader's gaze. Scram! Wu Xiaozuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. To those people, it was like they had fallen into an ice cellar, a bone-piercing cold. But the things that happened outside were too serious. Gang! They wanted to say something. Scram! Wu Xiaozuan scolded in rage. Killing intent boiled like he was about to attack. That person was shocked. He sensed the killing intent from gang leader. He believed that if he continued, the outcome would be terrifying. Gang leader would definitely kill him. He didn't say a word. He backed out but he felt helpless. Gang leader, something huge had happened outside, so why were you still hesitating? Outside. Ah! A higher-up cried out. He relied on his middle master cultivation to be arrogant, but reality taught him a huge lesson. Lin Fan sliced off one of his legs, and it was bloody. The higher-up dragged his broken body and crawled backwards. Terror appeared on his face, and his eyes were about to explode. What happened just now? He wanted to kick him to death. But in the blink of an eye, before he noticed what was going on, he felt that his leg had lost all feeling. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 99, a really weak rage point struck him. Kuei City's division was not bad, there were many of them, much larger than Yunlu City. But regretfully, God Essence Realm really swept them over. He wanted to ask, did the 9-Bug Gang division really not have any experts? Even if they were peak Grandmaster, it was okay. However, the current situation felt like he was bullying them. He might have a blade in one hand and a sword in the other, but it was like he had entered Beihai kindergarten. He had no opponents at all. That feeling of being suppressed made him unable to feel the joy that came from being strong. It was more of a kind of helplessness and loneliness. Maybe I am too cowardly, I can go and have fun. Lin Fan muttered. His restless heart was unable to calm down. No. Definitely not. Very soon. Lin Fan suppressed his thoughts. He didn't want to do anything too dangerous. It was better to be safe. Get lost, hurry up and get lost. He was like herding pigs, chasing them into the pen. Not only Lin Fan, but even the 9-Bug Gang division members felt the same way. The other party really treated them like pigs. Who are you? This is the Kuei City 9-Bug Gang division, do you think it is good to do that? A higher-up raged. He really didn't expect such a thing to happen in front of them. Their 9-Bug Gang division didn't seem strong, but no one dared to offend them. Even the disciples of some sects who passed by did not dare to act rashly. As long as he acted arrogantly, 9-Bug Gang would target him. Their greatest confidence was that they had gang leader. As long as he was there, everything would be fine. Are you serious? You still don't know who I am? Lin Fan looked at these gang members and felt a little tired. Did everything he did not attract their attention? Or were the 9-Bug Gang people dumb? He had already left some basic information, but they still, Lin Fan. A higher-up exclaimed. His expression turned dark and sunken. You are the Lin Fan who destroyed the Yunlu City division twice, the top target of 9-Bug Gang. when the higher-up said Lin Fan's identity. The gang members were terrified, but more of them were furious. During this period of time, the humiliation that 9-Bug Gang suffered was caused by him. As a part of 9-Bug Gang, they shared honor and disgrace, so how could they take such humiliation? Rage points plus 666. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 66. Many people were trying their best to be furious, to explode out the rage in their hearts. However, at such a time, they didn't know what to do. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like they knew. He said that it was impossible. He had done so many things, so how could 9-Bug Gang not know who he was? Wu! Where is your gang leader? The blade in Lin Fan's hand burned with true essence. Like flames, it burned brightly, and even the air twisted. Kachi! In the distance, a door was pushed open. Wu Xiaozuan wore his clothes and walked out slowly. Men, tell me, what is going on? He wanted to ask, but when he looked at Lin Fan, he was speechless. His eyes were filled with shock like he had seen a ghost. The division members were heavily injured and all of them were squatting there. As the gang leader, he was the last to appear, protecting the dignity of the gang leader. Gang leader, he is Lin Fan, the top wanted person from the headquarters. A higher-up hollered. Their cultivation wasn't weak, Master Realm, but in front of him, they were like kids, being beaten up casually. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. That was enough to show how strong he was. God Essence Realm Expert. Wu Xiaozuan didn't say anything. When he looked at the two burning True Essence weapons in Lin Fan's hands, his heart creaked. Internal strength and True Essence were very different. As a Grandmaster, how could he not see it? Wait. Where did such an expert come from? Did my sword and saber expose me? Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at the weapons in his hands. The weapons burning with True Essence were just too beautiful. If not for the terrifying aura they gave off, one would have thought that they were fireworks. Rage points plus 999. Wu Xiaozuan provided a wave of rage points. He then fled. He didn't want to say a single word and didn't want to stop. With his strength, if he faced a God Essence Realm expert, he could only flee. At this moment, he didn't think that he could flee from a God Essence Realm expert. But if he didn't work hard, then there was no hope. Also, why did this happen? Why did a God Essence Realm expert come to destroy the division? Such an expert definitely had a high status. He actually didn't find the headquarters, so how did this happen? He didn't chase. Wu Xiaozuan turned his head and didn't see him. Although he heaved a sigh of relief, he didn't dare to be careless. When he turned his head, he noticed that this person had appeared in front of him. Scram! Lin Fan held the sword and blade in his hands. He felt like if he didn't listen to him, he would chop him to death. Gulp! Wu Xiaozuan's throat moved, his body shuddered, and despair appeared in his eyes. Do you really want to fight 9-Bug Gang to the death? He opened his mouth and said. He hoped that he could have a good talk with him. Some things weren't as simple as he thought, maybe he, peng. Wu Xiaozuan was kicked in the face. His face changed shape, his features twisted together. He flew backward like a missile and returned to where he was before. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood he spat out was dozens of feet away. Kang! Kang! Lin Fan rubbed the blade and sword in his hands like he was about to kill a pig. Kuei City 9-Bug Gang Division, the entire army is here. He smiled. With the small support system, he couldn't kill all of them right away. After all, he needed them to help him become stronger. Pooh! This was the first time Wu Xiaozuan was kicked in the face by a God Essence Realm expert and didn't die. To him, it was like this was a skill, enough for him to brag that he was able to survive a God Essence Realm attack. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and looked at Lin Fan in shock. What do you want? Wu Xiaozuan asked. He didn't want to fight anymore. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape from a God Essence Realm expert. Miracles didn't happen like that. Suddenly, a voice spread out from outside. Lin Fan turned his head and looked. The commoners heard the voice and gathered their courage to take a look at the division. Go home and sleep, aren't you afraid of bumping into ghosts? Voila! The people who peeked instantly ran, not daring to stay for even a second. These commoners were really bold. He was chopping people and they all dared to come over to take a look. Lin Fan smiled, I already hit the door, so what do you think I want? Do you think I am here to visit you? I didn't expect your division to be so weak. So boring. Weak? If you have balls, then head to the headquarters. Gang leader will let you know what terror is. A higher-up raged. The flames in his eyes were about to swallow Lin Fan. The division wasn't weak, it was just that his cultivation was God Essence Realm. Dragon Elephant. Lin Fan hollered. Instantly, a long sword floated in the air. A dragon wrapped around it as it landed. Hung long. It was like a missile landing, one after another. It directly turned the higher-up into a porcupine. You talk too much, do you know how to speak? Lin Fan glanced, I hate people who try to sow discord. I came to find your division and not the headquarters, so why did I find your gang leader? You deserve to die. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 99. When one didn't see their actual status, one couldn't guess one's level. After all, they all looked the same. However, rage points were able to clearly differentiate them. Who was 99? Was it really hard for him to break 100? Are you really so willing to become the lowest level of people? Lin Fan's move had truly shocked everyone. Wu Xiaozuan looked at Lin Fan like he had seen a ghost. Wasn't he just killing one person? Was there a need to make such a huge scene? Wait, that wasn't right. Why did that move look like someone from Sword Palace? Could he be from the Sword Palace? He couldn't say. He hid this small discovery in his heart. If he knew that he had discovered his background, he would definitely kill him. As for whether or not he would kill him now, that was hard to say. But at least there was a bit of hope. Lin Fan held his sword and walked in front of a higher-up. Let me ask you, are there any Grandmaster physique techniques here? No. The higher-up replied. Infuriating. Lin Fan was furious. He stabbed the sword into the ground, piercing the back of the higher-up's hand. He then cried out in pain. I didn't pay attention. Lin Fan was stunned. He pulled out the sword. He was already furious. He really needed physique techniques now. The higher-up looked at Lin Fan in rage. Do you think I am afraid of you? If you have balls, then attack. No one from 9 Bug Gang is afraid of death. Okay. Lin Fan agreed to his request. Wait, Puchi. One sword sliced him to death. Uproar. The other gang members shuddered. They heard the higher-up say wait. But Lin Fan didn't stop and didn't think about letting them live. The gang members exchanged glances with one another. What should they do? Were they going to sit and wait to be killed, or were they going to rise up and resist and escape? Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Wu Xiaozuan felt like he was facing a dead end. Did he really have to escape from the hands of a God Essence realm? The possibility was close to zero. Especially since he was the gang leader, he could let others run but he definitely wouldn't let him. One didn't need to think much about it. Just as he was thinking about all this, the blade pressed against his throat. Do you have any Grandmaster physique techniques? Lin Fan asked. Actually, he didn't have much hope. Lin Fan was only initial grandmaster, so how could he have any physique techniques? As expected. Wu Xiaozuan shook his head, no. To Wu Xiaozuan, he wanted to cry. Who did he offend? Why did he have to come to Kuei City to find trouble with him? Lin Fan asked, what about the riches? Wu Xiaozuan looked at Lin Fan. He had a bit of hope in his heart. If I tell you where the riches are, will you let me go? The current situation was really awkward. Nine Bug Gang had done many such things. Usually, when one wanted to know secrets from others, they would ask, if I tell you, will you let us go? They would usually say, okay. But what would the outcome be? Naturally, they would kill him. Now, he felt that he was stupid enough to ask such a stupid question. However, he understood that he was not stupid. Instead, when his life was in danger, he would hold on to a glimmer of hope in some things that he would never believe in. Okay. Lin Fan smiled. Wu Xiaozuan still didn't believe Lin Fan's words. He was an expert in this area, so how could he believe Lin Fan's promise so easily? Okay, you let them go first. I will stay with a gang member. I will tell him the location and then I will leave. With your strength, you definitely won't harm a gang member who is only at the second rank of the martial path, right? Lin Fan looked at Wu Xiaozuan. Do you think I am a fool? Or do you think that you are smart? Understand the situation, your life is in my hands. Wu Xiaozuan said, no matter if I say it or not, I will die. If you want to kill me before I say it, then I would rather not say it. Lin Fan's head hurt. He realized that some people were smart, and it made him feel helpless. For example, Wu Xiaozuan wasn't easy to deal with. He had said so much, so why was he still talking to him? Lin Fan, don't think that we are afraid of death. People in Nine Bug Gang don't care about life and death. If we are afraid, then we wouldn't be in Nine Bug Gang. This is my condition, and the only condition I will tell you where the riches are. If you don't believe me, then I have no choice, just kill me. Wu Xiaozuan said. He believed that people who needed riches wouldn't kill them so easily. They would think of ways to torture them. As long as they could last till daybreak, someone would notice the situation here. Moreover, he revealed many things. This was a huge amount of riches. Riches that anyone would be jealous of. Forget it, how annoying, wasting my time. You aren't the only division. Lin Fan was lazy to waste time and attacked. 10,000 Path Sword. Hung Long. The 9 Bug Gang members were covered by the sword intent. Wu Xiaozuan died with his eyes wide open. He didn't expect Lin Fan to attack. Lin Fan rose into the air and left Kuei City. Wasting his time. Did he really think that he was someone who would give in so easily? If he didn't want to say, then so be it. He actually felt delighted. He had reached a level where he viewed money as dirt. He kept moving forward. The place he was heading to was none other than the next branch. 9 Bug Gang didn't want to keep them. Based on what he saw and heard, 9 Bug Gang was quite cruel. Keeping them would just bring trouble to others, so why not just take them all to save trouble? Zhao family young master Zhao Bufan was arrogant, but that was it. Leaving him alive to provide rage points was a good choice. The sky was bright. Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan was packing things in the room. Liang Yongqi was stunned. Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, where are you going? During this period of time, Zhang Tianshan had trained Liang Yongqi so well. Liang Yongqi noticed that Zhang Tianshan's expression was solemn and a little off. However, he couldn't pinpoint what it was. I am going to do something huge. Zhang Tianshan didn't raise his head and was still packing. Let me go with you. Liang Yongqi said. Zhang Tianshan smiled. You go with me. What ability do you have? What cultivation? Martial Path Grade 4. You should stay here. If you go with me, you will be scared to death. Liang Yongqi was a little helpless. His impression of Zhang Tianshan had changed a lot. When they first met, he thought that he was a liar. But now that he interacted with him, he felt that Zhang Tianshan was like his life teacher, suppressing his bad habits. Oh right, this book is for you. Read it when you are free, you can learn many good things. Zhang Tianshan tossed a yellow book to Liang Yongqi. No name. Liang Yongqi flipped it and didn't see the title. This is something to deal with demons? Zhang Tianshan smiled. Demon? Just something to deal with. If you are free then read it. This is a good thing. Let me tell you, when I created Martial Path Mountain, I didn't pass it down to so many disciples. You have taken good care of me during this period of time, so I will reward you. Very quickly. Zhang Tianshan packed his things and carried his bag out. Liang Yongqi chased. Outside. Yuan Tianchu looked at the sky in the distance. Recently, his mind was in a mess. He couldn't understand Zhang Tianshan's actions. What kind of plot was he hiding? When he saw Zhang Tianshan carry his bag like he was about to head out, he was shocked. What was he doing? That Lin person had left for such a long time, that was a problem. Now that he wanted to leave, the problem was a little complicated. Mountain entrance. Zhang Tianshan patted Liang Yongqi's shoulder. Remember, stay here. Don't let others see this book, it is my gift to you. Why do I feel like you have a huge matter? Liang Yongqi said. Zhang Tianshan smiled. You are right, it is indeed a huge matter, something I want to do the most in my life. Oh right, did you see that kid? I noticed that he is really weird and sneaky. Who knows what he is doing? When I am not here, you need to pay more attention. I know. Liang Yongqi nodded his head. He noticed that Yuan Tianchu's situation wasn't right, it was too wrong. Zhang Tianshan got on the horse and waved his hands. Let's go, when that kid comes back tell him that I am going out to do something. I don't know when, leave the deputy sect leader position for me, don't let others snatch it. Let's go. Liang Yongqi stood there and shouted, Are you really okay? On the steps down the mountain. Zhang Tianshan controlled the horse, his back facing Liang Yongqi. He waved his hands and didn't say anything like he was saying that he was definitely okay. Yuan Tianchu walked over and saw that Liang Yongqi was in a low mood. Brother Liang, where is he going? When Liang Yongqi heard Yuan Tianchu's voice, he was shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Junior brother Yuan, how many times have I told you that I am your senior brother? In the future, you have to call me senior brother Liang, do you understand? Yuan Tianchu looked at Liang Yongqi. He felt like this fellow was really brainwashed by Zhang Tianshan. He didn't dare to reply, his brain thinking quickly. What was the reason why Liang Yongqi said all that to him? Where did Zhang Tianshan go after leaving Martial Path Mountain? What did he say to Liang Yongqi when he left? These questions had been troubling Yuan Tianchu and he didn't understand. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Liang Yongqi saw that Yuan Tianchu was in a daze and didn't want to ask anymore. He felt that junior brother Yuan had changed too much. When he was in U City, he wasn't like this. At that time, Brother Yuan was so calm and domineering, suppressing him so much that he didn't know what to say. Why did he change so much after leaving U City and coming to Martial Path Mountain? Without cousin, Martial Path Mountain didn't have a soul. Zhou Zhongmao had been cultivating and improving quickly. The effects of the purple gold dragon essence pill were just too amazing. His cultivation had risen from initial grade 10 to peak. This was something that he didn't dare to imagine in the past. However, all of this was due to the purple gold dragon essence pill. Several days later, the cities around Fuzhou were all shocked. 9 bug gangs divisions were mostly wiped out and they suffered heavy losses. This matter spread out and caused a huge storm around Fuzhou. An expert who wasn't afraid of death was fighting 9-bug gang head-on, causing the 9-bug gang division to cry out in pain. When the news spread to the Fuzhou headquarters, what they expected happened. The few higher-ups were killed by the furious gang leader. Everyone in the headquarters was in danger, afraid that such a terrifying scene would happen to them. Damn! They were extremely angry in their hearts. Lin Fan, did our 9-bug gang kill your entire family or rape your wife? Why did you have to go against us? Forget it, if you have balls, come to the headquarters. He only knew how to bully people, such that they didn't know where to hide. To the higher-ups of 9-bug gang, they had raped Lin Fan 10,000 times and didn't stop. What a good dog. Chapter 242. Beside Nuteo River. Someone used stones to build a simple fire pit. 2 pillars stood there and an iron pot hung in the middle. The hot flames caused the iron pot to turn red. There was also a fragrance of fish that spread in the air. What delicious river food. Lin Fan smiled. After this period of hard work, he felt like his life had improved. His horizons became wider, and the way he looked at problems changed. I told you that even if you don't say it, others will. You still want to talk terms with me, why don't you think about the situation? Lin Fan was in a good mood. He had already found 2 physique cultivation techniques, but it was really tough. The strength of the 9-bug gang division was actually decided by the division in the city. Towards the end, the cultivation of the gang leaders had huge changes. In the last city, there was actually a God Essence Realm expert. At that time, when Lin Fan saw him, he wasn't afraid at all. He was even a little emotional. He had never fought a God Essence Realm expert before. Of course, not mentioning that Black Mountain monster, was that even a God Essence Realm monster? It was just sick in the head. Elder Hanqing was Middle God Essence Realm, but before he could do much, the monster pierced his chest and he died. How was that something a God Essence Realm expert could do? Then, a battle occurred. It wasn't really intense. But it allowed Lin Fan to feel how strong he was on a deeper level. Xian True Technique, Elephant God Power. He got these 2 physique cultivation techniques, and he was really lucky. Xian True Technique was a Grandmaster technique and Elephant God Power was a God Essence Realm technique. Naturally, the latter wasn't something that the division could have. It seemed like some sect wanted to connect with 9-bug gang and personally sent it over. However, this sect was really despicable. To put it nicely, they gave 9-bug gang a God Essence Realm technique. To be more direct, it was a physique cultivation technique that no one wanted to cultivate. It was really despicable. Lin Fan looked at the 2 carriages filled with riches beside him. All of a sudden, he didn't know what to do. Why weren't there legendary storage rings? Till now, he hadn't seen anyone with one. If there was, then it would be much more convenient. It would be great to put everything inside. Take his current situation for example. He had a saber and a sword on his back. At first glance, he looked quite stylish, but it didn't match his identity as a rich young master. There was always a hint of acting. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that he had obtained a physique cultivation technique, no matter how much it was, he would definitely improve it. Upgrade. First, he had to upgrade the Grandmaster's Xian True Technique. He consumed 2,000 rage points. Xian True Skill, entry level, he consumed 7,000 rage points. Xian True Art, return to simplicity, the increase in physique strength was indeed mysterious. When one tempered their physique to the highest level, the strength of their physique was already boiling. Next was the God Essence Realm Technique Elephant God Power. He consumed 4,000 rage points. Elephant God Power, Elementary, he consumed 9,000 rage points. Elephant God Power, return to simplicity, who? Lin Fan opened his mouth, and a cloud of condensed mist swept out from his mouth. He felt that the strength of his physique had been raised to an extremely high level, enough to raise his physique cultivation. To raise these two techniques, he consumed 66,000 rage points. These were all painstakingly accumulated during this period of time. Internal and external cultivation, raise physique cultivation to God Essence realm. Lin Fan felt that there was no problem and that he could definitely do it. Improve. His physique slowly rose, and so did his rage points. Physique, 410, middle grandmaster, it didn't stop, and his physique continued to rise. At that moment, his body underwent a huge change. Be it inside or outside, it was slowly changing. His body shook and the surrounding space was affected, twisting slightly. Physique, 420, peak grandmaster, okay, let me break through to God Essence realm right away. Lin Fan hollered and charged upwards. There was a loud explosion. When the 420 health value jumped up, his mind shook violently. It was like a layer of mist was sliced open by lightning. When the fog was split apart, a simple and unadorned door appeared indistinctly. The door opened slightly, revealing a gap. However, it was this gap that gushed out a lot of gray matter that he had never seen before. Then, it dispersed to various parts of his body. If not for the small support system, it wouldn't have been so simple. Lin Fan muttered. When the gate appeared, he felt an unstoppable pressure. However, under the small support system's charge, the gate opened. Someone once said that when you are born, God closes a door for you. It's the door of your physical body, turning your physical body into a mortal. But when this door is opened, your appearance will never grow old, and your body will never deteriorate. Wait. Lin Fan thought about his own father. How old was he? He should be 60 years old, but he still looked like he was 20 years old. Didn't that mean that his father was also a master of both internal and external cultivation? Not only that, his physique had also been raised to a very strong state. Oh my God! Was his father so strong? He knew that his father was strong, but he didn't expect that he would be so strong. Now that he raised his physique to God Essence realm, he could sense how terrifying his strength was. Did I open the door to the treasures in my body? Lin Fan had such a thought, but he wasn't sure. However, as long as he continued, it would be fine. The strength of his physique was enough to support him to continue improving. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough rage points. Hundreds of thousands of rage points were used up just like that. He wiped out the 9 bug gang divisions and fought with them for so long, making them so furious that they were about to explode. That was how he obtained so many rage points. It would be tough for him to accumulate more next time. He took a look at the small support system. Rage points, 799. His original physique changed too. Physique became God body. Could it be that his current physical body had already transcended the mortal world and was developing towards a higher level? Yes, that should be the case. There's no mistake. Today, he was satisfied with his stats. He was heading towards a stronger and further path. God body, 430, initial God Essence realm, true essence, 430, initial God Essence realm, heart cultivation, purple sun 4 saint scripture, grade 33, demon heart enforcing scripture, grade 12, sword seed, grade 8, cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, returning to true, bug controlling technique, basics, unmovable king body, returning to true, lightning blade 4 strokes, returning to true, mixed energy broken jade hand, unlearned, demon ape fist, returning to true, big dipper silence palm, returning to true, barbaric saint battle technique, returning to true, 9 heavens lightning drawing technique, returning to true, fallen dust sword technique, returning to true, dragon elephant sword technique, reaching the peak, heaven shocking sword technique, returning to true, 10,000 path sword, reaching the peak, great sumeru sword technique, reaching the next level, Xian true technique, returning to true, elephant god power, returning to true. Rage points, 799. Hee hee. Lin Fan felt that he was really overbearing. When he left U City, he was just a small martial path realm expert. But now it was different. He had crossed Master and Grandmaster, he had stepped into the ranks of God Essence realm experts. This path might not be easy to walk on. But he would continue to work hard. At this moment, Lin Fan was considering what to do next. The 9-bug gang division matter was slightly complicated and would attract a large-scale search. If he was unlucky and met the gang leader, then it would be problematic. Let's return to Marshall Path Mountain and rest up. Once everything calms down, then I will come out to take a look. Another few days later. U City. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was a little suppressed, like everyone was an enemy. The people in the city weren't as harmless as before, like they could be bullied by anyone. Instead, all of them were sharpening their weapons in front of their houses. Their clothes were all changed. They weren't normal commoner clothes but true battle attire. Their expressions were solemn and boiling fighting intent gathered on their bodies. How many years has it been? We have disguised ourselves as normal people and waited for this moment. These people still dare to come, so we have to make them pay the price. That is indeed the case. 20 years of cultivation to experience a normal life is really good. The people of U City casually talked and laughed. If Lin Fan returned to U City and saw such scenes, he would exclaim, "Oh my god! What the fuck was going on?" They were all normal people, but why did it feel like they were people who lived on the edge of a knife? Liang family. Father, has U City always been like this? Liang Yichu asked in disbelief. When he saw the U City people reveal their true nature, he was terrified. The old man selling candied fruits outside the manor actually carried 2 blades and walked on the streets. When he saw him, he even smiled. This change was just too huge. Ichu, you don't blame me, right? Liang family head asked. Liang Yichu was stunned and only reacted after a long while, "Father, then you sent third brother out of U City not because you didn't want to see him but because you wanted him to leave U City. You knew that there would be danger, right?" "That's right. Initially, I wanted to send you away because you were too cowardly. But later on, I saw how you changed. After thinking about it, I decided to let you bear the responsibility as the big brother. So, I sent your third brother away. As for number 2, she's a girl. I don't know what kind of life she'll have if she goes out. It's better for her to stay in the Liang family. At least, she won't be bullied before she's in danger." Liang Yichu didn't expect things to be like this. Old Master Yuan had many children, but many of them weren't in U City. In the end, Old Master Yuan sent Yuan Tianchu out. The eldest was cultivating in the sect and had returned recently. He was going to stay in the Yuan family. There was also the rule of not letting refugees into the city. So it wasn't that they didn't want to see them, but that U City wasn't suitable for them to live in. That was because everyone in the city was waiting for war to arrive. Those abandoned fields and harsh taxes were all to drive the people who had the land to leave. "Father, then you and Old Master Yuan's discord with Old Master Lin was also created?" Liang Yichu asked. "No, Old Master Yuan and I didn't like Lin Wani. Of course, we also created an atmosphere," Old Master Liang said. Liang Yichu's eyes opened wide. If that was the case, then the few of them lived in an environment where everyone knew what they were doing and only they didn't. That was just too terrifying. Suddenly, Liang Yichu thought about something really terrifying. Apart from some servants in the manor, there were very few children in the city. Chapter 243. Border. Lin Wani sat cross-legged and floated in the air. The halberd beside him was covered in a layer of golden light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the horse. He frowned. Why did he come? Very quickly, a horse stopped not far from Lin Wani. The two of them looked at one another and didn't say a word. At that moment, Lin Wani opened his mouth. His tone was a little helpless. Zhang Tianshan, why did you come here? He really didn't expect Zhang Tianshan to actually come. Didn't I tell you to take care of my son? Since you are here, then what about him? Zhang Tianshan said, we haven't met for so many years and you didn't even ask me how I was? Being a friend is just so bad. Don't talk to me about all this. I don't need to ask about your situation, I can guess it. Leave, you can't help here. Go back and find my son, don't let him come back. Lin Wani said. He passed his son to Zhang Tianshan because he believed in his character. As for Martial Path Mountain, he was just bragging about it. He didn't expose him. As for what it was like, how could he not know? Can you let me help you once? I feel like I have failed in my life, so I want to help my friend do something big. In the past, I was useless and cowardly, but after these few years, I feel like I can help you. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani said, help what? What cultivation? What realm are you at? Are you dragging me down? Leave, this isn't a place where you can stay. I don't blame you for what happened in the past, I treat you as a friend, which is why I passed my son to you. The words at the front were familiar. Zhang Tianshan modified Lin Wani's words and said them to Liang Yongqi. How could you say such heartless words? That's right. In the past, my cultivation base was weak, I was cowardly, useless, and I couldn't help you at all. But in the past 20 years, I've been working hard. Although my cultivation base is still weak, I'm not afraid anymore. I just want to prove that I, Zhang Tianshan, can even throw away my life for my friends. Zhang Tianshan said calmly. Lin Wani looked at Zhang Tianshan and sighed, you came here and I knew that you can give up your life, but what ability do you have? Are you going to stay here and wait to die? Listen to me and go back. I already understand. Normally, Zhang Tianshan was unreliable, but in front of Lin Wani, his emotions were stirred up, and his true feelings were revealed. His eyes were slightly red. You are a normal person and can reach such a stage. Why don't you believe that after so many years of hard work, I haven't improved? I don't have your talent and comprehension. I am indeed weak and can't break through to Master Realm, but don't underestimate me. Today, I, Zhang Tianshan, will let you know that looking down on others is a bad habit. Zhang Tianshan opened the bag and seemed to be taking something out. Lin Wani had a headache. Why was this fellow still the same as before? There was no change at all. What's the use of him coming? The ones who truly decided the outcome of the battle were always experts like them. The crack on the boundary had already closed. Although there was no danger for the time being, no one knew when a war would break out. Laoshan City had already started. Although it was just the initial contact, there were already casualties. He was anxious but he couldn't leave. His target was the U City border. No matter what, he wouldn't let them take a single step in. Just at that moment, Zhang Tianshan held a few small flags and tossed them into the sky. Those flags seemed to have a mind of their own, turning into streaks of light that shot in all directions. Did you see that? This is what I researched for 20 years. Then, Zhang Tianshan muttered something that others couldn't understand. His position changed so many times that it made one tongue-tied. Lin Wani frowned. He didn't understand what he wanted to do. But suddenly, he felt that the temperature around wasn't right. It was much hotter than before. Those flags that were stabbed into the ground instantly retracted into the depths. Shortly after, numerous red lights charged into the sky. The red light looked like it was earth flame. Lunar Phoenix Formation. Zhang Tianshan hollered. A red phoenix appeared, its body was covered in flames. It charged down and entered the core of the formation. How do you know these things? Lin Wani looked at Zhang Tianshan in shock. He didn't expect Zhang Tianshan to know something that even he couldn't understand. Zhang Tianshan said, Lin Wani, I won't ask anything else. Just answer me, is it strong or not? Amazing, amazing. Lin Wani said, praising him. Zhang Tianshan was really amazing. Although his cultivation wasn't high, the aura he gave off wasn't weak at all. Zhang Tianshan felt much better. He didn't want to show off in front of Lin Wani, but to let him know that he could help. How did you learn all these things? Lin Wani asked. Zhang Tianshan smiled, do you remember that nameless book? You are talking about that book that is used to deal with demons? Lin Wani recalled. That book was really tattered and the things inside were really complicated. He knew that he hadn't studied for many years, so how would he like to read those things? It was only because he was surrounded by books that he developed a special aura. Right, but then I realized that the content to deal with demons was just a small portion. Most of it was the formation that I used. When one's strength isn't enough, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth. Wind, water, earth fire, sky fire, etc. It is really complicated. Luckily, I was a scholar when I was young, otherwise, I might not have understood. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani sighed, okay, since that is the case, then you can stay. What happened to my son? Zhang Tianshan smiled, he is great, I didn't expect you to raise your son so well. He is just born to be in the pugilistic world. Stop, don't brag to me. How can I not know my own son? Just look at him, if he wasn't my son, I would have slapped him to death. Lin Wani said. He felt that Zhang Tianshan was a dishonest person, always saying such unreliable things. Zhang Tianshan shook his head, I am impressed. You were just like that when you were young, but you actually have such high requirements for your son. Forget it, I am lazy to talk about it. I will head to your house to place things down and get some food and wine. Let's just drink here. You city. Zhang Tianshan rode his horse into the city. He hadn't come here in a long time, who knew how many years. Before he could even react, he heard a cry of surprise. Come out and take a look, Zhang Xiaodan actually came to you city. After so many years, I thought that he was dead. A muscular male held a machete in his hand. There were words carved on the machete. Imperial Dynasty Top Blade. Zhang Tianshan frowned. Damn, which bastard dared to talk about his old nickname? When he saw that person, he was stunned. Pig King. Excitement appeared on his face as he got off the horse. Brother, you didn't die, I thought you did. When he wanted to hug the Pig King, he was mercilessly pushed away by the other party. Pig King looked at Zhang Tianshan in disdain. Zhang Xiaodan, who is your brother? You have a brother? Only Master Lin treats you as a brother. Do you see the wound on my chest? 30 years ago, in order to help you take revenge, Master Lin left it on my body. At that time, you were just a piece of trash and no one cared about you. Only Master Lin treated you as a brother. But the things you did after that are shameful. Zhang Tianshan looked at him awkwardly and didn't know how to explain. Old pig, what are you saying? We are all on the same side. You didn't personally witness it, so how can you be so sure? At that moment, an old man walked over. If Lin Fan saw him, he would exclaim. Damn! Wasn't that the manager of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion? The manager of the place where he brought the refugees to eat. He even acted in front of him and didn't dare to ask for money from the Lin family. Old Zhang, don't speak up for him. He is as timid as a mouse. Even if you didn't personally witness it, it is pretty much the case. Pig King said. Anyways, he just insisted that Zhang Tianshan was such a person. He definitely wouldn't be wrong. Zhang Sheng shook his head and walked in front of Zhang Tianshan. Don't worry about him. He is such a person. Let's go sit in my restaurant. Zhang Tianshan's smile was a little awkward. He nodded towards Pig King. Pig King scoffed coldly and didn't care about Zhang Tianshan at all. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Haze, the waiters have been dismissed and I am the only one here. What do you want to drink? Zhang Sheng asked. Zhang Tianshan asked, Old Zhang, you have always been in Yu City. Zhang Sheng smiled, that's right. Since the battle 20 years ago, many people died. We were thinking that if we split up, what would happen if something happened in the future? So, we all stayed in Yu City and lived as commoners. It was really carefree and there weren't so many Jiang who matters. You are an elder of a large sect. They didn't find you. Zhang Tianshan looked at Zhang Sheng and shock appeared on his face. Zhang Sheng took the wine and prepared some dishes to go with the wine. What's there to look for? They must have thought that I'm dead. But to be honest, the feeling here is really good. I've lived a leisurely life for 20 years. It's something that I wouldn't even dare to imagine normally. Also, the crack isn't stable recently, but it is still okay. It should be because we are all here and they are afraid of Lin Wani's strength, so they don't dare to attack. However, it is hard to say how long this situation can last. Zhang Tianshan kept silent and didn't say a word. What did the imperial dynasty say? Zhang Tianshan asked. Zhang Xing said, they are all working hard. Luckily, our emperor is a wise ruler and knows what to do. We are in charge of the matters here and they are in charge of the internal matters. There won't be much conflict between us. Chapter 244. In the center of the imperial city occupied an endless amount of land. The most eye-catching thing was at the center of the imperial city. A dazzling palace stood there like a celestial palace. Around the palace were rows of long jade steps. There were a total of 99 steps, surrounding the palace in the middle. The entire palace was made up of 999 pieces of top-grade desolate wood. Palace, reading room. Someone wiped out the 9-bug gang division. The emperor looked at the secret document and was in deep thought. He didn't expect that someone would wipe out the 9-bug gang division. The name recorded in the secret document was Lin Fan. Lin Wani's son is called Lin Fan, is it his son? The emperor thought about it but quickly shook his head to deny it. Maybe it was just someone with the same name. He had investigated Lin Fan long ago because he wanted to marry a princess to Lin Fan. So he knew that Lin Wani's son was trash, really trash. Compared to the disciples of the aristocratic families in the imperial city, he couldn't be compared at all. But no matter what, he still had to get married. This was the promise that the imperial family gave Lin Wani. At that moment, Lin Fan faced the most headache-inducing thing in his life. No one would believe him if he said it out loud. He faced bandits. A bunch of men blocked in front of Lin Fan. They were either carrying spiked clubs or 9-ringed machetes. They looked really fierce, and anyone who saw them would be terrified to death. But to Lin Fan, these bandits were just trying to humiliate him. Were they really so arrogant? They dared to block the path of a God Essence Realm expert, weren't they afraid of being beaten to death? Kid, if you are smart, then know your place. We don't care about our women or our lives, we just want your money. Hand it over, if not, we will attack. The leader's lips curled up and he touched his bald head. That style, that attitude, it was just so overbearing. They roamed dozens of miles around, looking for young and lone people to attack. Not for anything else, but because they were afraid of kicking an iron board. Lin Fan sat on the carriage and squinted his eyes. Have you seen a shining blade? Huh? These words confused the bandits. What shining saber? I'm asking you, have you ever seen a saber dyed red? The bald bandit shouted angrily. That's right. Behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll take your life. One of the lackeys chimed in. The bald bandit was furious. What the fuck are you talking about? How can it be a black knife? Is your blood black? Shwa. Lin Fan drew his saber and absorbed his true essence into the blade, causing a bright and blinding saber light to burst forth. Shocking. The bandits looked at Lin Fan in shock as if they had seen a ghost. What was going on? Why did the saber have a color to it? Wasn't the other party's cultivation a little too terrifying? As people who walked on the road, their eyesight was naturally not bad. Scram! Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to waste time with these bandits. He still had to hurry on with his journey. With a crash, the bandits disappeared without a trace in an instant. They stepped on a tough spot. It was already not bad that he didn't bother with them. Lin Fan shook his head and felt a headache coming on. He was a person who saw money as dirt and felt that it was too troublesome to pull this carriage. However, he wasn't someone who liked to casually throw rubbish away. He could only bring these things along and take it one step at a time. Now, if he wanted to return to Marshall Path Mountain, he had to pass Fuzhou. However, he was still far away from Fuzhou. If he brought these two carriages of riches and didn't change his route, he would definitely bump into 9 bug gang members. If he only bumped into gang members, naturally nothing would happen. However, if he bumped into the 9 bug gang leader, then the situation would be a little complicated. Although he was confident in his own strength, who knew how strong the 9 bug gang leader was? If he was too strong, then he would be finished. So, it was best to be safe and avoid him in case he bumped into the 9 bug gang leader. He changed his route. After all, he had to pass Chaojiang City, Chuanhua City, Jinhe City to Kuei City and then to Fuzhou. But now, he didn't pass Chaojiang City. Instead, he used a semicircular route to bypass these cities and return to Jiang City. The rage of the 9 bug gang leader burned the area that 9 bug gang controlled. No one dared to go against the gang leader. In the eyes of the gang leader, their lives couldn't even be compared to a bug in his hands. The assassination squad was the strongest organization in 9 bug gang, they were above all hall heads. There were 12 really strong and terrifying people in the assassination squad. Their bodies were covered in robes and they had never shown it in front of others. Ying Jiu was the deputy of the assassination squad, but compared to these 12, the gap was huge. One could say that they couldn't be compared at all. Under the orders of the gang leader, the 12 strongest members of the assassination group left Fuzhou to search for traces of their target. Several days later, in the forest, the 2 carriages moved slowly. They weren't fast. Lin Fan laid on the box and hummed a tune. He was really relaxed and didn't panic at all. Recently, he had been too busy. He wiped out so many divisions, so he had to take a good rest. He had been thinking about something, which was to find a luxurious city and then spend the riches or bring them back to Marshall Path Mountain. Suddenly, the wind rose up. Many leaves fell and spun in mid-air before slowly falling to the ground. Such a scene was normal in the quiet forest. But to Lin Fan, it wasn't normal at all. It was even a little weird. Gradually, killing intent boiled in the forest, as if it had covered the entire forest. Stop hiding, I have already noticed all of you. Come out. Lin Fan sat up and looked around. Although there was no one around, he could sense the boiling killing intent. We already went around and you can still find us. You are really amazing. Forget it, I will tell you. I did it. Come out, it is better for everyone to end this. Instantly. There seemed to be something moving in all directions, directly locking down Lin Fan's path. Lin Fan jumped off the carriage and landed on the ground. With a bang, with him as the center, a surge of true essence exploded out. There was a loud explosion. The bulging mounds of earth that came from all directions directly exploded, releasing a lot of black fog. At that moment, 12 people surrounded Lin Fan. They stood there and didn't move, but the eyes hidden in their robes stared right at Lin Fan. They were certain. This was the person they were looking for. Amazing, they are all experts. Lin Fan sensed a terrifying aura from their bodies. They were totally different from those small fries from 9 Bug Gang. This is the battle that I was looking forward to. The moment he said this, the 12 experts of the assassination group attacked. They didn't say any nonsense to Lin Fan. Their actions were in sync like they had been trained for a long time. 10,000 sword. At that moment, numerous swords spun out, forming a circle. With a xiao, they struck in all directions. Pang! The explosion was shocking. The might of the myriad sword Dao wasn't weak. It was already an extremely terrifying sword technique in the sword Dao. However, these 12 experts weren't weak at all. It was basically impossible to kill them with just this move. Lightning blade 4 strokes, heaven and earth destruction. Lin Fan held the blade, true essence surged out. The thick true essence wrapped around the blade, forming a terrifying blade glow. He then slashed forwards. He had already reached God Essence realm, and when he used this blade, the strength was even more terrifying. The surrounding space was covered by blade energy. The space twisted and numerous blade lights flashed. Puchi. At that moment, an assassination group expert's abdomen was sliced open. However, there wasn't blood spurting out. Instead, there was a weird thing moving about, connecting the torn flesh back together. Lin Fan noticed that and felt like the situation wasn't right. Dragon elephant. Shocking. 10,000 sword. Sumeru sword. At this moment, Lin Fan let out a low roar and raised both his palms. Countless long swords that glowed with divine light floated around him. At this moment, the consumption of true energy had reached an extremely high level when he used the 4-sword Daos. Normal God Essence realm experts wouldn't be able to take it, but to Lin Fan, it was just a small matter. Slash. The moment Lin Fan said this, a dense sword intent exploded and pressed down on the 12 experts. The sword intent dealt terrifying damage to the 12 experts, but they didn't cry out. It was as if they didn't feel any pain at all. They allowed the sword intent to slice them. The skin that was sliced closed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an assassination group expert appeared in front of Lin Fan. His palms were covered in a black glow as he struck towards Lin Fan's stomach. Pang! A palm struck Lin Fan's stomach. A terrifying power exploded out and sent Lin Fan flying. The rest of the assassin team experts attacked one after another. It was as if they were combining their moves. Palm after palm landed on Lin Fan's body continuously, smashing Lin Fan into the ground and forming a deep hole. A shocking shockwave spread out, destroying the surrounding trees. The 12 of them stood together and didn't move at all. They didn't say a single word. Their bodies exuded a black mist, which then condensed into a pitch-black insect with 12 legs. Cough cough. Amazing, really amazing. Slowly, Lin Fan stood up from the deep hole and coughed. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the 12 of them. I thought that all of you weren't much, but who knew that you were so strong? This blade, this sword, it is so problematic. I need to use my strongest move to deal with all of you. With a show, Lin Fan tossed the blade and sword to the side and then slowly stepped out of the hole. He didn't expect 9 Bug Gang to have such an expert. These people were definitely God Essence realm, but he didn't know what level they were at. That was weird. He felt like these people weren't humans at all. But it didn't matter. Even if they weren't humans, they would die later. What a waste. Why didn't he get rage points? Chapter 245. A gust of wind swept up the dust in the air. Lin Fan stood straight. His hair swayed and a smile appeared on his face. Hung Long. Power exploded in his body. True essence broke and covered his entire body, burning crazily. A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Fan's body. Internal and external cultivation, the highest attainments of God Essence realm. When it exploded out, it was extremely terrifying. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture. 2 of his most overbearing heart cultivation techniques boiled. Purple True Essence and Black True Essence clashed, giving rise to a shocking change. That was the merger of True Essence. Crackling sounds could be heard as small lightning flashed. A layer of bright light appeared on the surface of his body. A fierce and majestic demon ape appeared behind his back. This demon ape was formed from True Essence and slowly turned into a physical body. Its needle-like black fur was really realistic. Kong! The demon ape roared in rage, forming a shocking aura. At that moment, Lin Fan activated all the cultivation techniques that he had learned. Not to mention barbaric saint battle technique, Xian True technique, or elephant god power. Lin Fan stepped forwards. The ground couldn't take such terrifying power and directly cracked. Lai Pala. His body shook slightly, causing some changes with True Essence. Occasionally, lightning would strike down from the sky. His consumption was really terrifying. Normal God Essence realm experts wouldn't dare to continue like this. Even if God Essence realm could absorb spiritual energy to replenish their consumption, the absorption speed wouldn't be able to keep up with such consumption. The 12 experts of the assassination group seemed like they were all mute. Till now, they didn't say a single word. Didn't they see how explosive his power was? Maybe, he had to teach them a lesson so that they would understand that they were just asking for shit. Pang! In an instant, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Everything around seemed to slow down in Lin Fan's eyes. The 12 experts didn't move at all. When Lin Fan got close, they moved too. The surrounding spiritual energy crazily surged into their bodies. Naturally, they were God Essence realm. Lin Fan was initial God Essence realm. No matter who it was, fighting 12 God Essence realm experts at initial God Essence realm was just asking to die. There was no hope at all. Lin Fan walked in front of an expert. His fists were filled with terrifying True Essence as he swept forwards. This was one of the most overbearing moves of the demonic ape fist. The illusory ape demon ape let out a ferocious roar and swept out with its fists. It seemed as if it could sweep through everything. Bang! The two of them collided with each other, and an astonishing might erupted. Lin Fan looked at him and hollered. His fists exploded with even more shocking power. How could a dual cultivator be so easy to deal with? There was a loud rumble. A figure was sent flying, crashing into a giant tree in the distance. The giant tree was broken, and the figure continued to fly backwards, breaking several branches. Then, the figure used the momentum to flip over, landing on the ground with both feet, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. Puff! The assassin group expert knelt on one knee, his palm supporting the ground, and spat out a mouthful of black sticky blood. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan had defeated one person, but now he had to face the attacks of the remaining 11 people. Their moves contained many tiny insects that were invisible to the naked eye. These insects floated in the air and could enter the body through the pores of the skin, devouring the blood and jin yuan. Refresh. Bug controlling technique directly reached the peak level. A terrifying gray internal strength exploded out, suppressing the small bugs in the air. They were led over and counterattacked. However, the 12 of them weren't normal people. When these small bugs entered their bodies, it was like there was a power that directly cut off Lin Fan's connection with them. 9 Heavens Lightning Drawing Technique, Lightning World. Lin Fan hollered, the lightning on his body was like a dragon. The lightning swelled up, forming a circular strike. With a pang, it spread out in all directions. Pang pang. The bodies of the 12 experts slowly broke down, like they were made up of numerous bugs. In Lin Fan's words, it was like they were turning into elements. Return to me. Bug controlling technique's internal strength pressed forwards, suppressing the bodies that were about to break down. Hung long. Lightning covered the experts of the assassin group. There was a deafening explosion all around, and the shockwaves destroyed everything around. This place had already turned into a terrifying region. Anyone who entered, as long as their cultivation was too low, even if they weren't attacked, they would spit out blood from the pressure here. Pata! Pata! The dust scattered, and the 12 of them still stood there. The black meat that looked like numerous bugs fell to the ground. However, there were bugs crawling all around their legs like they were recovering their damaged bodies. These little monsters are so problematic. I seem to understand why 9 Bug Gang was able to stand tall and not fall. Lin Fan muttered, he had a basic understanding. 9 Bug Gang inherited Insect Valley, and the true experts were really strong in controlling bugs. Normal people found it tough to kill them, so what if there was an army? They were unable to defend against these small bugs. The 12 of them were 9 Bug Gang experts, so one didn't need to talk about how strong the gang leader was. He might have reached a level where he could fight an army alone. Suddenly, the 12 experts of the assassin group smacked their hands on the ground. True essence formed a ripple that covered the surrounding area. With a poochie, it was as if something had popped out. The robes on their backs exploded. A pair of gray sickle-shaped spikes spread out from their backs. They were really long, dozens of feet long. Xiao. These sickle-shaped spikes were really nimble, directly locking down Lin Fan's path and slashing towards him. The spikes slashed across. As they were too quick, they left a gray glow in the air. Refresh. Mixed energy broken jade hand was satisfied. Lin Fan's palms changed color, directly clashing with the nimble spikes. Pang! Pang! Where Lin Fan was, the shockwaves were just too sharp. One couldn't even see his hands, only numerous afterimages. Sparks flew, circle after circle of shockwaves spread out. As the power was too strong, it formed a tornado that covered all of them. They aren't weak, they are definitely peak God Essence realm. Lin Fan felt pressure, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. If he fought one-on-one, he would have been able to crush them. But the key was that the 12 of them were all peak God Essence realm. In terms of fighting as a team, their teamwork was actually flawless. As time went on, he was infuriated by these people. He didn't block, revealing his back and hollering. Strongest God body. The muscles on his back swelled up and true essence covered him. He cultivated both internal and external, using true essence to buff his body. Those techniques that strengthened his god body directly exploded out. Xuanwu, God Elephant, Demon Ape, Barbarian Saint illusions covered his back. Kang. Hung Long. 12 pairs of sickle-shaped spikes smashed into his back. The unbearable power caused Lin Fan's body to shake. His legs sunk into the ground and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Lin Fan hollered in rage. He opened his arms and directly hugged the 12 pairs of scythe spikes. He then raised his feet that were stuck in the ground and stomped on the ground. His body spun and the 12 experts of the assassination team were lifted up from the ground. Shwa shwa. He spun faster and faster, forming a terrifying storm. He then stopped and raised his hands. He hollered in rage and smashed towards the ground. There was a loud explosion. The ground cracked, and a thick layer of dust rippled out. 10,000 sword path. Shortly after, numerous swords formed from true essence floated behind Lin Fan. He pressed down with his palm and the swords swept forwards like arrows. The explosions continued. But this wasn't enough. Lin Fan jumped up and his body was covered in light. It was as if a god elephant was floating in the air. Elephant god power, earth explosion. He hollered. He landed on the ground. Pang! Although it was a bit exaggerated to say that the mountains were shaking, the entire ground was shaking. The strength of the divine body and the true essence fused together, condensing into a terrifying force that directly crushed over. The ground couldn't handle such a terrifying power and caved in. With a loud explosion, it formed a circular hole that was dozens of meters wide. Do you think that this is the end? Wrong, this is just the beginning. Lin Fan retreated and slashed with the strongest move of lightning blade 4 strokes. It wasn't just one blade but in the blink of an eye, dozens of blades were slashed out. Terrifying blade intent boiled and the space around started to twist. Hung long. Hung long. The explosions didn't stop. My hands are getting tired, so let's change moves. Big Dipper silence palm. The sky was covered in lightning. Lightning dragons wrapped around his palms and smashed forwards, covering the deep hole. Pilai Pala. The lightning formed a huge net and a dense lightning power flowed about. Even a pig would become a roasted pig under such a terrifying frequency of attacks. Who? Lin Fan retracted his aura and locked onto the deep hole. If he still didn't die, then he had to re-evaluate 9 bug gang's overall strength. At that moment, the deep hole was covered in a layer of dust and one couldn't see what was going on within. The 12 experts of 9 bug gang gave him a really weird feeling, so weird that he didn't dare to believe it. What was going on? They suffered such heavy injuries and didn't even cry out. They didn't even give any rage points. They don't have emotions and desires, or do you not feel a trace of anger? Very quickly. The dust slowly dissipated. Thick black smoke rose up from the deep hole. The figures of the 12 experts of the assassination group disappeared, only countless black flesh and blood were moving. That wasn't right. This was not flesh and blood at all. Instead, it was more like flesh and blood formed by countless insects. At that moment, the flesh and blood of the bugs were merging. They really aren't human. Lin Fan frowned. All of a sudden, an astonishing aura erupted from the deep pit. CSI. It was like a weird living being was roaring. Kachi. The sound of bones clashing. Suddenly, the flesh and blood in the deep hole merged into a giant body. The robe disappeared and the main body was revealed. There was indeed flesh and blood, but there were many thin bugs wrapped around it. It was so disgusting. Just as he was dissing, a strong wind struck him. The bugman appeared in front of Lin Fan and punched him. Lin Fan blocked with his hands and with a pang, his body flew backward. His legs landed on the ground and he raised his head. His expression was really solemn. So strong. Chapter 246. He was really strong. He was not mocking the other party, but the other party's strength had indeed shocked him. There were originally 12 of them, but he beat them up until they merged into one. This change was a little huge. Also, how the hell did he do it? Even if they weren't human, they couldn't merge like that. It didn't match reality and the structure of a human body. It was worth studying. It is time for me to be more serious. Lin Fan turned his head and casually spat out a mouthful of blood. It was normal to spit out blood during an intense battle. The bugman in front of him was 3 meters tall. He looked really strong, but the muscles weren't flesh and blood. They were made up of black bugs. Poochie. The bugman's back exploded and many black arms popped out. The arms were filled with sharp teeth. The 12 arms gave one a shocking visual impact. This exceeded what a human body should look like. Did it mutate? What was 9 Bug Gang, to be able to play with bugs like this? What was Insect Valley like? He didn't dare to imagine. Who? The bugman breathed. The air that he spat out was black like it was poisonous. The air was about to be poisoned to death. A pair of pupilless eyes stared right at Lin Fan. The cold intent made one feel like one was in ice. Pang! The bugman disappeared from the spot and the surrounding pressure suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Fan and punched. An energy current appeared on his fist and there was a series of explosions. Was he trying to destroy the air? Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched forwards without any fear. Pang! The moment the fists clashed, a shocking aura exploded. Numerous chaotic energy currents swept forwards, slicing everything around like wind blades. Elephant God Power, God Shocking. Internal and external cultivator, when he used his killing move, it wasn't just a clash of strength. There was also the movement of true essence. The two powers combined together was enough to destroy everything. Hung Long. The battle between the two of them was really intense. Lin Fan's true essence and God body power was like a flood, endless and didn't stop at all. The battle between fists and kicks was so quick that one could only see after images. Many deep holes appeared in the ground. These holes were left by the two powers clashing together. Lin Fan's habitual insta-kill didn't show on the enemy. Instead, they were on the same level and both sides were injured. So the feeling of fighting is really comfortable. This was the only feeling he had after fighting for so long. He had never experienced it before. Perhaps this was the true feeling of satisfaction that could only be experienced when one's strength became extremely terrifying. Rumble. Lin Fan wiped off the fresh blood at the corner of his lips. He looked at the bugman whose chest was pierced and who was regenerating. His gaze was extremely sharp. Did this guy have an undying body? That was impossible. There was no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Everything about immortality was just bragging. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his arms wide, and the true energy in his body gathered in front of him. The true energy that emanated from his body was like a dense fog, dragging a long tail as it gradually fused together. In this quintessential essence fog, many phantoms appeared. These phantoms were the moves of a cultivation technique. He had condensed everything he had learned together, and then used absolute strength to crush his opponent. This was extremely taxing on his real essence, and at the same time, it had an indelible effect on his physical strength. It was a pity. Lin Fan's true essence and God body would never be extinguished. They were endless and he would never feel exhausted. At this moment, the condensed power had reached its peak. He raised his cultivation technique to returning to true realm. This was something that other people didn't even dare to think about. Sword Palace Elder Hanqing was really strong, middle god essence realm. But even then, only one of his heaven-shocking sword techniques reached returning to true. The others were far from it. Let's see how this move is. Lin Fan pushed forwards with his palm. With a loud explosion, it turned into a light pillar that struck forwards. The bugman's body slanted. A black veil appeared in front of him, blocking the light pillar. ZZ. The bugman's legs stepped into the ground like it was blocking with much difficulty. But it wasn't able to block enough. Hung long. The light pillar covered the bugman. The bugman seemed to be disintegrating, and one couldn't see what was going on inside. Very quickly. The light pillar that contained the strongest true essence swept hundreds of meters, destroying numerous trees and leaving a circular moat on the ground. Damn, Lin Fan looked at the scenes in front of him and his head hurt. Half of the bugman's body was smashed, but the flesh and blood were moving and healing. Very quickly, that half of his body was actually recovered. Can I really not kill him? Lin Fan frowned and wasn't satisfied with the situation. No, it definitely can't. It is just that the time isn't right. I think I can definitely do it. Lin Fan wasn't tired at all, he didn't even sweat. He just spat out a mouthful of blood. These were all small matters and there was no need to worry about it. The bugman twisted his neck and locked onto Lin Fan once more. It was obvious that he wouldn't stop until one of them died. Shwa. The bugman disappeared from the spot. Lin Fan also disappeared from the spot. Very quickly, there was a loud explosion. Water-like ripples spread out in the air. These were the shockwaves from the clash of power. The two of them clashed, it was a battle at the peak of God Essence realm. Lin Fan was able to fight it at initial realm and not be at a disadvantage. Not only was he a dual cultivator, but more importantly, his cultivation technique had reached returning to true realm. The moment Lin Fan appeared, the bugman appeared beside him. He used his fists and legs to sweep forwards. He raised his hands to block. There was a low explosion and then shockwaves spread out. The sky slowly turned dark. But the battle here was still going on. The duration of this battle was too long. Even a peak God Essence realm expert would be exhausted. For the bugman to be able to last until now, Lin Fan felt that there was a problem. Or rather, his situation was really weird. Both sides were on the same level and no one could take down the other. It all depended on who would be exhausted first. Of course, with Lin Fan's current strength, that wouldn't happen. But the bugman's situation didn't change much. How did 9 Bug Gang have such terrifying combat strength? This was enough to show that 9 Bug Gang was able to control the important Fuzhou not because of Insect Valley but because 9 Bug Gang itself wasn't simple. In the distance, a few thousand meters away from Lin Fan, there were a few people hiding in the darkness. What an intense battle, it seems like experts are fighting. Who knows when it will end? The person who spoke was covered in black. He retracted his aura like he was one with the darkness. He definitely wouldn't expose himself. Don't rush, let's wait. When such experts fight, there will be a winner. When the time comes, we can pick up the corpses. Let's hope that we can gain something. They were professionals at picking up corpses to get good things from the bodies of the dead. Although sometimes they would return empty-handed, most of the time they would gain a lot. This was their way of survival. Of course. If both sides were badly injured, then it would be even better. They would directly kill both sides and that would be a huge gain. The sky was bright. A streak of sunlight shone down. Impossible, how is that possible? Who is fighting, how did it last until now? They were completely shocked. They didn't sleep for an entire night because they were waiting for an opportunity. They thought that it would end quickly, but who would have thought that the rumbling sounds didn't stop? In the darkness of the night, the light was resplendent, illuminating the entire area. In midair. Elephant God power, destruction. Lin Fan hollered in rage. He clenched his fists and pressed down. Shocking God energy and strength surged out and smashed onto the bugman's head. With a pang, the bugman's head exploded. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a particularly strange red worm in the bugman's exploded head. This red worm had a mouth and a tail that formed a circle. At the same time, there were many tiny suckers on the body of the long worm that connected the flesh and blood of the entire head. One of the thicker tentacles was connected to the neck. Could this be the crux of the matter? Lin Fan wasn't dumb at all. Although he was a little dumb sometimes, when facing some special situations, he was really smart. Just as he was thinking about all these things, the Bugman's head had recovered. But it didn't matter anymore. Recovery wasn't scary, he just needed to blow it up once more. After fighting for so long, Lin Fan had a deeper understanding of his own strength. The Bugman was definitely peak God Essence realm, but he was much stronger than normal peak God Essence realm experts. Without such a special person like him, the Bugman might have been invincible among peak God Essence realm experts. It seems like I can't head to 9 Bug Gang yet. Lin Fan warned himself that it was normal for his heart to be restless, but he couldn't just ask to die. His improvement speed was already really quick. Other people needed decades, but he only needed a short time. As long as he stabilized himself, in less than a year, he would be able to reach a higher level. Pang! Since he knew the key, then he would go all out. A person without rage points had no soul. After a long while. With a Poochie. Lin Fan took the Bugman's strike head-on, punching its head. He opened his fingers and pulled the bug out. Is this the reason why you can infinitely recover? Lin Fan looked at the struggling bug in his hand and then clenched his fingers. With a Poochie, he crushed the bug. When he looked at the Bugman, he noticed that its flesh and blood were falling like it was in pain. Then, it turned into a pile of mud. This? Lin Fan was a little confused. How could a long red worm have such abilities? This wasn't Master or Grandmaster, but a God Essence realm expert. He had seen many situations in 9 Bug Gang. Some hall heads were all Master realm, so they weren't much. However, the current situation was not quite right. Did 9 Bug Gang rely on gang leader alone to hold it up? Chapter 247. The surrounding environment was in a desolate state. The trees were destroyed, who knew how many had been destroyed? Luckily, true essence and stamina are unlimited, otherwise, I would have died from exhaustion. He didn't feel any joy from hammering this fellow to death. It was just slightly more comfortable during the battle. He said long ago that a battle without rage points would have no soul. Although it would feel better in the middle, after that, one would feel really empty. Am I missing something? Lin Fan looked around and felt like something wasn't right. However, he didn't know what it was. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes wide like he had seen a ghost. He thought about something really terrifying. Ah! My wealth! He screamed in agony. His heart, which was originally quite comfortable, was suddenly filled with unbearable pain. Even breathing became a little difficult. Wealth, this is all my wealth. As for what he said about treating money like dirt, that was nonsense. Who the fuck would treat money like dirt? Unless that person liked to show off, and after showing off, they would still work hard to accumulate wealth. The situation was really awkward. The battle was too intense. True essence was much higher than internal strength. In such an intense battle, how would one be able to take care of so much? In the end, the outcome was expected. The 2 horses were very handsome, and steam was coming out of their nostrils. As virgins, they hoped to do good work for humans so that they could be rewarded with a few beautiful female horses. However, they really did not expect that misfortune would befall them. They were so hard-working, but they were actually killed. Their corpses weren't even left, not even a single piece of flesh could be found. They really wanted to roar angrily. How could there still be law? How could there still be justice? Lin Fan walked back and forth in the surroundings, searching for treasures. He held on to his last hope, which was that some of the gold and silver treasures had not been destroyed by their Jin Yuan, but were scattered around and buried in the ground. But he knew that it was just a fantasy, an unrealistic fantasy. Pant, I feel a little helpless. If I knew that this would happen, I would have chased the carriage away. It would be better than not getting anything at all. Lin Fan's head hurt. Even so, what could he do? He really had no choice. Haze. Lin Fan sat on the ground and grabbed his hair. He consoled himself that he should just forget it. Wasn't it just wealth? Men had to treat money as dirt. Just as he was thinking about these things, footsteps could be heard from the surroundings. Amazing, truly amazing. I didn't expect the battle to last for an entire day and night. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Not far away, a figure appeared. He was dressed in black, and his tone was playful and even a little excited. The way he sat on the ground made it seem as if he was heavily injured and was recuperating. At that time, they were pondering whether they should take a gamble or not. They said that they would wait for the other party to leave before taking action. Finally, after careful consideration, they decided that only by taking risks would they gain something. After such an intense battle, no one could remain unaffected. He must be so tired that he couldn't even lift a finger. Lin Fan didn't bother about these people. He was troubled and regretful. Wasn't it just a little pretentious words? Was there a need to take it so seriously? The corpse hunters who had been hiding in the dark did not all come out to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. However, seeing that the other party had not moved at all, it seemed to them that he was recovering. Swoosh! 4 more people appeared. They looked exactly the same as the first person who had appeared. They were all dressed in black, and their faces could not be seen. Don't hesitate. If he recovers, it will be troublesome for us. Yes, that's right. We're going to be rich today. Although they said that, their actions were still rather timid. They didn't dare to be rash. After all, the counterattack of a strong person was still very scary. Not long after, they were getting closer and closer to Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan, who was feeling very pained, gradually found a reason to calm his heart. Forget it. Money was just a worldly possession. Compared to happiness, this bit of money was nothing. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the approaching men in black. The 5 men in black were already prepared to counterattack. After all, picking up corpses was also a dangerous job. But, this single turn of Lin Fan's had them all stumped. This gaze, the corpse hunters were stunned. They stared at Lin Fan's gaze. Gradually, to them, there was only darkness in front of them. In that darkness, an eye suddenly appeared. To them, that eye seemed very dangerous. Silence. There was no sound. The group of them had been surrounded by Lin Fan. After a long while. Dig for me. Lin Fan stood there with his arms behind his back. He looked at the 5 men in black holding their weapons and digging the soil. He didn't believe that the treasures would disappear just like that. They were definitely buried here. As long as they worked hard, they would be able to find them. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. The 5 men in black were furious. They even wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Was he even a human? They thought that he would kill them right away. Who knew that he would actually make them do such a thing? Dig? Damn, what did he treat them as? Why did he make them dig like that? Did he consider their feelings? Big brother, I can't take it. One of the men in black said unwillingly. He didn't dare to speak loudly in case Lin Fan heard him and killed him. The other 4 looked at him as if to say, just give it to me, don't talk nonsense and work hard. I was the one who suggested to make a move without waiting for them to leave, and you were the one who shouted the loudest. Now, he actually couldn't take it. Why didn't he just die? The weapons in their hands were used to pick up corpses and fight when they met enemies. Now, they were actually used as hoes. He really wanted to ask. Just because he was strong, he could do whatever he wanted. Did he not care about them at all? But reality was like that. He could do whatever he wanted and didn't care about them at all. Dig quickly, stop wasting time. Lin Fan really wanted to give up, but the arrival of the few men in black gave him a bit of hope. They were pretty much free labor. If he used true essence to strike the ground, it was hard to say whether or not it would be destroyed a second time. He could only use the most primitive method to dig out the hidden treasures. Let's hope that we can find some. The 5 of them felt wronged and like they were cheated. However, they didn't understand. The battle was so intense, and no matter how strong one was, at such a stage, one would definitely be heavily injured. They had already analyzed it. To be able to fight for such a long time, they were definitely evenly matched. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be unharmed. Moreover, they would be exhausted. What they couldn't accept was that Lin Fan was perfectly fine. When he looked at them, his eyes actually shone with a blue light. Fuzhou, giant ship. Pang. A crisp sound spread out. Gang leader's expression changed. He flipped the blanket in front of him and revealed a pitch-black hole. Other people couldn't see what was inside, but he saw it clearly. Within the hole, a giant ball of meat seemed to be breathing. It expanded and contracted, but at this moment, a portion of its body exploded and many disgusting juices flowed out. Ah! My baby, what happened to you? Gang leader was heartbroken. How did this happen? Why did my baby become like this? How did he get injured? Shortly after, he thought about the assassination squad. Did they fail? Right, they definitely failed. Only when they failed would such a thing happen. No, gang leader hollered in rage. The entire ship shook. The originally calm Nuteo River shook and the river water smashed onto the ship. The power spread out and affected the river surface. How terrifying was this power? It was unimaginable. Maybe it was so strong that normal people couldn't block it. Ingjiu stood at the back of the ship, his expression was calm. He bore the rage and pressure of the gang leader. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were locked onto the river surface. He is getting more and more impulsive, he is unable to suppress his rage. In the end, he is going to walk the path of destruction. Ingjiu muttered. To 9 Bug Gang, it was a troubled time. The opponent is an expert, and looking at these signs of burning, it doesn't look like it's slowly burning from a weak fire to a strong fire, but more like it's an instantaneous eruption of extremely high temperature. The inner force of a martial arts expert is very strong, and the level of their cultivation method is very high. Zhu Xiang muttered. His brain worked quickly but he still couldn't think of who did it. There were too few clues and he couldn't think of a specific picture at all. Not long after, the soldier who went ahead to scout came back and said respectfully, "Commandant, we found a dilapidated village up ahead. Let's go take a look." Zhu Xiang felt that the village had something to do with this. When he arrived at the village and saw the tragic state it was in, he instantly understood. The collapsed houses, the doors with footprints, the blood stains that slowly turned black, and also the corpses of the commoners that fell to the ground. Images appeared in his mind. These images were of the village that was as good as before, and the scenes that happened when the army invaded. They deserved to die. Zhu Xiang frowned. He understood everything. These were all done by the soldiers of the army. King Wudong ordered that they weren't allowed to loot and burn. It seemed like this army was too arrogant and lawless. In the end, an expert passed by and saw such a heinous thing. He acted on behalf of the heavens and killed all of them. They deserve to die. Commandant. The soldiers at the side whispered. They admired the Master Commandant very much. They felt that the Master Commandant was an intelligent and courageous person. Many times, they relied on the Master Commandant's intelligence to complete the mission without sacrificing a single soldier. Therefore, they admired him very much. Zhu Xiang was confused. He looked in the direction that the soldier pointed at and noticed that a priest was walking over. He wasn't a blind person. The traveling Taoist priest walking over from afar didn't move very fast, but he gave off a feeling that he would disappear in the blink of an eye. He thought it would take a long time, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. Sir, I am Qingshan Temple Grade 2 disciple Xian Qingzi. Why are you all here? Xian Qingzi held his horsetail whisk and asked. So it is Qingshan Temple priest, sorry for the disrespect. Zhu Xiang naturally knew about Qingshan Temple. This was a really strong sect and was one of the big sects. I am King Wudong's loyal martial commandant Zhu Xiang. A few days ago, a group of soldiers passed by and were killed. I received orders to investigate the situation. Who are you? When Xian Qingzi heard that he was a military officer under King Wudong, his eyes lit up. He said, what a coincidence, my junior brother was ambushed a few days ago and was heavily injured. Speaking of which, the matter that loyal martial military officer wants to investigate probably has something to do with my junior brother. Xian Qingzi then roughly described the situation. Zhu Xiang listened seriously. It seemed like when he killed the soldiers, Qingshan Temple's Yun Yuzi bumped into him. The two of them clashed and in the end, Yun Yuzi was heavily injured and had to leave. This is what happened to the loyal martial commandant. My junior brother was kind and didn't want to see the monks being killed. He spoke out to stop them but was ambushed. This really pained us and caused the Taoist temple to lose a talented disciple. Thus, we were ordered to come and investigate. According to my junior brother, the scoundrel used a cultivation technique called mixed energy broken jade hand, and this is the scoundrel's portrait. Xian Qingzi took out a portrait from his sleeves. Zhu Xiang took it and opened it. At the start, he felt that it was a little foreign, but slowly, he realized that the person was familiar. Thinking about it, with his photographic memory, he directly recalled the people he had seen before. Very quickly. There was only one person in his mind. Xian Qingzi saw Zhu Xiang's expression change and knew something. Loyal martial commandant, do you recognize the person in the portrait? Zhu Xiang thought about it and then nodded his head. If I remember correctly, I do. He is the Yu City Lin family young master. That shouldn't be the case. Based on what I know, he is a playboy and his cultivation is weak. He shouldn't have the ability. Xian Qingzi found it weird and then asked, Loyal martial commandant, are you sure you are right? I shouldn't be wrong. Zhu Xiang said. Xian Qingzi asked, how many Lin families are there in Yu City? Zhu Xiang said, there is only one Lin family. His name is Lin Fan, he is 80% similar to the portrait. As a grade 2 disciple of Qingshan Temple, Yun Yuzi was skilled in painting and calligraphy. He hated Lin Fan so much, so how could he not remember that face? Xian Qingzi had a bad feeling in his heart. He asked again, who is his father? His father is Lin Wani. Zhu Xiang said. Kachi. When Xian Qingzi heard this name, his heart fiercely trembled. However, he still acted as if nothing had happened and said, oh, so that's how it is. Many thanks for the information, loyal martial commandant. Priest, please stop. King Wudong needs people. Priest's realm is high and you are strong. Although you aren't tempted by mortal things, why don't you follow the dragon and help Qingshan Temple become more famous? Zhu Xiang asked. When Xian Qingzi heard that, he was shocked. Thank you for your love, but I just want to pursue the Tao and don't want to be tied down by worldly matters. Goodbye. Xian Qingzi left in a hurry and didn't give Zhu Xiang a chance to speak at all. Zhu Xiang wanted to say a few more words to Xian Qingzi, but he didn't expect him to leave in such a hurry. Forget it. Since he knew who it was, he just had to report back. As for what would happen to the Yu City Lin family young master, that wasn't something he cared about. In the distance, Xian Qingzi's face was filled with shock. The one who trashed his junior brother was Lin Wanni's son, so there was nothing to talk about. It had nothing to do with him. Even if he went back and told the Tao head, the outcome would be the same. Other people might not know who Lin Wanni was, but he had lived for 73 years, so how could he not know who Lin Wanni was? When he was still at Grandmaster Realm, he saw that shocking aura from afar. When he attacked, heaven and earth changed colors. That wasn't something that humans could compare to. Now, even if he knew who did it, so what? Whoever had balls would head to Yu City. Anyways, he wouldn't go. If he really met Lin Wanni's son outside, then he could attack. As for finding him, forget about it. He wouldn't even know how he died. As for that loyal martial commander Zhu Xiang, he shook his head and sighed. He didn't have long to live. Naturally, he didn't know what was going on with King Wutong. However, the Taoist had once said something that was still fresh in his memory. Many years ago, when King Wutong rebelled, Fire God sect rebelled along with him. Although the Tao head didn't say it in detail, he did reveal it. From the sect leader to the elders, they all disappeared in a night. No one knew where they went and no one knew what happened. Anyway, Fire God sect fell from being a big sect to a weak one. In the end, other sects invaded them and they disappeared in the river of history. As for why, the Tao head didn't explain, so he didn't know. If the Tao head knew that Xian Qingzi didn't know until now, he would probably be furious. How could you say it so bluntly? Are you a fool or an idiot? Looking at the people who rebelled with King Wutong, how many of them ended up well? After a dozen years, did they all forget what happened? To the Tao head, such actions were despicable. Chapter 249. Since Lin Fan was prepared to return to Martial Path Mountain, he didn't think about fighting to the death with 9 Bug Gang. He wanted to slow down and raise his strength a little. When he felt that it was enough, he would fight them to the death. However, he remembered the monster in Black Mountain and wanted to head there to take a look. However, his strength didn't allow him to. Elder Hanqing was Middle God Essence Realm and was instantly killed by the monster. He felt that he was strong, but compared to the monster in Black Mountain, he wasn't strong enough. Extremely far away. In the void space, there was suddenly a sky-shattering sword will. The 3 elders stepped on their divine swords and moved extremely fast. It was as if they could travel through the void space. The 3 old men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes contained an astonishing sword will. They were the strongest elders of the Sword Palace's A generation. They were also the strongest people in the Sword Palace apart from the Sword Head. Through Heaven's Sword, Guyuan Tian. Tao Destruction Sword, Ancient Destruction 1. God-Slaying Sword, Gu Jia Shen. Don't think that they were old men just because they had white hair. Their strength was immeasurable, especially when the 3 of them were brothers. Their bloodlines were interlinked, and their sword wills were interlinked. They could burst out with astonishing power. The purpose of their trip this time was to find the monster in the Black Mountain and avenge their martial nephew. The 3 elders of Danxia Island went to Sword Palace to explain the situation. They trusted the Danxia Island elders. At the same time, they knew what kind of person Han Qing was. Before he died, he would really pass down the sword. They also understood that Han Qing's purpose in passing down the sword doctrine was naturally not because he was worried about the decline of the sword doctrine, but because he wanted to form a good relationship with the sword palace. This kind of disciple, this kind of elder, had died in Black Mountain for no reason. As elders, how could they not come to take revenge? Xiao. Piercing through the void, the sharp sword will was incomparably sharp. Divine light flashed, directly tearing the void apart. The three of them entered, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Black Mountain. Rumble. Gu Yuantian slashed the Black Mountain apart and an unassuming sword light appeared in the air. Then, the sword light descended and turned into a pillar of sword light, covering the deep pit in the middle of the Black Mountain. This sword intent was even stronger than Elder Han Qing's. Not only was it an expert, it was even more domineering. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream came from the pit. The monster roared. It was covered by the sword light, which caused great damage to its body. In an instant, countless wounds appeared. Bastard, you deserve to die. Gu Yuantian's voice was extremely dark. His domineering sky-connecting sword intent was enough to tear apart the clouds in the sky. He did not expect such a monster to exist in Black Mountain. If the monster didn't kill Sword Palace's Elder Han Qing and Elder Su, maybe he could let it go. But if it did, then naturally he wouldn't hold back. Senior brother, this monster's cultivation is already at the Void Realm. We should kill it in case it becomes a threat in the future. Gu Mai said solemnly. Suddenly, countless tentacles emerged from the void at an extremely fast speed, wanting to kill these three hateful people. Shua. No one made a move but Gu Mai's surroundings erupted with a destructive sword energy. Those tentacles that extended out from the void were directly sliced apart and turned into ashes. The octopus monster in the abyss suddenly stopped moving. It was as if it knew that it was no match for the three people in the sky. It actually hit itself and wanted to escape. Gu Jieshan's eyes locked onto the ground. In his eyes, the ground wasn't a barrier and it was transparent. He could see the giant monster that was moving deep underground. At that moment, Gu Jieshan opened his fingers and a sword floated in his palm. It gave off an eye-catching light and he slapped it down. The sword suddenly became bigger, turning into a sword light that stabbed into the ground. With a poochie sound, it pierced through the body of the octopus monster. The sword was huge and stabbed into the ground. It was 1,000 feet long and as for how deep it was immeasurable. The octopus monster cried out and blood flowed from its body. Its tentacles kept smashing into the surroundings, but the sword stuck in its body prevented it from moving. What a strong life force. Senior brother, this monster should be raised by someone. Gu Jieshan said solemnly. When the sword stabbed into the monster's body, he sensed that there was a power within the monster that was fighting back. Suddenly, the moment he said that, they noticed that the space behind them was shaking intensely and there was a terrifying power brewing. Shortly after, a dark and terrifying voice spread out from the space. You three, since you know that someone raised it, you still dare to attack. Do you all want to die? Hung Long. The space ripped open and a black palm covered in terrifying bugs slapped out. The palm was huge and covered the sky, giving off a thick black mist. The 3A generation elders of Sword Palace were stunned. They slashed with their swords and three extremely beautiful yet terrifying sword intents tore through the air and slashed the palm. Hung Long. Heaven and earth shook and light struck. A terrifying shockwave spread out. Peng peng. The 3A generation elders took half a step back. Their eyes were filled with shock but more of it was solemnity. 9 Bug Gang leader. They didn't expect that it was a monster raised by the 9 Bug Gang leader. Now, he came personally. Hung Long. A huge figure leaped out of the void and landed on the ground. A huge rumbling sound was heard and the entire Black Mountain shook violently. Deep underground, the octopus monster seemed to know who was coming and let out a whimper. "Good kid, don't worry, I am here." Gang leader's heart pained like he saw his kid being hurt. He raised his head and his eyes were dark and sunken. "Sword Palace A Generation Elders, you dare to come to Black Mountain to find trouble with my kid. It is obvious that you don't want to return alive, so I will grant your wish." Gang leader's body was really too fat. His whole body was full of fat, circles after circles. His body looked like it was covered with swimming rings. Compared to his whole body, his head was actually very uncoordinated. Guyuan Tian and his two junior brothers looked at one another and then locked onto one another. "There is no point in talking so much, we will know once we fight." They knew that this matter wasn't so easy to solve. 9 bug gangs' existence wasn't good for the world. If they could, they didn't mind killing the gang leader. "Junior brothers, kill. Today, if he doesn't die, then we will." At that moment, the strongest A Generation Elders of Sword Palace worked together and prepared to fight to the death with the gang leader. Hung Long. The sky above the Black Mountain was shaking. Divine origin energy collided with each other, and the soaring sword will slash the heavens and the earth. The void gradually showed signs of cracking. All of this showed that the Black Mountain was very dangerous at this time. No matter who it was, as long as they approached here, they would be torn apart in an instant. A few days later, Lin Fan had long forgotten about the helplessness from before. That was just a small matter. It made him feel bad to keep thinking about it. At that moment, when he passed by a small city, he stopped and looked curiously into the distance. Something unpleasant had happened there. A group of youths seemed to have surrounded someone. "Wah, where did such a fat kid come from? He looks like a monster." "Right, I feel like he can eat a lot. Since he eats like that, it won't hurt if we beat him up." "Oi, monster, where did you come from? What did you eat to grow up? Don't you feel that your fat body is disgusting? I am talking to you, why aren't you replying to me? You are asking for a beating." Pang! Pang! A bunch of teens surrounded there, punching and kicking the person inside. The scene was a little unharmonious. "Oi! Kids, what are you all doing?" Lin Fan walked over and asked. He didn't expect that he would face such a story of teens bullying others. Although stories of people pulling out their swords to help were common, he wasn't the main character. But what he was doing wasn't pulling out his swords to help. He was just asking the bunch of kids to restrain themselves. Even if they were teens, in his eyes, they were like kids. "Who are you? What does it have to do with you?" A teen turned his head, his face was filled with arrogance. He looked like he was from a rich family in the city. "Pa!" Lin Fan calmly waved his hand. 5 fingers landed on the teen's face. He used quite a bit of strength, causing him to fall to the ground. 5 thick black finger marks were left on his face. "Scram!" he casually said calmly. He used the word scram really well, it was really precise. "Wah!" The teen couldn't take it. The pain on his face made him cry. He then ran away in despair. The surrounding teens saw that their boss ran, so how would they dare to stay here? Naturally, they all ran too. A bunch of brats. Lin Fan looked at their escaping silhouettes. He then looked at the guy who had been beaten up. Looking at him, he was stunned. Oh my God! Where did this kid come from? How did he eat? He was just too fat. Even if he ate pig feed, he wouldn't be so fat. Of course, those were just his thoughts. Naturally, he couldn't say it out loud, otherwise, it would hurt his heart. Especially when he looked at his age, he didn't look that old. He understood that when he said such things to a teen, it would leave a permanent mark on his weak heart. But it was impossible for him to say that he was thin. He wasn't blind, so he couldn't lie. At that moment, Lin Fan exchanged glances with him. He noticed that his gaze was a little off, like he was looking at him with animosity. He understood. This was a teen who was injured before. Did he think that he was the same as those teens and would laugh at him? No. Teen, you are wrong. I am not such a shallow person, so why would I laugh at you? To Lin Fan, he was under huge pressure. He had to use sincere words to let this guy who was so fat that he didn't even have a shadow feel the love of the world. Pata. Lin Fan reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder. Although he wanted to dodge, he still couldn't escape from Lin Fan's palm. Teen, don't you think that you are beautiful? Lin Fan resisted the urge to vomit and praised. That was the only way. If not, he really didn't know what to say. He could even tell him that he felt that he had too much fat and needed to train his body. What was the difference between saying that and not saying it? Maybe it would hurt him a second time. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.